from all-round top student to chief scientist. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401 Crazy. Lin Xiao's answer stunned everyone present. Even if he revealed his ideas and methods, in Lin Xiao's eyes, it would simply mean he was back on the same starting line? And as long as he was on the same starting line, wouldn't he worry about being surpassed? Regardless, it was clearly a remarkably confident response. Had anyone else said it, they wouldn't have believed it, dismissing it as mere boasting. But since it came from Lin Xiao, they had no choice but to believe it. Although Lin Xiao's response was in Chinese, Witten and the others had a dedicated interpreter who translated for them. As the interpreter translated, his gaze was filled with admiration. After all, he was a graduate student from the School of Foreign Languages at Kyoto University, and Lin Xiao was practically the idol of their entire school. The interpreter felt incredibly lucky to have heard Lin Xiao speak so captivatingly. It was truly worth the trip. As for Witten and the others, their expressions were even more varied after hearing what he said, but overall, they all expressed admiration for Lin Xiao, and not a hint of disbelief. Finally, Zhao Qi gave Lin Xiao a thumbs up and said, "Professor Lin, you're truly worthy of your name." The others nodded in agreement. Although Witten and the others didn't understand Zhao Qi's precise meaning, their tone suggested they were expressing their own thoughts. So, they all nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao smiled and said, "It's nothing. Even if something like this happens again, there's no need to worry." Yeah, Zhao Qi nodded. Just based on Lin Xiao's words, he felt there was nothing to worry about. He could trust Lin Xiao from now on. They chatted for a while longer, until Zhao Qi and the others had finished what they needed to talk about, and had said everything they wanted to say to Lin Xiao. They all left, but Witten stayed. "Witten, is there anything else?" Witten smiled and said, "This is just a farewell to you. I'm going back tomorrow." Lin Xiao's face showed a regretful expression. "That's such a pity. I was thinking you could stay here a little longer." "Haha, no, I've stayed here long enough." Witten waved his hand. "Of course, I will probably come here often in the future. To be honest, I have received many invitations and have been a visiting professor or researcher at many schools or research institutes. However, I can't even remember the names of some of these schools for a while, and I rarely go there, and the Dingguang Research Institute left a very deep impression on me, so I think I will never forget this place in the future, so I will definitely come here more often in the future. So Lin, don't have to feel too sorry. Maybe someday I will bring my family here to play, and if they like it here, I can stay here." "Haha. That's good, then I'll be waiting for that day." "Yeah," Witten nodded, smiling. "Especially the sweet tofu pudding in the cafeteria. I have to try it before I leave tomorrow. I just wonder if there's a similar sweet tofu pudding in Chinatown." Lin Xiao laughed even more. Deline and the others were obsessed with Rao Jiamo, but Professor Witten was unexpectedly drawn to tofu pudding. If he knew that Professor Maldracina also likes salty tofu pudding and even had a sweet-salty debate with Witten, he'd probably exclaim, "Cultural export." Also, "Lin, I have to thank you." Suddenly, Witten said, "Thank you for the surprise." "I received it." Lin Xiao smiled. He knew what surprise Witten was talking about. It seemed that Witten had found the final solution from his proof yesterday. "That's good. Then I wish you success in advance. The discovery of strings seems to be able to surprise our physics community again." Witten laughed. "It seems that our physics community will have some surprises this year." But then, his face became serious again, and he said, "Of course, you have given me such a great help. I will also repay you." "Huh? That's not necessary." Lin Xiao waved his hand. "It was with your reminder that I solved the mystery between gravitons and relativity. What I give you as a reward?" Witten shook his head helplessly. "I just said it unintentionally at the time. How can it be considered a reminder to you?" "Okay, let's not talk about anything else. I should go too. I have to go around Shengjing with a few other old guys today, and then I should leave tomorrow." Hearing what Witten said, Lin Xiao's face also showed helplessness. Finally, he nodded and said, "Okay, goodbye then." Witten smiled and nodded. He then stepped forward, placed his hands on Lin Xiao's shoulders, and said seriously, "There are still many undiscovered truths in our world, and truth cannot be found simply by listening to it. Therefore, things like this still require someone like you. skilled at finding its traces among clues, to create the ultimate miracle. So, Lin, continue to seek miracles. I believe the future of physics belongs to you. He patted Lin Xiao's shoulders and left Lin Xiao's house. Lin Xiao watched Witten leave with a strange expression on his face, and pulled out the truth recorder from his pocket. It seems I can actually hear the truth. He finally smiled and shook his head, replacing the recorder. Forget about this thing that doesn't belong to the same dimension. Regardless, Witten's words still had a certain power to inspire him. So, next, let's continue to create that miracle. That is, the mystery of the strong interaction. Having unveiled the mystery of the mass gap and resolved the existence of the Yang-Mills gauge field in relation to the Whiteman axioms, the strong interaction was no longer a mystery, but rather something understandable. Then let me see how the legendary strong interaction relates to the electromagnetic and weak interactions. Lin Xiao smiled faintly. Once this question was solved, he thought, he would know for sure whether the construction of a commercial reactor using a tokamak to achieve controlled nuclear fusion was a distant prospect or just around the corner. Time passed quietly. The shock caused by this conference was still widely felt in society. Unknown science is mysterious, even terrifying, just as we don't know whether a supreme civilization is constantly monitoring us, or even our entire universe, above Earth, or whether it is just a ball that others can see at a glance, or even destroy at will. However, known science often shocks people, such as the well-known black holes or the counterintuitive aspects of quantum mechanics. Lin Xiao's presentation also revealed something that sounded incredibly impressive. It instantly triggered a wave of online attention. Although Lin Xiao was frequently added by netizens, he didn't really pay much attention. After all, he couldn't possibly explain his proof to them, just like a national Go player playing live couldn't explain the ingenuity of his moves to his audience. Life returned to normal. And Witten and the others had already boarded a plane, leaving China and returning to their respective countries. Just a week later, Witten published a paper on Arziv. The title was short, but it contained a wealth of information. The existence of strings didn't seem like a typical title, but everyone's astonishment was beyond words, especially when they saw two prominent figures listed as authors, Edward Witten and Lin Xiao. These two top physicists actually published a paper together, and the content of their paper was surprisingly weighty. Isn't the existence of strings simply about proving their existence? And proving the existence of strings is the guiding principle of string theorists, much like the Langlands program, a goal pursued by mathematicians. Now, with Witten and Lin Xiao publishing this paper, does that mean these two giants have found definitive proof of the existence of strings? The physics community, just as Witten and Lin Xiao had initially claimed, was once again in shock. They had just digested the unification of quantum mechanics and relativity, the existence of the Yang-Mills gauge field, and the proof of the mass gap, and now they were being told that the existence of strings had also been found? Physicists felt as if the world had shut down. Chapter 402 Professors from the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton. This is crazy. This is all crazy. Physicists at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton clutched their heads as they examined the paper by their beloved colleague, Edward Witten. Proving the existence of strings requires rigorous mathematical reasoning and practical data. Lin Xiao's proof of the Yang-Mills gauge field and the mass gap, for example, is based on rigorous mathematical reasoning. Experimentally, scientists have long confirmed the existence of the mass gap through numerous experiments, which explains why so many scientists are convinced of its existence. However, experimental proof only allows scientists to glimpse the full extent of the mass gap. The difficulty of observing the mass gap makes it impossible to determine its existence through experimental data alone. Ultimately, rigorous mathematical reasoning is needed to further determine its detailed nature. The existence of strings is different. Various string theories have been rigorously proven through mathematical reasoning, but they remain controversial, with some still skeptical. This highlights the importance of experimental verification. After all, there's a saying in physics, experiments can disprove theories, but theories cannot disprove experiments. Before experimental results emerge, the objective truth is forever shrouded in a veil. No one can be 100% certain that their inferences outside the veil accurately describe what lies within. This is consistent with the philosophical principle that experiment is the sole criterion for testing truth. Therefore, strings, which cannot be experimentally proven, will never be universally accepted. Physicists around the world approach string theory with a skepticism, and most are prepared to never discover their existence. And yet, They were equally prepared to never unify quantum mechanics and relativity. And yet, it's only been a short time, strictly speaking, less than 2 months since Lin Xiao's paper was published, and now strings have been discovered? In this paper, Witten drew on experimental data from a particle collider and, using the mathematical derivation Lin Xiao had given him as a surprise, successfully completed the final proof. This time, his method for discovering strings is based on the inference that closed strings form during heavy ion collisions. The appearance of closed strings causes a portion of energy to dissipate. If this missing energy is detected in calculations, the existence of closed strings can be proven. Proving the existence of closed strings is sufficient to confirm the fundamental premise of string theory, the existence of strings. However, in previous experiments, including heavy ion collisions, researchers have consistently failed to detect this missing energy despite numerous data analyses. Researchers generally believe this is due to insufficient collision energy, preventing the closed strings from being generated and, therefore, their discovery. Witten's paper also didn't attempt to find the closed strings based on this method, having already failed numerous times. His method is the same as Lin Xiao's initial discovery of strings. Through various experimental data and mathematical deductions, he determined that strings must be involved in this reaction, or that they play a role. Based on this principle, the existence of strings is sufficient to establish their existence. Otherwise, if it isn't strings, then it could only be some other substance. However, this possibility is obviously very low. After all, how could something whose mathematical model is exactly like a string not be a string? Through this ingenious method, Witten successfully proved the existence of strings, and even physicists who had previously believed they didn't exist were now unable to find any reason to refute it. As a result, all the physics professors at the Institute for Advanced Study, IS, rushed to Witten, hoping to learn more from him. And it wasn't just the physics professors at the IS. Physics professors at Princeton University and even physicists from neighboring research institutions came to hear Witten's thoughts. Witten, so you spent so much time in China just for this, didn't you? How did you do it, Witten? You weren't researching this with Lin for those months, were you? How did you two manage to solve so many physics problems in just a few months? I just wanted to ask you this question, Witten. Witten's face lit up in the face of so many questions from his friends and colleagues. He was so overjoyed when he successfully proved the existence of strings. How could he not be overjoyed to have his lifelong wish fulfilled? He said with a chuckle, "All right, everyone, there's no need to be so anxious. As you all said, I've been researching this problem for the past few months in China, and Lin has been very helpful throughout this process." Recalling his interactions with Lin Xiao over the past few months and the constant inspiration he'd received from him, his heart was filled with emotion. It was undoubtedly one of the most enjoyable days of his academic career, the other being the period after he proposed M-theory. Hearing Witten's response and seeing his nostalgic gaze, the physicists present couldn't help but wonder what kind of experience had evoked such a reaction in Witten. Then, Witten began to recount his recent experiences. At first, I thought the research environment in China wasn't as good as ours, but after I arrived at Lin's Dingguang Research Institute. Oh, let me introduce you to the Dingguang Research Institute. It was established by the Chinese government specifically for Lin. Based on my observations over the past few months, it boasts more resources than even our Institute for Advanced Study. Witten began to introduce them, starting with the Dingguang Research Institute. Hearing Witten's description, the professors present couldn't help but yearn for it. How wonderful would a research environment without the torment of project funding be? The cafeteria, in particular, made some of the more discerning professors in the room envious. Especially the sweet tofu pudding. If you ever go there, you must try it. As Witten spoke, he began to make some personal comments, and Maldacena, who had been listening, couldn't help but stand up. Okay, Witten, stop pushing the sweet tofu pudding. I've been there, so if anyone here really wants to go, the most important thing to try is the salty tofu pudding, not the sweet one. Also, Witten, why don't you tell us how you and Lin collaborated to finally find the solution? Yes, we'll talk about the food next time. How did you and Lin collaborate? Witten was about to engage in another partisan battle with Maldacena, but since the professors present were urging them to cooperate, he had no choice but to start talking. Actually, it was Lin who told me about this idea in the paper. Although I didn't fully agree with it at first. In subsequent discussions with him, he used other methods to prove the feasibility of this approach, and then, as Witten spoke, The audience gained a deeper understanding of Lin Xiao's talent. In their eyes, Witten was already quite impressive, but the fact that he always drew inspiration from Lin during their collaboration was truly incredible. In short, it was during Lin's presentation that he shared that surprise with me, and that's how I finally mastered the method to prove the existence of strings. So I added Lin's name to the paper's authorship. Actually, he initially disagreed. Witten shook his head with emotion. In Lin Xiao, he saw the image of a supreme genius. The others shared the same expression. From Witten's every word, they could sense his admiration for Lin Xiao. Furthermore, they were even more surprised when Lin Xiao initially expressed his reluctance to be named as the author of this seminal paper in the history of physics. Witten, however, was offering Lin Xiao joint first author status. But then again, I get the feeling, based on what you've said, Witten, that Lin seems incredibly confident in this idea, as if he's done this before and successfully proved the existence of strings, someone suddenly said. The others nodded in agreement. That's certainly the feeling. Witten gave a wry smile. I asked Lin about this, too, but he just said I was overthinking it. Thinking back, there was something strange about Lin's tone back then. Everyone present looked at each other in bewilderment. If this were true, then this Lin Xiao was truly formidable. He had already proven the existence of strings but hadn't published the paper yet? They were all a bit skeptical. Forget it, let's not worry about that for now. I think our Institute for Advanced Study needs to collaborate with Lin's Dingguang Institute to strengthen our exchanges. I'm getting a little jealous listening to what Witten said, a professor said. The others agreed. That's a great idea. I totally agree. Then let's go see the dean. Let's go. And so, a group of physicists set out in a mighty procession to see the dean of the Institute for Advanced Study. Chapter 403. Fortunately, he is my mentor. The Institute for Advanced Study and Princeton University want to collaborate with us, at the Dingguang Research Institute. When Lin Xiao learned of this, a look of surprise crossed his face. It wasn't because of the two institutions' reputations that he was surprised to see them approach him, but simply because they had suddenly approached him seeking a partnership. Perhaps something had happened? Yes, Director, they just sent us a letter of intent, asking for our opinion, Lin Xiao, the Institute's Deputy Director of Administration, said with a smile. As Deputy Director of Administration, Lin Xiao was primarily responsible for the Institute's administrative affairs, including collaborations with other institutions. Of course, the final decision on these major matters rested with Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao smiled and said, I suspect the reason they suddenly contacted us about this collaboration is mainly because of that paper by you, Professor Lin, and Professor Witten. Witten spent just 2 months at our institute and proved the existence of strings. They're probably looking forward to more exchanges with us in the future. Hearing Lin Xiao's speculation, Lin Xiao was stunned, then nodded. That's not impossible, but then he thought about how Witten had spent nearly 2 or 3 hours trying to get his name on the paper, spending countless hours on international roaming. In the end, Witten said he wouldn't publish the paper if he didn't agree. With no choice, he agreed. Obviously, authorship isn't something you can just casually do, or simply sign without someone's consent. After all, it's the right of authorship. Even if the paper's content is impressive, it's completely beneficial to the author. This goes without saying for top figures like Lin Xiao and Witten. A name is worth a fortune, and they naturally value authorship even more. That's why Witten had to get Lin Xiao's authorization before adding his name. Otherwise, if anyone wrote a completely overstuffed paper, put a Nobel laureate as the corresponding author, and then send it to a journal, what if the journal saw it and thought, I'm a Nobel laureate, how can I even consider my academic credibility? Even if it's just plagiarism, they still have to give it some face. Then the paper might be published, which would naturally damage the Nobel laureate's reputation. Even worse, if the paper is plagiarized and the Nobel laureate is the corresponding author, they'd be in even worse trouble. After all, once discovered, even if they can ultimately prove innocence through a lawsuit, the damage to their reputation is inevitable. It's like a short essay on Weibo. Once it's published and attracts attention, even if they were later vindicated, the damage to their reputation is irreversible. I basically agree. Of course, this matter needs to be approved by the higher-ups first, so please make the trip, Lin Xiao said. Being able to engage in such large-scale exchanges between institutions is naturally a good thing. However, after all, the Dingguang Institute possesses many important technologies, And while the Institute for Advanced Study and Princeton University, while prestigious, are foreign, there's no guarantee they won't use the exchange as an excuse for dirty tricks. Therefore, precautions must be taken and one shouldn't just agree on a whim. Okay, I'll ask right away, Li Xiao nodded and left. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, lowered his head to read a paper. The title of the paper was L curvature bounds on manifolds with bounded Ricci curvature and its generalization based on the Hodge-Lint theorem. Indeed, this paper was the graduation thesis of Lin Xiao's soon-to-be graduated senior student, Chen Mingke. About 3 months ago, at Lin Xiao's suggestion, Chen Mingke began a completely new project, and finally, he recently completed the final version, which he had just sent to Lin Xiao. Well written, with some innovative ideas. After quickly reading the paper, Lin Xiao was almost certain it was flawless. For a doctoral dissertation, it was clearly up to standard. Of course, simply reaching the level of a doctoral dissertation wasn't enough. The most crucial thing was meeting his expectations. After all, as he had told several of his students, his standards were very high. And for this paper, his expectations, that it meet the acceptance thresholds of the 4 top mathematics journals. Isn't that a bit too high? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, then smiled and shook his head. At least it's not enough to get a 1-hour invitation to the International Congress of Mathematicians. He then put the paper down and nodded with satisfaction. Regardless, at least his guidance hadn't been in vain. Of course, even more so was Chen Mingke's own hard work. He then found Chen Mingke's WeChat ID and sent a message to the doctoral student, who had likely been waiting for a long time. I've read your paper. You can proceed with the defense. Meanwhile, in a graduate student dormitory at Kyoto University. Oh my god. My advisor sent me a message. Chen Mingke's heart skipped a beat when he heard the notification on his phone, signaling a positive response. His roommates all glanced over. They shared a triple room, so Chen Mingke had 2 other roommates in the dorm. What did Lin Xiao say? Did it pass? Tell me, what did Lin Xiao say? The 2 roommates immediately gathered around, each casting curious glances at Lin Xiao. They all knew that Chen Mingke's advisor was Lin Xiao, and naturally, they were curious about what he thought of their roommate's paper. Don't worry, I haven't even read it yet. Chen Mingke waved his hand, his heart pounding. He'd actually been working on this paper for a while. When he'd finished it, he'd felt so proud of himself. He'd finished such an impressive paper. Surely Lin Xiao would have praised him? But then Lin Xiao found a bunch of mistakes, and after a while, he finally finished a final draft. Look, his 2 roommates urged. Finally, Chen Mingke calmed himself down, unlocked his phone, and entered the interface, carefully tapping into WeChat. Finally, Lin Xiao's reply appeared before him. When he saw the message "You can participate in the defense," he jumped up from his seat. Holy crap! Holy crap! Finally, I'm in a doctoral thesis. After passing, he'd be a real doctor. This feeling was even better than getting a double yoke in a card game. His 2 roommates, half envious and half congratulating, said, "You'll have to treat us this time." Awesome, Kai. Annals of mathematics. Damn, how can seeing you pass hurt more than me getting delayed? Please, please, please. I promise, Chen Mingke said with a laugh, flashing an OK sign. Just then, his phone rang again. It was Lin Xiao again. This thesis is of high enough quality, easily ranking among all doctoral dissertations. After the defense, you can submit it to any journal you wish. Your overall writing process was also excellent, so there's generally no problem there. You can prepare for the defense in a week. Also, after the defense, you can come and talk to me about your post-graduation plans. As I mentioned before, as long as you can complete this thesis, you can join the Dingguang Research Institute, if you're willing. So, without further ado, future Dr. Chen Mingke, seeing his advisor's comments, Chen Mingke's face lit up even brighter. Oh my god, look at what my advisor said. His 2 roommates were instantly envious. This kind of praise, what a wonderful feeling. For students like them, there's nothing better than being praised by their advisor, especially when that advisor is Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's subsequent promise to Chen Mingke that he could join the Dingguang Research Institute only made them even more jealous. Dingguang Research Institute is famous among these doctoral students. Who doesn't know that joining Dingguang Research Institute is equivalent to taking 40 years of detours in the future? Isn't this more fun than being a security guard? Damn, this kid is so arrogant, beat him up. When a roommate saw Chen Minkei's overly happy look, he immediately said to another roommate. Then the two nodded and started hitting Chen Minkei when they went up. Of course, they just made fun of it until the end. They stopped, and Chen Minkei opened his paper and began to appreciate his masterpiece. What he likes the most is to do this kind of thing and recall his achievements. Looking at the smooth proof process in the paper, this is mathematics. Of course, during the process of watching, he once again felt admiration for his mentor. He recalled how, at Lin Xiao's suggestion, he had begun extending his paper to the fire Qirin, the Hauch-Lin theorem. While a simple extension wouldn't have been worth mentioning, under Lin Xiao's guidance, this extension led to a profoundly significant result connecting the Hauch-Lin theorem with another, the Poincaré-Perelman theorem. This achievement significantly elevated the paper's practical value. After all, the Hauch-Lin theorem is the original Hodge conjecture, and the Poincaré-Perelman theorem is the original Poincaré conjecture. Finding a significant connection between two world-class conjectures and their theorems is undoubtedly of immense value. And Lin Xiao had already discovered this value before his paper was even finished. "Thank goodness I have my advisor," Chen Minkei said, beaming with joy. Chapter 404 Chen Minkei's Defense. A week passed quickly. Chen Minkei's graduation defense began. Doctoral dissertation defenses at Peking University were naturally held to a high standard, especially for a doctoral candidate in the School of Mathematics. As the premier department at Peking University, and the foremost of its four major mental institutions, the first thing a graduate student had to face was a highly qualified defense committee. As the chief disciple of the renowned academician Lin Xiao, and the first to graduate, many professors attended the defense. The defense committee was comprised entirely of academicians from the School of Mathematics, both within the university and from other institutions. Even academician Yuan Ye, president of the China Mathematical Association, was a member of the defense team. The reason so many of them came was largely to see the true caliber of Lin Xiao's student and how his training compared to his own. Scholars with high academic prowess often lack the same pedagogical prowess, and may even be inferior. Just like the relationship between pianists and piano pedagogues, excellent pianists are often trained by excellent piano pedagogues. Therefore, many people wanted to examine Lin Xiao from this perspective, wondering if he had at least one imperfection. However, there were also those who wanted to find fault. After all, while many admired Lin Xiao, there were also just as many who envied him. The defense room was located in a small lecture hall in the School of Mathematics. Considering the large number of spectators, the back rows were quite large. Even though the defense hadn't begun yet, the back rows were already nearly full. There were professors, graduate students, and undergraduates who had come for the news. Together, there were probably close to 200 people, which was clearly a significant burden for the students about to defend. At the podium, Chen Minkei was working on a PowerPoint presentation. Next to him were his two junior colleagues, Zhao Guodong and Li Min, Lin Xiao's two master's students. Looking at the crowd below, Chen Minkei was stunned. "This is incredible. When I defended my master's thesis, it was just a conference room with a few professors. How come my doctoral thesis defense is so much bigger?" He couldn't help but complain to his two junior colleagues. Although Zhao Guodong and Li Min weren't defending their dissertations, they were also feeling a bit nervous at the moment. "Stop it, senior. You at least defended your graduate thesis. We only defended our undergraduate thesis. How could we possibly have experienced this kind of fuss? As master's students, Zhao Guodong and Li Min wouldn't defend until their third year of graduate school next year." But watching this scene, they couldn't help but feel a surge of pressure for their own defenses. This was truly difficult for people like them who specialized in mathematics and lacked social skills. Just then, a figure walked through the doorway, bringing a sense of relief. It was their advisor, Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's entrance naturally caught everyone's attention in the conference room. Whether they admired him or envied him, they all smiled and greeted him. After Lin Xiao responded to the greetings, he walked over to his three students with a smile. "What's wrong? You three look so serious," Lin Xiao said, chuckling at the three students' serious expressions. "Professor, this crowd, isn't it a bit too much?" Chen Minkei said helplessly. He had arrived early, only to watch the lecture hall fill up with more and more people until it was completely full. Even now, some people were trying to get in, but they had to leave when they saw the room was full. Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Oh, that's nothing. Your teacher gave his first academic lecture at the International Congress of Mathematicians. It was in English, and it was equivalent to an hour-long plenary session. Thousands of people were watching. It's just a defense. Relax. Chen Mingke, Zhao Guodong, and Li Min all looked almost overwhelmed as they listened to Lin Xiao's words. Okay, you're a professor, you're the best. Lin Xiao smiled, then patted Chen Mingke on the shoulder. Well, you wrote your own thesis, and the content is excellent, so don't worry. What else could possibly prevent a doctoral dissertation defense from being published in one of the 4 top mathematics journals? Chen Mingke's face was filled with frustration. He understood the logic, but the sheer number of people in the room just wasn't enough. Okay, that's enough. Guodong and Li Min, you two only have a year under your belt. You might be facing a defense like this, too. You better keep up the good work. Yes, Professor, the two nodded repeatedly. However, the thought that their senior student's paper was scheduled for the Annals of Mathematics made them feel uncertain about their own approach. The Annals of Mathematics, in their mathematical community, was like hearing that their senior student had submitted a paper to Nature or Science. It was generally considered a sign of immense power. Thinking of this, they seemed to have gained a new resolve for their upcoming master's theses. The pressure wasn't likely to overwhelm them, but rather, the greater possibility of development became their motivation. Lin Xiao didn't bother to understand these circumstances. He stepped down from the podium and headed towards the defense committee. As a mentor, he naturally couldn't sit on it. Academician Lin, haha, aren't you here to plead for us? Academician Yuan said with a smile on the defense committee. Lin Xiao waved his hands repeatedly. Of course not. I'm just here to say hello to everyone. By the way, I hope you won't go easy on me later. I still have great confidence in my student, so please ask as many difficult questions as you can, haha. Since Academician Lin said so, I won't be polite later, Yuan said with a smile. Lin Xiao nodded and smiled. That's good. Actually, Academician Yuan was a judge for my undergraduate defense. Hearing this, Yuan laughed even harder. Academician Lin still remembers it. Of course I do, Lin Xiao nodded. However, just then, someone nearby suddenly said, hey, if Professor Lin has such confidence in his students, why not allow us, the auditors, to ask some questions? Everyone was startled and turned to see that the question came from someone sitting behind them. This person was Zhao Xin, another mathematics professor at a renowned domestic university. He was smiling, and the suggestion seemed casual. The chairman of the defense committee, Su Ji, dismissed Zhao Xin's suggestion as a casual one and said, Professor Zhao, your suggestion is certainly a good one. However, according to our school's final defense procedures, the defense committee is primarily responsible for questioning. I believe the 5 of us on the committee will certainly ask enough questions. And they'll be sufficiently sophisticated. To avoid time constraints, we'll forego it. While others could raise questions during the defense, the final decision rested with the defense committee. Since the next student to defend was a student of his own, Su Ji chose to decline for the sake of stability. Zhao Xin, however, waved his hand and said, Academician Su, it's only one of Academician Lin's students defending today. It won't take long. Even if it delays the defense, you can always call it a day. Seeing that Zhao Xin seemed to be taking the matter to heart, insisting on continuing despite having already refused, Su Ji and the others were puzzled. What was Zhao Xin's intention? At this moment, Lin Xiao spoke up, don't worry. Our defense is also an opportunity for academic exchange. We welcome questions from attendees, and I believe my students will satisfy everyone. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Su Ji no longer hesitated. If he continued to refuse, it might even lead to negative rumors. Okay, since Lin Xiao has said so, then let's do it. Professor Lin is worthy of being Professor Lin. Zhao Xin smiled and gave Lin Xiao a thumbs up. Lin Xiao smiled, not taking it too seriously. As usual, as long as the thesis is strong, there's no need to worry about the defense. Without further ado, the clock struck 9 o'clock, and Chen Mingke's doctoral dissertation defense began. Chen Mingke had been quite nervous at first, but once the defense began, he felt at ease and presented his thesis clearly. His presentation was also excellent, which pleased the academicians on the defense committee. However, these advantages were superficial. When the academicians and the professors present saw the inherent merits of this paper, they all expressed solemnity. This paper was very interesting. In other words, it was very valuable. And Zhao Xin, Listening to Chen Minkei's explanation, gradually grew incredulous. This paper was of such high quality? Could it be that Lin Xiao, even in education, could produce such outstanding students? Zhao Zhen was in disbelief. He was one of those present who harbored dissatisfaction with Lin Xiao. This dissatisfaction stemmed from a concern not about scarcity but about inequality. He had always been envious of Lin Xiao's access to the Dingguang Research Institute and to what was arguably the best treatment in the world, especially given his youth. In contrast, he himself had been able to apply for so little funding. It was precisely this dissatisfaction that had brought him here, intending to find fault with Lin Xiao's students. However, he didn't know where to begin with this mathematical paper, which could easily have been published in a top journal. However, his eyes soon lit up. Is this student capable of writing a paper of this caliber? I'm afraid this is entirely due to Lin Xiao's guidance. This is clearly misleading. Humph, who knows, it'll be exposed when they ask questions later. In his opinion, Chen Minkei was able to write such a paper only because of Lin Xiao's personal guidance. Otherwise, if he relied solely on his own ability, how could he have written such a good paper? A doctoral dissertation can be published in the 4 top journals? He himself has never published a single paper, so how can this doctoral student publish one? So he must point this out later. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405 The Best Reward for a Teacher. Time passed quickly. Chen Minkei's presentation gradually reached its final part, which precisely combined the Hodge and Poincaré conjectures. This section amazed the other professors present. The final result of this section completely elevated the entire paper, elevating its entire scope. Without this section, the paper would have been considered an extremely outstanding graduation thesis. Now with it, it surpasses the standard of a graduation thesis. No wonder academician Lin has such confidence in his students. This paper is truly remarkable, Yuan Yu exclaimed in admiration. Lin Xiao smiled and said, it's mainly because of Chen Minkei's own talent and dedication to academic research that he was able to complete this paper. We, as advisors, are only responsible for providing direction. That's right, several academicians nodded. As students, they often feel lost in what they want to research. At this time, their advisors need to guide them. For the rest, it's up to the students to conduct their own research. Zhao Zhen, who was standing nearby, heard Lin Xiao's words and said pointedly, however, this direction shouldn't be completely clear. Otherwise, it would be like catching fish and handing them to students, rather than teaching them how to fish. Lin Xiao and the others were stunned, then simply nodded with a smile. They didn't say much, but most of them sensed that Professor Zhao had no good intentions. Meanwhile, Chen Minkei's presentation on the stage had concluded. Now, I invite the defense teachers to offer their criticism and corrections. With a self-satisfied look, Chen Minkei turned to the defense team. Then, the 5 academicians began their difficult taunting. Since Lin Xiao had said he could ask anything, they naturally targeted the difficult points. Here, you've taken the Hausdorff limit Greek letter epsilon 0 equals lim, I plus 1. How will you then solve the problem of constructing closed discrete sets? In your part, 7:30, have you considered the contradiction with I plus 1, and here, each question, one after another, left everyone present feeling incredibly embarrassed. Wasn't this a challenge? This was definitely a challenge. Each of these questions was incredibly tricky. Without complete confidence in the paper, how could a student answer them all? Yet, Chen Minkei answered them all, even engaging in a debate with the defense professors. He'd written the paper word for word, even the sections supervised by Lin Xiao, knowing full well before writing them. Naturally, he had no concerns about being unable to answer the academicians' questions. The undergraduates and graduate students were stunned. Li Min and Zhao Guodong had the same reaction. Was this the true strength of their senior? Even when answering a question from an academician, he even let slip something like, "Teacher, what you said is wrong." This is the right way. Aren't defenses supposed to be all about answering, not defending, and then apologizing profusely? Of course, as a graduate student, it's definitely not okay to just answer without defending. But isn't this senior's answering, defending, and refusing to apologize a bit too much? Hey, academician Lin, Your student is quite impressive. You didn't even give me any face just now, academician Yuan said to Lin Xiao next to him after asking the question. He was the teacher to whom Chen Mingke said, "Teacher, what you said is wrong. This is the right way." Lin Xiao was grinning from ear to ear. "Hey, old man, stop arguing with me. At least my analysis is pretty good, isn't it?" "That's true," Yuan nodded, then sighed. "No matter what, I want you as my student, haha, I've already graduated. It's too late for you to want me. What a shame, what a shame." Yuan shook her head, saying helplessly, "I'm afraid your students must have learned from you." He refuted every question he asked. "Fortunately, the content of his thesis has also absorbed your essence and is quite rigorous." Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. He was of course happy that his students could receive such praise. When his student was recognized, wasn't it also recognition for himself? He was used to academic recognition, and now a different kind of recognition felt very good. Professor Zhao Xin, sitting in the back row, was stunned. After seeing Chen Mingke's performance during the defense, could he still say that Chen Mingke was able to complete this thesis entirely under Lin Xiao's guidance? Only someone who wrote their own paper and possesses a deep understanding of its content could demonstrate such proficiency during the defense, right? Would he ask more questions later? At that moment, he saw Lin Xiao, beaming in the front row, and gritted his teeth. His resentment of Lin Xiao enjoying so many resources erupted again. Finally, he mentally convinced himself, snorting coldly, thinking, Lin Xiao must have analyzed his student's paper thoroughly to ensure he could answer it. He only needed to poke Chen Mingke a few questions later, and perhaps they would be able to undo their own arguments. With this in mind, he prepared his next questions and waited for the defense committee to finish. The 5 academicians on the defense committee quickly finished their questions. In reality, the remaining 3, seeing Chen Mingke's outstanding academic ability and his earlier answers, had long since given up on further probing. So, after a few casual questions, they let him go. Otherwise, Chen Mingke would have to retort, "That's wrong," and they would have lost face. At this moment, Su Ji, chairing the defense committee, smiled and said, "Our student Chen is very impressive, and his answers were also excellent. Professors present here, if you have any questions, please ask now. We'll make the most of this time." Everyone present glanced at each other. After witnessing how Chen Mingke answered questions, few wanted to ask. Even those who shared their dissatisfaction with Lin Xiao didn't think to ask any more questions. Zhao Xin, seeing no one asking questions, snorted inwardly. It seemed he would have to take the floor. Then, he said, "Student Chen, your paper is truly well written. It fully meets the expectations of a doctoral dissertation, and even reaches the level of a top-tier journal." This compliment was so impeccable that the undergraduates and graduate students in the back row couldn't help but be amazed. Their senior's paper had actually been published in a top-tier journal? This was truly incredible. Chen Mingke also smiled, assuming Zhao Xin was here to praise him. He said, "Thank you, Professor. It's all thanks to Professor Lin's guidance. Without him, I definitely wouldn't have been able to write this paper." Zhao Xin immediately laughed and asked, "So, what percentage of your paper do you attribute to your advisor?" A less savvy person wouldn't have understood the question. But people like Lin Xiao immediately sensed something was off about Zhao Xin's words. As a student, Chen Mingke was bound to flatter his advisor. Saying 20% or 30% was out of the question, and 50% or even more would be uncontrollable, leading to unforeseen consequences. Zhao Xin, he clearly had bad intentions. Lin Xiao, Su Ji, and the others frowned. Su Ji knew that many in the domestic academic community were deeply dissatisfied with Lin Xiao's age and the resources he enjoyed. However, due to Lin Xiao's contributions, no one dared to speak out. He knew that this might be exploited by these people. So he immediately said, "Hey, Professor Zhao, this question is not within the scope of our question. Let's switch to academic questions." Zhao Xin said, "Academician Su, although this is not an academic question, it's not all academic in our academic world. I also want to understand Professor Lin's status in the eyes of his students." Su Ji turned his head, but because of the crowd, he said nothing, but his eyes were fixed on Zhao Xin. But at this moment, Chen Mingke on the stage spoke. "Well, Professor, I think this kind of question can't be quantified with percentages. Rather than saying how much credit my advisor deserves for this paper, it's better to say how much credit my advisor deserves for my ability to write this paper. Fortunately, Professor Lin's guidance and guidance over the past 2 years are the fundamental reason I was able to write this paper. In this regard, I believe my advisor deserves the greatest credit. Before that, I actually didn't know there were other methods to solve math problems. This sparked a growing interest in math, which led to my continuous improvement in mathematical skills. That was the direct factor that led to this paper. Of course, I'm also grateful for Professor Lin's guidance throughout my research, which saved me a lot of research time. So, although I already said it in my acknowledgements, let me say thank you again to my advisor. At this, Chen Mingke bowed solemnly to Lin Xiao. Everyone in the lecture hall applauded. Well said, Yuan. You spoke first. Su Ji also smiled. With such a high IQ and EQ student, why should he care about Zhao Zin's tricks? He looked at Lin Xiao and said, Lin Xiao, you have a good student. Lin Xiao looked at Chen Mingke on the stage with a smile on his face and nodded slightly. This is the best reward he could receive as a teacher, right? Chapter 406 Farewell to the Cage. Chen Mingke's defense concluded. Although a minor incident occurred at the end, it didn't seem to matter to the audience. Most people didn't even realize that Professor Zhao Zin, who stood up to ask a question at the end, was actually there to pick a fight. It was understandable, as he hadn't yet shown any aggressiveness. He'd only just begun to show signs of it, only to be silenced by another thank you speech from Chen Mingke. Doctoral dissertation defenses like this typically include an acknowledgement section, which naturally includes thanks to faculty, friends, and family. Of course, the most significant thanks go to the advisor. So, Chen Mingke had already acknowledged his thesis and presentation during his presentation. Of course, because these acknowledgements are often routine, unless the writing is exceptionally original, such as in classical Chinese, which might even make the news, the defense instructors generally only consider whether the acknowledgements are copied or original, a matter of attitude. However, no one expected that after a routine defense, Chen Mingke would then offer such a unique thank you speech with a provocative question. Consequently, the 5 judges, when giving their scores, were generous, awarding scores above 90, with Su Ji even giving a perfect score. After all, Su Ji had also helped Lin Xiao teach Chen Mingke, though not for long, and they knew each other, so naturally, he gave him a perfect score. Thus, Chen Mingke unofficially became a full-fledged doctoral student, officially recognized once his degree certificate arrived. Mingke, well done. Congratulations on a successful doctoral defense. The next step is postdoc status. After the defense, the 5 academicians on the defense committee, along with Lin Xiao, posed for a photo with Chen Mingke. Lin Xiao smiled, patted Chen Mingke on the shoulder, and congratulated him. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Professor Lin, Chen Mingke chuckled. Okay, I know all this stuff, Lin Xiao said with a relieved smile. Regardless, training Chen Mingke was the best reward a teacher could receive. It was also the first time Lin Xiao felt the true joy of being a teacher. As for the joy he once had, perhaps it was showing off in front of his students. Mingke, your answer just now was excellent. Lin Xiao, you've got such a great student on your first teaching assignment. I'm so envious of you. At this moment, Su Ji, who was standing nearby, patted Chen Mingke on the shoulder, wishing he had such a wonderful student himself, one who wrote excellent papers, was smart, and had good manners. He thought for a moment, then said, by the way, are you planning on going after graduation? Do you want to stay on campus and teach? You can work on projects with me on a regular basis, and your advisor, Lin Xiao, is here too. Chen Mingke scratched his head. Well, then he looked at Lin Xiao. For doctoral graduates like them, staying on campus to teach was naturally the best option, especially at Shengjing University. Being a university professor was already considered quite prestigious, let alone a professor at Shengjing University. Even the identity of a researcher at the Dingguang Research Institute is not as good as that of a professor at the University of Tokyo in the eyes of the public. Of course, insiders know insider business, and although the professor at the University of Tokyo is good in the eyes of the public, as an insider, Chen Mingke would of course choose the Dingguang Research Institute. Lin Xiao, sensing his student's intent, smiled and said, I've already planned to have Mingke come to the Dingguang Research Institute, so, let's see what he thinks. Su Ji was taken aback, then shook his head helplessly. I forgot about that. There's the Dingguang Research Institute ahead of us. Well, it seems our Peking University School of Mathematics isn't very competitive, Chen Mingke said. Thank you, Academician Su, for the invitation. I really like Peking University. If the opportunity arises, I'll definitely return. After all, it's my alma mater. Lin Xiao smiled and said, then keep working hard and publish a few more good papers. Maybe then Peking University will offer you a professorship. For academic research institutions like theirs, holding a position at the research institute and serving part-time as a university professor is quite common. Of course, only those with strong academic ability can achieve such a position, like Lin Xiao. Chen Mingke scratched his head upon hearing Lin Xiao's words. From Lin Xiao's perspective, writing a few good papers seemed like a piece of cake. But from his perspective, it wasn't so easy. Of course, now that he had completed a paper worthy of publication in one of the 4 top journals, Chen Mingke felt a sense of confidence. While he couldn't say he'd finish it quickly, there was always a chance he could finish it before he turned 35 or 40. As long as his paper was successfully published in one of the 4 top journals, his starting point would be much higher than others. A confident expression appeared on his face, and he said, I understand, Professor. I'll keep working hard. Yes, Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. Su Ji also smiled and said, Mingke is worthy of your teaching. This confidence is very similar. When Lin Xiao was his student, he had the same confidence. Keep going, Mingke. Catch up with your advisor as soon as possible. Chen Mingke quickly waved his hand. Let's talk about that later. I can only achieve 1/10 of Professor Lin's level. Well, show some confidence, at least half, Su Ji said with a smile. Chen Mingke's face suddenly turned bitter. Are you kidding? Haven't you seen the internet saying that even 1/10 of Lin Xiao's solution would be several world-class problems? If you were half as good, wouldn't he have to build a lithography machine first? Seeing Chen Mingke's expression, Su Ji and the others laughed even louder. The defense finally concluded, and everyone left. As for Zhao Xin, he had already slipped away, fearing he wouldn't be able to leave if he stayed. However, for the Peking University School of Mathematics, it was clearly impossible to escape after offending the abbot, especially since the person they were trying to offend was Lin Xiao. As the school's golden signboard, if Lin Xiao's reputation was tarnished, the school would ultimately suffer. Even those within the school who were envious of Lin Xiao's treatment expressed their anger. Envy and jealousy were commonplace, but resorting to such disgusting tactics was clearly against the rules, especially since their own interests were being undermined. Therefore, the school subsequently implemented various measures to punish Zhao Xin. This included, but was not limited to, suspending exchanges and collaborations with the schools and research institutes affiliated with Zhao Xin, as well as personnel exchanges. Of course, these were only the overt measures, the least damaging of which, but the covert ones were far more damaging. They could even directly influence the evaluation and funding of these institutions through connections. In short, the School of Mathematics had resorted to almost every possible means to ensure a similar incident would not occur again. After all, the school knew that many others, like Zhao Xin, harbored grievances against Lin Xiao. It happened once, and Chen Mingke's quick wit had gotten away with it, but what if it happened a second time? Therefore, killing the chicken to scare the monkey was the only tactic left. And so, Zhao Xin suffered a terrible fate. In Zhao Xin's office, his face gloomy, the events of that day still haunting him. Who could have imagined that a student would respond in such a way under such circumstances? Not only did he lose face, but his original plan to discredit Lin Xiao was thwarted, and Lin Xiao even earned the reputation of a good teacher who nurtured his students. Then, today, he received news that the Department of Mathematics at Peking University would cease all cooperation and exchanges with him. It was possible that their students would no longer be able to apply for graduate studies in mathematics at Peking University. For a key university like theirs, one of the 985 universities, this would significantly impact the quality of their student intake. He realized that this was likely retaliation from the Department of Mathematics. He felt a sense of trepidation, fearing that something unexpected might happen. Finally, he shook his head and let out a sigh, deciding it was best not to dwell on it. He then turned to look at his graduate students in the office, a wave of resentment rising in his heart. Why couldn't any of his students be like Chen Mingke? Frowning, he pondered how to further exploit these students. But just then, there was a knock on the office door, and Zhao Xin saw their department head enter. Professor Zhao, the president wants to see you. Please go to the president's office. Zhao Xin immediately felt a sense of foreboding. The president? Why not the dean? He hurriedly asked. Director Wang, What's wrong? Director Wang's gaze was cold, and without explanation, he simply said, "You'll know when you get there." Zhao Zhen was stunned. Director Wang had never treated him like this before, so what was he doing now? "Hurry up and don't keep the principal waiting," Director Wang urged again. Zhao Zhen's unease suddenly intensified. Could it be that the Peking University School of Mathematics had found their principal? But at this point, he could only quickly get up and head to the principal's office. Director Wang snorted coldly as he watched Zhao Zhen leave. This guy had affected their entire school. While they weren't afraid of Peking University, after all, it was one of the top 985 universities, and in the final showdown of political power, given its clout, they weren't afraid of what they might do. But they wouldn't just stand there and defend Zhao Zhen, who is already in the wrong. So, let Zhao Zhen bear all the responsibility. He then glanced at Zhao Zhen's graduate students, who were still bewildered, not knowing what had happened. Director Wang said, "You can prepare to get a new advisor." With that, they left. Zhao Zhen's graduate students were stunned. What? They could get a new advisor? Their advisor was leaving? After a moment, they glanced at each other, each seeing the smile in the other's eyes. Finally, they were going to escape Zhao Sanjin, the man who exploited them all day long. Farewell, Cage. Chapter 407. I am still the double winner of Fields and Wolf. A few days later, a mathematics professor surnamed Zhao from a certain university was dismissed for various reasons, and his position at the Mathematics Research Institute was also terminated. This news, while not particularly noteworthy, garnered considerable attention within the academic community. While the academic community is small, news spreads quickly, and everyone now knows that Professor Zhao had blatantly manipulated Lin Xiao's students' graduation defense to tarnish Lin Xiao's reputation. However, his goal ultimately failed, and he was sanctioned by the Peking University School of Mathematics, leading to his retirement from teaching. Professor Zhao's future remains unknown, but everyone has learned another lesson: avoid using petty tactics to discredit Lin Xiao, as otherwise, they could end up being the unfortunate victims. Consequently, these individuals have since become more restrained, at least refraining from publicly criticizing Lin Xiao. This kind of public criticism of Lin Xiao has occurred before. After all, even people like Professor Yang have faced criticism, but Lin Xiao simply never took it personally. For him, it would be better to take Chen Mingke to familiarize himself with the Dingguang Research Institute first. This will be your intern researcher dormitory. Of course, you can also live outside. The institute also provides rental subsidies. Also, our institute has a household registration policy. If you become an associate researcher here, you'll have the opportunity to benefit from this policy, meaning your household registration will be transferred to Shangjing. This will make it easier for you to buy a house in Shangjing later. Also, at the Dingguang Research Institute, Lin Xiao personally led his senior apprentice on a tour of the institute. Chen Mingke's face was filled with excitement. His doctorate had already been issued, along with his graduation certificate. Now, a doctor, he had arrived at the Dingguang Research Institute, the place he had always dreamed of. He had just signed his contract to become an intern researcher there. "Thank you, Professor Lin," he said gratefully. After all, as the director, Lin Xiao was showing him around the institute personally, showing him, an intern researcher, great care. With his emotional intelligence, he understood why Lin Xiao was showing him around, clearly, to show the people at the institute that he was under Lin Xiao's patronage. Where there are people, there are guilds, and the Dingguang Research Institute was no exception. To help Chen Mingke quickly establish a solid foundation within the institute, Lin Xiao personally stepped in. "Haha, from now on, you'll have to call me director at the institute." Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Forget it, just call me whatever you want." Calling him director always had a strange feeling, like a fire on the mountain. "The director fell in love with me," Chen Mingke chuckled. As they were both young, he understood Lin Xiao's point. "By the way, Professor, I've sent my paper to the Annals of Mathematics email address. How long will it take for them to respond?" Chen Mingke suddenly asked. Lin Xiao rubbed his chin, then said, "If it were me, it would probably be 2 or 3 days. As for you, you wrote my name as the corresponding author, right?" "Yes," Chen Mingke nodded repeatedly. It was a joke. Corresponding author was like introducing oneself. With his mentor being so impressive, of course he had to add his name. Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Then, maybe 2 weeks." 2 weeks. Chen Mingke's face lit up with surprise. Getting a response from the Annals of Mathematics in 2 weeks was something he hadn't even dreamed of before. It wasn't impossible for a paper to take 2 years to publish. But then Lin Xiao shook his head again and said, "Well, I don't have much experience, actually." He spread his hands and said, "This is my first time as a corresponding author. Maybe a week, maybe 3. Chen Mingke, why did he feel like his advisor was taking advantage of him again? But just then, Lin Xiao's phone rang. He looked and saw it was from the United States. The number looked like Peter Sarnak. Peter Sarnak was a mathematics professor at Princeton University and the editor-in-chief of the Annals of Mathematics. The call was coming from. Lin Xiao glanced at Chen Mingke and answered. "Professor Sarnak." Professor Sarnak's voice came from the other side. "Professor Lin, long time no see." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Yes, it's been a long time. Professor Sarnak, is there anything I can do for you this time?" "Oh, it's like this. We received a manuscript with your name listed as the corresponding author, so we wanted to confirm it with you." Sarnak smiled and said, "You know, to avoid the situation of randomly writing the corresponding author, we also have to confirm with the corresponding author himself, especially for a mathematician like Professor Lin." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "I see. The author of that paper is Chen Mingke, right? He is my student, so don't worry." "I see. Hey, I forgot that Professor Lin has been a professor for a few years. It's indeed time for him to have students," Sarnak said. "Since he is your student, I have to take a look at this paper. Let's put it this way. I will reply within a week to see the level of your student." Lin Xiao was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Well, I didn't expect that you, the editor-in-chief, would personally review the manuscript. It's my student's luck, haha. It's just reading a paper, something I do every day. Okay, I won't bother you then. Okay, bye," Lin Xiao said with a smile, then hung up. He then looked at Chen Mingke. "Well, it looks like I'll get a reply within a week. Someone I know at the Annals of Mathematics just called to confirm my role as the corresponding author." Chen Mingke's face lit up with excitement. A reply within a week? That's fantastic. He hadn't expected to receive such a response within a week. "Yet," Lin Xiao nodded, adding, "and it's probably not just a reply, it's directly related to whether or not the manuscript will be accepted." Chen Mingke was stunned. "Huh? Acceptance already?" Lin Xiao smiled. "The person I know is the editor-in-chief of the Annals of Mathematics, Peter Sarnak, a former Wolf Prize winner?" Chen Mingke was stunned. "What? The editor-in-chief of the Annals of Mathematics, the Wolf Prize winner, personally reviewing his manuscript? This." The pressure immediately mounted. "Professor, this won't be a problem, right?" His face grimaced. Seeing his expression, Lin Xiao immediately said angrily, "What are you afraid of? I'm a double winner of the Fields Medal and the Wolf Prize in Mathematics. I've already had my manuscript accepted. There's probably no journal in the world that won't accept yours." Upon hearing this, Chen Mingke's expression cleared. That's right, good boy. He'd forgotten that his most respected advisor was actually even more impressive. What a mistake, what a mistake. Especially now, rumors are circulating that his advisor could have won every award in mathematics, but due to some well-known secret, those prestigious international awards passed over Lin Xiao. Otherwise, his advisor would have likely won even more mathematics awards. So, what else is there to say? Chen Mingke simply started licking his boots. Licking one's advisor was perfectly natural. Even if he wasn't an advisor anymore, he was still the director, the same as usual. "Professor, I admire you so much. All right, go and handle the rest yourself. I'm leaving you alone." Lin Xiao waved his hand, not wanting to engage with a brat. "Okay, you're busy, I'll be leaving now." Chen Mingke chuckled and said goodbye to Lin Xiao. Seeing Chen Mingke excitedly running around, Lin Xiao shook his head. But then the corners of his mouth curled up again. Although he had gained true joy as a teacher during Chen Mingke's defense, there was still some small joy in pretending in front of students occasionally. He smiled and nodded, then returned to his office to deal with some things he needed approval for, and then he would continue his research. However, not long after he returned to the office, there was a knock on the door and 4 trainee researchers walked in. These 4 researchers were the programmers who had written the test for the unification of quantum mechanics and relativity for Lin Xiao. Of course, they were also computational materials scientists. Seeing them come in, Lin Xiao knew why they came to see him. the 400,000 yuan funding he had promised. Then he smiled and said, "Well, after a few months, have you found the topic you want to research?" "Yes, Master Lin, we plan to collaborate on this research project." One of them nodded, then took out a proposal and handed it to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao took the proposal. It was very thick, and it seemed that these people had spent months preparing thoroughly. In this way, Lin Xiao suddenly felt that the 400,000 yuan was worth it. After opening the proposal, he suddenly felt that it was worth even more. Chapter 408, a phone call that will go down in history. That's a good idea. Do you want to use computational materials science to further explore the electronic topological bonding mechanism? Yes, Director, the leader nodded. Your electronic topological bonding mechanism has already been thoroughly studied by our materials community, and the condensed matter community as well. So we're thinking of continuing to explore it. This way, we can keep the cost down and stay within the budget. With a budget of 400,000 yuan, there was no point in even thinking about researching new materials. That was certainly unrealistic. So they focused more on theoretical research. For example, Lin Xiao's research on the electronic topological bonding mechanism clearly falls into the theoretical realm. To exaggerate, they could easily rent out an internet cafe and use computers to verify it. Of course, this was just an exaggeration. After all, their research required specialized experimental equipment, so a simple computer wouldn't be enough to support all of their research. Well, that's a good idea. Lin Xiao nodded and praised their budget control plan. Although this was probably the first time these four people were leading a project, their approach to the crucial issue of funding had already been approved by Lin Xiao. While budgets were never a concern for him, managing them was clearly crucial for most other researchers, not to mention these interns. They only had 400,000 yuan in funding, a pitiful amount compared to other materials research projects. Lin Xiao then rubbed his chin. Since these individuals had demonstrated their initial confidence, why not give them a little more responsibility? He thought for a moment, then said, "I see on this form, you're the applicant, Kang Chengning." "Right, yes, it's me, the leader." Kang Chengning nodded, a hint of excitement on his face. After all, this meant Lin Xiao had remembered his name. Of course, he didn't forget to introduce the others, Ma Bin, Li Xiang, and Chen Gong. Lin Xiao nodded. It seemed the four had already chosen their team leader. He then said, "Okay, I understand. Also, regarding your project, I have an idea. After completing your research, you could try another direction." The four were stunned. Another direction? Did Lin Xiao intend to offer them some advice? This delighted them all. If Lin Xiao were also interested in their research project, given his status, he certainly wouldn't compete with them for their achievements. He might even be able to offer them some valuable advice. Excitement washed over their faces at the thought, and Kang Chengning immediately asked, "Director, what's the topic?" Lin Xiao replied, "Do you know about my recent paper?" "Your recent paper?" The four of them couldn't help but ponder. What papers had Lin Xiao published recently? Of course, it hadn't been that long since Lin Xiao published his papers, and since they were all quite significant, they quickly figured it out. "You mean the Yang-Mills gauge field problem, and the paper you published with that physicist named Witten that confirmed the existence of strings?" "Oh, right. You also published a paper that unified quantum mechanics and relativity." After discussing Lin Xiao's recent papers, they were puzzled again. While each one was more impressive than the last, what did they have to do with their research? They were just trying to study electron topological bonding theory, and none of this stuff had anything to do with their research, right? Wasn't that the case? But just as they were thinking this, Lin Xiao spoke up. "Yes, those papers. Of course, don't worry about the paper Professor Witten and I published, it doesn't count. So, my two papers ultimately point to the strong interaction, but when it comes to the strong interaction, there's a point that's also related to the electromagnetic interaction. So, what I want you to solve is to find the relationship between the electromagnetic interaction and the strong interaction." As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, the four interns were stunned. "Huh? Us? The relationship between the electromagnetic force and the strong interaction? Oh, my God, are you kidding me? Could the four of us figure this out?" Putting aside whether they could figure it out, let's first consider their professional problems. They were just a few computational materials scientists, and the relationship between the strong interaction and the electromagnetic force was a major issue in physics. How could they possibly figure out something so completely unrelated? If they had the skills to tackle this kind of problem, they would probably be more than just interns. They would be associate researchers at the very least, and academician wasn't out of the question. Director, isn't it a bit difficult? Kang Chengning said with a bitter face. Lin Xiao chuckled and said, of course, I know this is a bit too difficult for you. Of course, I'll give you some help. He then grabbed a piece of scratch paper and began writing on it. He wrote down equations related to the electromagnetic interaction. The 4 interns understood all of this, but then Lin Xiao introduced something else, and they were a little confused. However, Lin Xiao didn't write much, just a few lines of equations before he finished. Lin Xiao then explained, well, the first part is about electromagnetic interaction. If you've studied electronic topological bonding theory, you should understand it, so I won't elaborate. However, the latter part is related to the strong interaction. You computational materials scientists may not study strong interactions, but I won't force you to study them seriously. I just hope that if, during your research, you discover phenomena related to the equations I've listed, you'll let me know. Of course, this is just one direction I personally suggest you explore. You can decide whether to pursue it based on your abilities. Before that, you should first produce results for your own research projects. You don't need to spend the funds on this one I'm talking about. That's it. Lin Xiao finished speaking, then took their funding application form, signed his name, and affixed his official seal. With this, the application had been approved by the director, and it could now be submitted for funding. Seeing the official seal, Kang Chengning and the others' faces once again lit up with excitement. This was a seal worth 400,000 yuan. How could they not be excited? Kang Chengning said, okay, we understand. We'll try our best to address the problem you mentioned. Yes, Lin Xiao nodded slightly, then waved his hand, saying, okay, that's it, okay, I won't bother you anymore. Kang Chengning nodded, then took their application form and the scrap paper Lin Xiao had written from Lin Xiao's hand, and left with the other 3. As he watched them leave, Lin Xiao lowered his head and rewrote the formulas he had just written for them. Looking at these formulas, his eyes fell into deep thought. For so long, he had been thinking about the photons he had used to solve the mass gap problem, the final hurdle. Or, more precisely, the photons in the mathematical sense. But it was precisely this mathematical sense that made them so important. It's important to understand that virtual particles in physics can be understood as particles based on mathematical manipulation techniques. Compared to real particles, virtual particles have an additional imaginary unit, and they are not observable in reality. For example, virtual photons are particles that transmit the electromagnetic force. However, we know that the transmission of electromagnetic force occurs instantaneously, which is equivalent to its transmission speed being infinite, superluminal. Therefore, despite the assumption of the existence of virtual photons do not transmit the force at the speed of light, but rather transmit it superluminally and instantaneously. This is crucial for Lin Xiao. He discovered this mathematical virtual photon in his solution to the mass gap problem. The mass gap exists between quarks, which is the region that permeates the strong force. It's hard not to wonder if there's a connection between the two. Of course, the same is true for the current physics community. Following his report proving the existence of the mass gap, physicists have already been excited about this question. After all, if they can find a connection, it means they've established a relationship between the electromagnetic force and the strong force. This also means that the unification of the 3 forces isn't far off. After all, the electroweak force has already been unified, and once the strong and electromagnetic forces are unified, the 3 forces will naturally be unified. Unifying the forces doesn't simply involve writing them into a single equation or formula. Just like the Standard Model, while several of the strong forces are included, they clearly can't be considered unified. Even the already unified electroweak force required a complex set of theories to achieve its ultimate unification. Therefore, if the strong force is truly to be included, the theory required certainly won't be explained by a simple virtual photon. Of course, there's no need to dwell on this. At the very least, the discovery of this virtual photon provides crucial clues for the future search for the relationship between the strong and electromagnetic forces. Lin Xiao finally pinched his brows. He couldn't come up with anything yet. He couldn't help but think of the proposal he had made to Kang Chengning and the other 3. Wasn't his proposal a little too difficult? However, he quickly shook his head with a smile. Regardless, He hadn't really considered what Kang Chengning and the other three could come up with. Perhaps they'd find the problem too difficult and give up. If those four could complete their own projects, Lin Xiao would look up to them. Forget it, just focus on your research. Even if it doesn't work out, at least there's a way out. While developing the key material for controlled silicon fusion seemed a long way off, Lin Xiao could still use truth points. Before the existence and mass gap issues of the Yang-Mills gauge field were solved, developing the technology to produce this material required 1,000 truth points. Now, it's 800, which isn't so unacceptable to Lin Xiao, who now possesses over 1,500 truth points. At this thought, Lin Xiao's mind suddenly stirred. Perhaps we can start building this controlled nuclear fusion reactor now. His gaze froze, and without saying anything, he took out his phone and made a call. This call would likely go down in history. Chapter 409, Prospects for Controlled Nuclear Fusion. My dear academician Lin, please don't scare me. Controlled nuclear fusion? A reactor? You must tell me you're kidding. At the Flower Duet Tea restaurant, Ma Gaolian leaned over to Lin Xiao, his expression visibly agitated. Though his voice was low, he clearly looked as if he was about to yell. Calm down, calm down. Lin Xiao's expression remained calm, seemingly unmoved by the words controlled nuclear fusion. He even leisurely lifted his teacup and took a sip of the Longjing tea. Ma Gaolian, observing Lin Xiao's nonchalant demeanor, felt a flicker of frustration. It was clearly Lin Xiao who had told him the news, yet now it felt like the emperor was anxious, while the eunuchs were. But he still said, how can I stay calm? This is controlled nuclear fusion. Controlled nuclear fusion. Room temperature superconductors are nothing compared to this. And now you're telling me you want to do this and asking me for money? Hey, there's no need to get so excited. We haven't even started yet, and you haven't even paid me yet. Lin Xiao waved his hand. You were the one who asked. Ma Gaolian slapped the table, perhaps a little loudly in his excitement. Of course, since they were sitting in a private room, he didn't worry about disturbing the people around him. Everyone knows that once academician Lin takes action, we will know whether it exists or not. Now you are going to take action, so it must be there. Lin Xiao smiled, put down the teacup in his hand, and said, okay, don't be so excited. I still remember that you took the initiative to ask me about this matter. Why are you so excited now that we are really going to start? Ma Gaolian said, hey, I just said I would give it a try at the beginning, and I didn't hold out any hope. Who would have thought that it had not been long before you called me and said, Director Ma, I think we can prepare to carry out the plan to build a controlled nuclear fusion reactor. Take a look and see if we can come up with the tens of billions of funds. Guy, no matter who you replace him with, it will be the same as me. Ma Gaolian spread out his hands and looked at Lin Xiao with resentment. He was genuinely taken aback when he heard Lin Xiao's call. Regardless, he trusted Lin Xiao deeply, and therefore truly believed that anything Lin Xiao said was possible. Naturally, Lin Xiao's talk of controlled nuclear fusion had a significant impact on him. Room temperature superconductors could only glance at this thing. One represented infinite energy, the other energy conservation. The former was clearly superior, like a game where you had to choose between infinite mana and reduced mana consumption. Even an elementary school student knew which to choose. Also, this is tens of billions of dollars. While our Science and Technology Bureau is considered a relatively wealthy ministry, spending tens of billions of dollars like this is beyond our control, Ma Gaolian said. I know, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Isn't this using tens of billions to remind you of my determination? Ma Gaolian shook his head helplessly, and then said, okay, my respected academician Lin. Let's stop talking nonsense and talk about business. How confident are you about this matter? If it really works, you can go and talk to the higher-ups in person. Tens of billions, maybe hundreds of billions is not impossible. This amount of money can only be approved by the higher-ups. If you just call me, I won't be able to do much. Well, I know. Lin Xiao nodded, and then said, of course, I also need you to help me stand up for something at that time. After all, this is tens of billions. I'm afraid that this year's fiscal budget will be directly increased by a lot. Right, that's for sure. Speaking of this issue, Ma Gaolian couldn't help but smile and said, if these tens of billions are really spent, I guess those people in charge of the Treasury and the Ministry of Finance will hold a grudge against you. Will those who are in charge of the Treasury still care about the expenditure of the Treasury? What else? Ma Gaolian spread his hands and said, anyone who manages money would think the same way. right? Wasn't the ancient Minister of Revenue always complaining about being poor? Lin Xiao smiled and shook his head. Who cares? Let them hate me. If I ever succeed in controlled nuclear fusion, they'll probably be grateful to me, right? That's true. Ma Gaolian nodded, agreeing with Lin Xiao. All of humanity's problems are energy problems. Just like oil, it stands between different civilizations, becoming a constant source of conflict and hatred, while also determining who has the say. Before the modern concept of energy, nations fought over land, because land represented energy. Now, with the establishment of international civilization, land is largely uncontested, and oil energy has become the key. Therefore, if Lin Xiao truly solves the problem of controlled nuclear fusion, then energy competition will essentially become a thing of the past, and once precious oil will truly realize its true value. After all, it's well known that burning oil is the greatest waste of it. By then, the savings to the national treasury would far exceed the tens of billions it currently holds. Would those managing the treasury be grateful to Lin Xiao for this? Of course, developing controlled nuclear fusion solely to earn their gratitude would be even more extravagant. At this moment, Ma Gaolian could fully envision the future they would face with controlled nuclear fusion. Desalinated water from the Bohe Sea could be sent to the Kumukili Desert, the world's highest desert. Lopner, now a deadly place, would regain the splendor it once possessed centuries ago. The fertile black soil of northeast China, once capable of only one harvest per year, would now, powered by nuclear fusion energy, easily yield multiple harvests annually, freeing them from the constraints of the 4 seasons. After all, the seasons are controlled by the sun. If we control the sun, wouldn't that also mean we control the seasons? Furthermore, the low cost of energy will reduce electricity prices by more than tenfold, allowing industrial productivity to grow even further. Imagine the electricity costs required to produce a single car could be reduced by over 90%. Furthermore, the electricity costs of every material used in the production process would also be reduced by over 90%. This would significantly reduce the production cost of a single car. Similarly, other products would also see a reduction in prices. In short, a world with controlled nuclear fusion would be a world that resembles utopia in many ways, or even very close to communism. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao's face couldn't help but show a touch of nostalgia. He had never forgotten the ideals he had once expressed. The greatest of these ideals was the realization of a communist world. I hope that day will come soon, Lin Xiao whispered. What? Ma Gaolian asked, puzzled. Oh, nothing. Lin Xiao shook his head and said, okay, we can start preparing now. I will go and discuss this matter with the higher-ups myself. Well, I'll be waiting for your good news, Ma Gaolian nodded. He didn't understand technology, so the only thing he could do was to help Lin Xiao with political issues, which he disliked. Lin Xiao picked up the teacup again, took a sip, and then left it alone. He obviously couldn't rely on his reputation to get the higher-ups to agree to his plan and allocate tens of billions of dollars. He needed to evaluate the success rate of the entire plan and write a report to the higher-ups. And this was what he would be doing in the coming period. But no matter what, this also meant that the controlled nuclear fusion project was officially underway for him. Chapter 410 Golden Crow Plan. Over the next few days, Lin Xiao began preparing the entire plan. Of course, the plan didn't need to be elaborate. After all, it was for the higher-ups to see. Simply stating the plan's importance and potential for success was sufficient. As for the former, Lin Xiao likely didn't need to elaborate on the importance of controlled nuclear fusion. Those above him would understand. After all, China was one of only 2 countries in the world still heavily invested in nuclear fusion research, and internal documents or reports on the subject would likely appear on their disks annually. Therefore, Lin Xiao didn't dwell on this point, simply writing a single word, rise. Rise and development are essentially the same in practical terms, both primarily focusing on increasing overall strength. However, they are actually different. In international politics, rise represents an increase in relative strength, while development refers to an increase in absolute strength. Clearly, in human society, relative is crucial. For example, despite different levels of technology in ancient and modern times, the happiness of ancient and modern people can be similar. This is precisely because of this relative nature. Rise, on the other hand, means that China's relative strength compared to other countries will become even more advantageous. Of course, currently, there aren't many countries that can compare to China's comprehensive strength. Therefore, The targets China needs to rise against will be limited to a simple geographical area. Lin Xiao's description of this rise is based on this concept. As for whether controlled nuclear fusion has the ability to achieve this rise, well, perhaps that's not a question to dwell on. Beyond this, Lin Xiao also needs to focus on the success rate. While he wants to achieve 100%, after all, he has over 1,000 truth points to back him up. If it's not 100%, then it's probably only 99%. Currently, the greatest technical difficulty in the controlled nuclear fusion tokamak device is the materials. As long as the materials problem can be solved, Lin Xiao believes that other problems, such as the difficulty in controlling the plasma flow, can be completely overcome. For now, the stronger magnetic field provided by room temperature superconductors will make controlling the plasma flow much easier. Furthermore, there are some structural issues. For Lin Xiao, solving these problems would likely be no more difficult than the Hodge conjecture, the existence of the Yang-Mills gauge field, and the mass gap problem, right? Lin Xiao shrugged, not giving it much thought. Well, then, let's write a 90% success rate. Well, 85% is better. It seems more modest, of course. Before that, he couldn't forget the Plasma Institute at the Eastern Superconducting Ring. It was academician Li Gang of the Institute who invited Lin Xiao to visit the Institute and officially initiated his efforts in this area. So, no matter what, Lin Xiao had to discuss this with Li Gang first. After all, Li Gang was a leading figure in the field of nuclear fusion in China, and he would surely be able to provide Lin Xiao with some assistance. So, after putting the plan aside, he called Li Gang. Soon, the call connected, and a voice rang out from the other end. Academician Lin, long time no see. How come you had the time to call me? Oh, Academician Li, it's like this. I'm planning to apply for approval for our controlled nuclear fusion reactor project, and I'll also apply for funding at the same time, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Oh, so you're applying for a nuclear fusion project? Li Gang was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly realized what was on his lips, forcing him to stop and even coughing on his saliva. Cough, 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 wait, cough, cough, wait. After coughing for a long time, Li Gang's throat finally cleared, and he said in disbelief, Academician Lin, what did you say? Reactor? Project? You're not kidding me, are you? Lin Xiao's words had been spoken with such blandness that he'd thought he was just talking about something ordinary. But listen? Was that even human language? They were still mulling over how to make the East at the Institute of Plasma Physics last longer, perhaps by burning for an extra minute at 160 million degrees Celsius, when Lin Xiao suddenly announced they needed to apply for funding and approval for a reactor project. The project Lin Xiao was referring to was different from their East project. Theirs was merely a superconducting tokamak, while the one Lin Xiao was referring to was a controlled nuclear fusion reactor. The latter was intended to generate electricity directly. Just like the recent fourth-generation nuclear power plant project, the purpose of the project was to enable immediate use. Of course it's true, which is why I wanted to discuss this with you. Lin Xiao's tone remained calm, but to Li Gang's ears, it conveyed the confidence of this young genius. Li Gang, on the other end of the line, paused for a moment before finally sighing inwardly, truly the legendary Lin Xiao. Previously, people in the scientific community had said that Lin Xiao could solve anything he wanted. When he heard this, although he didn't believe Lin Xiao could solve their controlled nuclear fusion problem, thinking of Lin Xiao's achievements, he still had some faith. That's why he invited Lin Xiao to visit their Plasma Research Institute and discuss how to solve it. Lin Xiao came, and the discussion led to the conclusion that they should first solve the millennium-old mathematical problem of the Yang-Mills gauge field, and then attempt to unify the electromagnetic force with a strong interaction. And now, the Yang-Mills gauge field problem has truly been solved. So, thinking of this, Li Gang expressed his disbelief again. Academician Lin, you said before that the opportunity might lie in unifying the strong interaction and the electromagnetic interaction. Are you saying now that you've unified these two forces? No, if you count them that way, wouldn't it mean the unification of all three forces? Lin Xiao smiled and said, no, that's not the case yet. Strictly speaking, I don't have many ideas about it yet. Then you're launching the project now. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Besides, you haven't confirmed that as long as we unify these forces, we can solve the problem, right? Lin Xiao said. As for this, Academician Li, don't worry. I will eventually solve this problem. Even if this direction doesn't work, I can solve it through other approaches. As long as it's a problem, we will always find a way to solve it. Besides, even if we start the project, there's still a long time before we start construction, not to mention that this material won't be used until the end. So there's plenty of time, no need to rush. The voice from the receiver once again resonated with Li Gang, a confidence that seemed genuine and compelling. He couldn't help but feel envious. Back when he was young, just beginning his research into controlled nuclear fusion, he too had a confident belief that one day he would overcome its challenges and allow his country to harness the energy of the sun. Unfortunately, that initial confidence had eroded with the passage of time. His ambition to help his country ignite an artificial sun had morphed into a mere minutes' worth of success. Countless of his well-connected colleagues had fled or changed careers. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, was different. He consistently succeeded, and therefore maintained this confidence. Li Gang envied Lin Xiao's confidence. Of course, even now, Li Gang hoped that Lin Xiao would continue to succeed and help him realize his unfulfilled dream. Okay, I understand, academician Lin. I can't say anything else, but if you need any help, I'll do my best. If you need to use the East, I can definitely provide it, Li Gang said. It just so happens that after the East's last ignition, it'll be ready for maintenance in about 3 months. I'll keep it for you then. If you need it, just come to me. Hearing this, Lin Xiao was immediately moved. Li Gang was so generous as to let him use the East for experiments. After all, every operation of the East could generate a lot of output for their Plasma Research Institute. If it was only used for experiments for him, it would obviously affect the Plasma Research Institute. In response, he could only say with utmost sincerity, "Thank you, Academician Li. Since Academician Li has said so, I see no reason why I can't succeed." Haha, with Academician Lin's words, I have nothing to worry about. Achieving controlled nuclear fusion is our shared ideal. Now that I can't do it, I can only rely on you, Academician Lin. I hope you can accomplish this goal for me. Lin Xiao smiled brightly. Of course, perhaps a few years from now, you and I will be using fusion energy. I'm looking forward to that day. Me too. A week later, Lin Xiao appeared in an important conference room. A day after that, a secret meeting was held in the same place. A few days later, a letter of appointment was delivered to Lin Xiao, and numerous documents were distributed to various departments. Then, an announcement was made that shocked the entire country and even the world. On August 1, 2024, the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Reactor Construction Project was officially established, codenamed Golden Crow. Following the committee's research and decision, Lin Xiao was appointed chief engineer of the Golden Crow project. Chapter 411 We Can't Let Them Succeed. Golden Crow project? I slept. What's going on in our country? A controlled nuclear fusion reactor is being built just like that? Is that true? Oh my god, Golden Crow project? The name alone sounds so impressive, and it's about controlled nuclear fusion? What's going on? Shouldn't the focus be on Lin Shen being the chief engineer? If Lin Shen is going to be the chief engineer, doesn't that mean we're going to have controlled nuclear fusion? Holy crap, is Lin Shen really the chief engineer? I remember someone saying that Lin Shen would have controlled nuclear fusion in a few years. Would that prophet be killed? I'm a little confused. Can someone explain it? I remember seeing news a few months ago about how long our country's Dongfang super ring had been operating continuously. Wasn't that also controlled nuclear fusion? What's the difference? One is just testing the feasibility of the device. So those seconds of burning at XXX degrees you saw earlier were all to test the effectiveness of the Dongfang super ring device. And this reactor construction plan, if successful, will put us on the path to invincibility. Our electricity bills will drop tenfold. Holy crap, that's so awesome, of course. How could something that Master Lin personally puts into action not be awesome? Think about room temperature superconductors. My factory used to be a huge electricity consumer, occasionally experiencing power shortages. Now, that's completely gone, and even the electricity bill has dropped significantly. My boss is making a killing. Once we achieve controlled nuclear fusion, the electricity bill will likely drop to a negligible level, and my boss will probably make even more money then. Shared image, photo of Lin Xiao, with the word invincible written all over his face. Great image, saved, save +1. On various domestic online platforms, the establishment of the Golden Crow project has become a hot topic of discussion, remaining at the top of trending searches for a long time. This has directly introduced the concept of controlled nuclear fusion to many people who previously had no idea what it was. Of course, this is also largely because controlled nuclear fusion is of vital importance to everyone in society. Who wouldn't be excited to hear that electricity bills will drop by more than tenfold? While monthly electricity bills aren't strictly unaffordable as a necessary expense, they are often more expensive in provinces with significant power shortages, such as Hainan Island. Another example is Guangdong Province. As an economically developed region, these areas face significant pressure to meet power supply needs, which naturally leads to high electricity costs. Even a major power-generating province like Guangdong Province relies on power transmission from other provinces to barely meet its domestic electricity needs. However, power rationing issues often arise, and this cannot be solved simply by building more power plants. After all, there are also environmental and cost issues involved. However, the emergence of a super energy source like controlled nuclear fusion could easily resolve these issues. As the ideal clean energy source, controlled nuclear fusion does not produce greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide, nor does it contribute to the heavy dust and haze associated with thermal power generation. Once developed, controlled nuclear fusion would significantly alleviate the environmental challenges that plague humanity, eliminating other highly polluting power generation methods. Therefore, upon hearing this news, everyone who understood the significance of controlled nuclear fusion was filled with ecstasy. This situation directly led to gains for several stocks in the energy sector related to nuclear fusion. Of course, with this joy came doubt. Could this project truly succeed? While Lin Xiao's achievements were clear to everyone, and people had previously placed blind faith in him, could controlled nuclear fusion, a technology mentioned far more often in science fiction than room-temperature superconductors, truly be feasible? Those who understood the technical difficulties of controlled nuclear fusion were particularly skeptical. If engine turbine blades are the crown of materials, then materials for controlled nuclear fusion are the ancestors of that crown, besides the question of whether the crown has ancestors. Therefore, some people remained pessimistic about the Golden Crow project. Meanwhile, within a certain White Palace. Oh my God. Okay, stop saying things like God bless America. I don't believe it anymore. Look, everyone's almost achieved controlled nuclear fusion. What about us? The president paced back and forth in his office, talking loudly. Although his words weren't directed at anyone in the room, the Secretary of State and the others felt they were all being targeted. Mr. President, I know this is a very urgent issue, but please think about this. We've been researching controlled nuclear fusion for so many years, and there's absolutely no hope of success. And doesn't the expert group's assessment also point that out? The Secretary of State said. He had read the report, and the technical assessment clearly stated that none of the materials currently synthesized by humans could meet the requirements of controlled nuclear fusion. As for the future, while it was hard to say, the report's final assessment even gave a half positive, half negative view of the current tokamak device. The report also stated that even if the opponent was the renowned Lin Xiao, it wouldn't be possible to solve the problem. The Secretary of State naturally believed the report. After all, he was a lawyer, not a professional scientist, so he trusted reports from scientists. However, it now seemed that their president didn't trust their experts. Of course, the president's reasoning for not believing it made him at a loss for words. Hey, back when Lin Xiao was developing the lithography machine, those incompetent experts seemed to say the same thing, right? The president snorted coldly. They're completely on their level, but Lin Xiao is on Lin Xiao's level. Do you think those incompetents are on the same level as Lin Xiao? The Secretary of State hesitated for a moment. The reasons given by the scientists in the report were very sound, even though he couldn't understand any of the calculation formulas. Finally, he shook his head and said, Mr. President, while you may have some opinions about those experts, sometimes we can trust them. There's another analysis that I think makes sense. Even if this Golden Crow project is approved, it might just be a way for them to divert attention from the debate over room temperature superconductors and put pressure on us. We can't fall for their tricks on this one, however. The president's expression now grew even more exasperated. Still talking about room temperature superconductors. If your plan C hadn't failed, would we be so worried now? And now, how many times have we negotiated with them about room temperature superconductors? And yet, they haven't changed their terms. They keep bringing up the failure of your plan C, putting us completely in the wrong. If we agree to their terms, the losses will suffer, and the impact on all those years of planning. Are you aware? The Secretary of State was helpless, cursing inwardly. Plan C, Plan C, Plan C. It's been so long, and they're still talking about it. Is this something he can influence? He now deeply regretted executing Plan C. He'd heard it was his predecessor who had proposed it, and he hated him for it. It had left him with a terrible mess, a truly massive one at that. But putting that mess aside, the issue of room temperature superconductors was a real headache for them. Several countries had already secured the rights to purchase them, and some were even seeking annual quantities higher than they had stipulated. Foreign countries seeking room temperature superconductors were subject to a purchase quota of 50 or 100 kilometers per year, with a cross-sectional area limited to 2.5 square millimeters. Furthermore, they had discovered a characteristic of these room temperature superconductors: they couldn't be melted and recast. Once the CCDI was melted, it would quench and could no longer return to its superconducting state. This further limited their ability to use the materials once they purchased them. Even so, this didn't stop these countries from pursuing them, even going so far as to demand a price tag of $10 million per kilometer. They didn't know the actual cost, so they thought it was a good deal to buy 1 kilometer of room temperature superconductor for $10 million US. However, they, America, have not yet succeeded in the negotiation, and the conditions given by the other party are too harsh for them to accept, including the previous sanctions projects and strategic layout. The most important thing is that the purchase quota in the conditions is only 10 kilometers per year. Thinking of this, the Secretary of State had a toothache. Okay, I won't say anything else. You find a way for me to prevent them from creating controlled nuclear fusion. The previous chapter was reviewed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412. Is this still happening? The President's order weighed heavily on the Secretary of State and his colleagues, but how could they prevent the other party from achieving controlled nuclear fusion? No matter how they thought about it, they didn't know what to do. Technological breakthroughs weren't something foreign nations could interfere with. Otherwise, how could that country have achieved this level of success? Unless they could relaunch Plan C, which had failed, and come up with Plan D, a decapitation operation against the Golden Crow project. It was clear that, at this point, the other party wouldn't allow them to use such a failed plan a second time. Therefore, this most effective method of eradicating the problem was completely out of the question. Thinking of Plan C gave the Secretary of State another headache. He recalled the room temperature superconductors they were negotiating, which only made him regret his initial decision. Of course, this regret could be due to Plan C's failure, or the fact that its failure had led to the current impasse in the negotiations. Even if they wanted to purchase more from other countries that had already purchased the materials, even raising the price to $100 million per kilometer, those countries wouldn't sell. If they were discovered, they would be unable to purchase them again. Sigh. He let out a long sigh. Now he could only pray that Lin Xiao would get into an accident while out, like a car accident, or a screen falling on his head while he was giving a speech, or be struck by lightning. He didn't have to die, but even if he ended up in a vegetative state, that wouldn't matter. After all, there was still a chance of awakening, albeit a very low one. But obviously, these thoughts were just fantasies in the minds of the Secretary of State and the others. They all knew such things were essentially impossible, even harder than winning the lottery, so they could basically ignore them. So, the only solution now was to develop controlled nuclear fusion themselves, getting ahead of Lin Xiao and creating their own unlimited energy source. Even if they didn't get there first, it wouldn't be a problem, as long as someone else didn't master such a powerful technology. But the problem was, where could they find scientists with such capabilities? Controlled nuclear fusion. Controlled nuclear fusion. Thinking about the expert reports he had read, even he himself was pessimistic about the possibility of achieving such a technology. The experts had also told him that it would take at least 50 years, strictly speaking, forever, for humanity to use energy from controlled nuclear fusion. Whether it was 2010, 2020, or even 2024, the statement that it's another 50 years until a commercial controlled nuclear fusion reactor is commercially available remained unchanged in the field of controlled nuclear fusion research. As for whether Lin Xiao could actually pull it off, the Secretary of State had previously been reluctant to believe it, but after his recent conversation with the president, he was no longer sure how to proceed. Finally, he sighed. It seems some extraordinary means are necessary. As for what those extraordinary means were, he approached the FBI director, who had left the White House with him. "Hey, Frank, I want to ask, do you have any spies with sufficient credentials there, China?" Tianjin. The Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei region, also a developed region in China, is often referred to as the capital economic zone. Of course, as a developed region, the demand for electricity is also enormous. However, as the capital region, it occupies a central political position, so the need for stable power supply is also crucial for this economic zone. It is for this reason that the Jinwu project's planned Jinwu reactor was chosen as its site in Jinmen City. Jinmen's proximity to the sea is a significant advantage for our deuterium and tritium extraction plant. Furthermore, until a better power generation method is found, directly transporting seawater to the site is a more economical option. The Jinwu project's temporary office in Jinmen City was holding a meeting. The speaker was not Lin Xiao, but someone else, Song Tao, director of the Institute of Plasma Physics. Lin Xiao had appointed Song Tao as the head of the Jinwu project's preliminary planning team. Preliminary planning naturally focused on all preparatory work, including but not limited to the construction of reactor facilities and site selection. It also included providing services to other researchers for their specific research needs. This task might seem like a piece of chores, but it's actually crucial to the entire project. After all, it's preparatory work. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife doesn't delay the chopping of wood, so Song Tao's responsibilities are crucial. As for why Song Tao was chosen for this assignment, it was because of Li Gang. After all, Li Gang had promised to free up the East for Lin Xiao's future experiments. And the East doesn't belong to Li Gang alone, but to the entire Institute of Plasma Physics. Therefore, Lin Xiao invited Song Tao to take on this important position. Although Song Tao is the director of the Institute of Plasma Physics, that doesn't preclude him from taking on this responsibility. Moreover, the Golden Crow project represents a total national investment of 50 billion yuan. And that's just the initial investment, with ongoing investments planned. Being involved in such a significant project, and holding such a crucial position, will undoubtedly be a very impressive accomplishment for Song Tao's future academician selection. Naturally, Song Tao was deeply grateful for Lin Xiao's invitation. Of course, it wasn't just Song Tao. Many researchers at the Institute of Plasma Physics had been invited by Lin Xiao to join the Golden Crow project. This was a boon not only for the institute staff but also for Lin Xiao. Although the Golden Crow project had been established, it was clearly impossible for him to conduct the research alone. If all the aspects of controlled nuclear fusion reactor technology were printed on an A4 sheet, it would barely fill a small room. It was clearly impossible for him to tackle it alone. Even if he completely shut down his thinking and achieved a typing speed of 10,000 words per hour, without food, sleep, or water, it would still take him at least 6 months, perhaps even a year, to complete the task. Not to mention that he obviously needed to eat, sleep, and think. Therefore, having a team of experienced researchers who could help him save a lot of time was crucial. The Institute of Plasma Physics, clearly the most experienced institution in China in the field of controlled nuclear fusion research, was well stocked with experienced researchers. Bringing them along saved him a significant amount of time. This was clearly a significant benefit for Lin Xiao. At the very least, he wouldn't be left alone. After all, the Dingguang Research Institute lacked the talent in this area. This meant not only that he had gotten the Eastern Super Ring for free, but also that he had access to all the people within it, a truly significant profit. Of course, it was also a great opportunity for the researchers at the Institute of Plasma Physics. After all, their previous research at the Institute of Plasma Physics was limited by funding and space, and with no clear end in sight for controlled nuclear fusion research, many were probably considering a career change. Now, with Lin Xiao leading them, they could once again showcase their talents. While most of them still didn't know how Lin Xiao would solve the most challenging materials problem, the thought that he had even solved room temperature superconductors gave them a glimmer of hope. What if Lin Xiao actually did? Then, as members of the Golden Crow project, they would surely enjoy considerable honor and even have something to brag about to their friends. All in all, This was a win-win situation for both Lin Xiao and the Institute of Plasma Physics. Then, our best location is right here, Song Tao said, pointing to a spot on the map. It's along the Kinbin Expressway, north of the industrial zone dock. It's convenient for transportation, the terrain is flat, and it's right on the coast, far from the city, so, this is the perfect place for us to build the Jinwudu, Song Tao said, and everyone present began to discuss. After a while, Lin Xiao said, okay, there's no need to dwell on it. After all, Jinmen is a relatively developed city, and there's basically no such large open space along the entire coast. So, let's just vote by show of hands. If more than 2/3 of the people raise their hands, then we pass it. He then raised his hand. Everyone present smiled and raised their hands. Indeed, as Lin Xiao had said, the location Song Tao had chosen was the best. Okay, then it seems it's passed unanimously. It's settled. Seeing this, Lin Xiao nodded. Let's notify the municipal government and have them prepare all the necessary paperwork as soon as possible. Then, let's move on to the next topic, the division of the research team. The meeting continued. For a project this large, with an investment exceeding tens of billions, the meeting would likely last a long time. Of course, Lin Xiao had served as the chief designer of the X-ray project. While the titles of chief designer and chief engineer are different, the nature of the work is quite similar, so Lin Xiao was quite familiar with the role. The meetings continued day after day. Meanwhile, after preparing for the site selection, Song Tao's preliminary preparation team began the various arrangements. As time passed, the first phase of the Jinwu project, namely infrastructure construction, began. This infrastructure included dormitories, a cafeteria, and a research institute. The Jinwu reactor they were to build was, strictly speaking, a prototype and demonstration reactor. Nuclear reactors have 4 stages: experimental, prototype, demonstration, and commercial. An experimental reactor is a test and verification of theory, while a prototype reactor is a successful reactor that can be used as a prototype for improvement. A demonstration reactor is a reactor that can serve as a template for large-scale construction. A commercial reactor, naturally, is a reactor capable of commercial operation. It can also be understood as a reactor that can be mass-produced based on the construction of a demonstration reactor. Whether it's fission or fusion, it can generally be divided into these 4 stages, though the dividing line is not absolute. For example, their Jinwu reactor can be both a prototype and a demonstration reactor. Of course, most technicians believe that since this is their first attempt, building a prototype reactor is considered a success. If that doesn't work, even an experimental reactor is fine, as long as the experimental reactor can verify the reactor's feasibility, it's enough. However, the ultimate issue with this reactor still falls on Lin Xiao's shoulders. Otherwise, their Eastern super ring would have long since ceased to be called the fully superconducting tokamak nuclear fusion experimental device and simply become the Eastern super ring nuclear fusion demonstration reactor. Of course, in Lin Xiao's eyes, this construction could only be a demonstration reactor, not a prototype or experimental reactor. Those inferior options were out of his consideration. However, before even considering these things, the key was to figure out how to solve the material problem. So, after concluding all the necessary meetings in Jinmen, Lin Xiao returned to Shangjing and rejoined the Dingguang Research Institute to begin his next research. Strong interaction, electromagnetic interaction, the emergence of virtual photons. While additional steps are needed to connect these things, Lin Xiao pondered, the equations listed on the draft paper representing the subject he had been studying for so long. Perhaps, mathematically, this problem is no longer feasible. Instead, he needed experimentation to gain inspiration. But what experiments could he use to uncover the underlying truth? Strong interaction, electromagnetic interaction, well, wouldn't that leave only experiments in particle colliders? Lin Xiao raised his brow slightly. Let's look for the data from CERN. CERN restarted its Large Hadron Collider this year and conducted a collision. Thanks to upgrades, the collision energy has been further increased, reaching 15 TeV. Perhaps this could give him some inspiration. Next, Lin Xiao looked for the experimental data from CERN. It was readily available online, so he easily obtained the information. However, when it came to measuring and analyzing the experimental data, Lin Xiao ran into difficulties again. He still couldn't find any useful data, or data that could help his research. No, the collision energy is still too small, and the strong interaction isn't easy to observe. No matter how much I process the data, I can't find any useful data. Lin Xiao shook his head, unsure what to do. But then, a thought suddenly occurred to him. He pulled out the truth recorder from his pocket. If, while the particle collider was operating, the truth recorder was placed in the proton collision zone for testing, proton-proton collisions would be a confrontation with a strong interaction. In the Atlas detector of the Large Hadron Collider, LHC, protons collide at a speed just 3 meters per second slower than the speed of light. The strong force that holds the quarks together between protons is unable to withstand the immense energy of the collision, resulting in various reactions. Lin Xiao believed that a breaking of the strong force would be the loudest sound of these reactions. Therefore, this truth recorder should likely be able to pick up the sound of the strong force. While retaining this device within the proton collision zone presents a challenge, given his status, carrying out this operation shouldn't be a major problem. Even if others had concerns, he could simply explain that he wanted to conduct a small experiment. Well, it's quite feasible, but where can I find the proton collision experiment I want? Lin Xiao shook his head again in distress. While there are a fair number of particle accelerators worldwide, those studying proton collisions are still quite rare. This is due to the strong force. Breaking up the strong force requires a sufficiently powerful force, which increases the cost. And obviously, few organizations or countries can afford this expense. Even the existing collider in Shenzhen was merely an electron-positron collider. While it could be used for proton collisions, its collision energy was too low to meet Lin Xiao's requirements. He needed the sound of a large number of strong force violations, and the Shenzhen electron-positron collider couldn't guarantee that his recorder would capture the sound Lin Xiao desired. However, at that moment, Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. While the existing electron-positron collider in Shenzhen couldn't be used, wasn't there another collider currently under construction? The CEPC collider, or CEPCS-PPC, stands for Circular Electron-Positron Collider Superproton Collider. It consists of two parts, the Circular Electron-Positron Collider, and the Superproton Collider, which is the most crucial component. Since it's called a superproton collider, it naturally implies that it's a collider for proton collisions. Furthermore, its maximum collision energy can reach over 100 TeV, making it perfectly suited to helping Lin Xiao realize his vision. As for the collider, although it's still under construction, Lin Xiao has heard that, thanks to the convenience of room-temperature superconductors, it could be completed and operational for the first time by early next year. While that's still a few months away, Lin Xiao doesn't mind waiting until then. After all, the initial infrastructure for the Jinwu project alone will take months to build. Just as he was thinking about this, the office phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller and saw it was Deputy Director Li Xinqiang. Puzzled, he answered the phone and asked, "What's going on?" Li Xinqiang's voice rang through the line. Director Wang Yi from the Institute of High Energy Physics is here to see you." Director Wang from the Institute of High Energy Physics. Lin Xiao was stunned. Why was this person here? A conflict between him and the Institute of High Energy Physics had led to the resignation of a deputy director. Although Director Wang had nothing to do with the incident and had later apologized to Lin Xiao, there was still a subtle relationship between the two, and no further contact had taken place since then. So, what was the reason that made Wang Yi come to see him this time? Of course, although he was confused, he still smiled and said, "Then please ask Director Wang to come over." "Okay. Director Wang, please come in." Li Xinqiang's voice came from the other end, and Lin Xiao hung up the phone directly. It was quite a coincidence. He was just talking about the superproton collider when Director Wang came. It was just right that he could talk to Wang Yi about what he wanted to do. Soon, Wang Yi came to his office. "Director Wang, long time no see." Lin Xiao stood up and greeted him with a smile. Wang Yi also smiled and nodded at him. Looking at this young man who had already become a world scientific giant, he couldn't help but think of the past. If their deputy director really used that method to make Lin Xiao unwilling to come back, how great would their loss be? "Director Wang, have some tea. What are you thinking about?" a voice came from his ear. Wang Yi came back to his senses and saw Lin Xiao handing him a cup of tea. "Oh, thank you, Director Lin." He quickly took the teacup, took a sip, and then sighed. "Director Lin, it seems like just yesterday when I saw you get off the plane returning to China." "So much time has passed." Lin Xiao smiled. "So much time has passed." Your collider is almost finished." But when Wang Yi heard Lin Xiao mention the collider, he suddenly sighed. "Ah, this collider?" Lin Xiao was stunned. What was the reason for these two sighs? "What's the matter, Director Wang?" Wang Yi said. "Director Lin, I actually came to ask you a favor. The room temperature superconductors originally planned for us have been reserved for you because of your Golden Crow project. So, our collider will be delayed now." Lin Xiao was stunned. That's what's going on. Chapter 410 has been restored. Today is a 2-chapter compilation. Chapter 413 Wang Yi's Visit. That's indeed the case, Director Lin. You should be aware that thanks to you, the room temperature superconductor you've developed has significantly shortened the construction time for our planned collider. Here, as a researcher in high-energy physics in our country, I must also express my gratitude. But since your Golden Crow project also requires a significant amount of room temperature superconductors, we have no choice but to give you some time. This means our construction schedule may be almost the same as the original plan. Director Lin, as you know, we launched the project in 2018 and originally planned to complete it by 2026. We could have moved it up to early 2025, which is next year, but now it's 2026 again. Alice, at this point, Wang Yi sighed, his face filled with resignation. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, was stunned. Their Golden Crow project had caused the Institute of High Energy Physics to run out of room temperature superconductors? This was a complete surprise to Lin Xiao. He was also completely unaware of this happening. Logically speaking, the quota for room temperature superconductors should have been prepared in advance, right? Why would something like this happen? He didn't immediately believe it, but instead asked, "Director Wang, are you sure it's because of our Golden Crow project? And not some other reason? The country should have already allocated everything for this, right?" Wang Yi shook his head. Although it was all planned, even plans can't keep up with changes, perhaps because the higher-ups saw that the efficiency of room temperature superconductor transmission lines and generators far exceeded previous efforts, including the economic benefits. They've recently added some new plans in this area. Coupled with the fact that our room temperature superconductor production capacity hasn't caught up yet, the quota for our research field is limited, and now, Director Lin, your Golden Crow project is more significant to our society and national strength than our collider. Although he wasn't particularly willing to admit it, Wang Yi still said, "More important." So, the quota originally intended for us has been transferred to you. There was actually another reason he didn't mention. The room temperature superconductor was developed by Lin Xiao, so the higher-ups naturally had to take Lin Xiao into consideration when allocating the quota. Regardless, the initial conflict wasn't easily resolved, and a certain rift still existed, so he hadn't spoken about it. Speaking out, after all, would have made him seem a bit envious. Lin Xiao, upon hearing Wang Yi's explanation, was surprised. So that's how it was. It was understandable, though. While the overall cost of building room temperature superconductor transmission lines might not seem to bring significant economic benefits, the economic gains in the regions where they were built were undoubtedly substantial. Just take industrial areas with high electricity consumption for example. The transmission advantages offered by room temperature superconductors are a significant advantage for their operation, ultimately leading to an increase in overall output. Therefore, it's completely understandable that those above them began aggressively constructing these transmission lines. Unfortunately, production capacity hasn't kept pace, naturally leading to the current shortage of power quotas. This is like robbing Peter to pay Paul. Lin Xiao shook his head, understanding Wang Yi's dilemma. "Yes, that's why I've come to you right now," Wang Yi sighed. "Otherwise, our funding won't last another year. If we ask for it then, who knows if the higher-ups will agree." "That's true," Lin Xiao nodded. The funding issue was becoming even more critical. A shorter construction period meant less labor costs, but due to the increased costs of room temperature superconductors, a shorter construction period, combined with the reduced labor costs, would keep the total construction cost consistent with the original plan. However, if the project were to be delayed for a year, the increased costs would increase the final cost, which would in turn affect the funding situation. So, Director Lin, we still need your help on this matter. You're not in a rush, are you? After all, your project should have just begun, and will be finished by early next year. We won't be competing with you for the quota after that. So, is this all right? Wang Yi said sincerely. Given the initial rift between him and Lin Xiao, It was clear that he had no other choice but to come personally to ask for Lin Xiao's help. In response to Wang Yi's request, Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before smiling and saying, "Director Wang, I understand your difficulty, so I can agree to your request." Wang Yi's face lit up with joy, and he expressed his gratitude profusely. "Thank you, Director Lin. On behalf of all the members of the Institute of High Energy Physics, I express my gratitude." Hearing Lin Xiao's agreement was like a heavenly sound. He had felt a little awkward before coming, but now, he was filled with gratitude. This would allow the collider to be completed on schedule, something he had been looking forward to since the project was first proposed. Lin Xiao smiled and waved his hand, saying, "No need to thank me. I recognize the value of CEPC. After all, I'm a high-energy physicist myself, and I personally believe I have a lot of research in high-energy physics." Wang Yi nodded at Lin Xiao's words. In fact, when Lin Xiao was about to return, Wang Yi was indeed worried that Lin Xiao would get involved in their collider, but he wasn't as bold as the former deputy director, who dared to make any direct moves. Later, Lin Xiao never had any contact with their Institute of High Energy Physics, and Wang Yi was quite grateful at the time. Otherwise, given Lin Xiao's status in the high-energy physics community, if he really had any intentions towards the CEPC, Wang Yi felt that he would have been difficult to deal with. However, after several years, as Lin Xiao's fame grew, Wang Yi finally came to understand that for Lin Xiao, there was really no need to worry about their collider. Even if the CEPC was actually built, their various research projects would test the theories Lin Xiao had mentioned, such as the W boson superheavy event and the many new predictions in the standard model of multidimensional field theory. In particular, the graviton predicted by Lin Xiao some time ago would become their main research topics. The graviton's allure and appeal even surpassed that of the Higgs boson. It felt as if Lin Xiao were the mentor of these high-energy physics researchers, guiding their research. With a Lin Xiao like him, did he really need to worry about managing a collider? Thinking of this, Wang Yi felt that the concerns he and others at the Institute of High Energy Physics had felt were truly petty. Then, Lin Xiao added, "By the way, Director Wang, although I've agreed to this, I have a favor to ask. Director Lin, please speak." Perhaps having just figured out the crux of the matter, Wang Yi no longer worried about Lin Xiao making any unreasonable demands. Lin Xiao smiled and said, "I just hope that when you're finished building and ready for your first run, I'll be able to visit you." Wang Yi was stunned. While he wasn't worried about Lin Xiao making unreasonable demands, this request didn't really sound like a request, did it? He immediately smiled and said, "Even if Director Lin hadn't mentioned it, I was about to say it. Director Lin is now one of the world's top high-energy physicists and a representative figure in China. We'll definitely invite you when the time comes." After seeming to hesitate for a moment, Wang Yi added, "Also, we'll set up an academic committee and ask Director Lin to be its director." Lin Xiao was stunned. "Director of the academic committee?" "Yes," Wang Yi said. "According to our plan, this academic committee will be primarily responsible for formulating the next research plan." As Elder Yang said, "Apart from Director Lin, we really don't have a high-energy physicist of sufficient stature, and we can't have someone from abroad as the director of this academic committee, but if we just pick anyone." Wang Yi felt a little embarrassed at this point. Of course, Lin Xiao understood. A director of an academic committee without sufficient academic standing would clearly be unable to suppress those top-notch physicists from abroad. By then, the particle collider they'd built might indeed end up with a research plan entirely devised by foreigners, and the final results would almost certainly fall to their own devices, leaving them in an awkward position, their hands tied. However, if Lin Xiao were to chair the academic committee, this awkward situation would obviously be avoided. At least, in the current world of high-energy physics, if there's a top physicist above the top physicists, then Lin Xiao is clearly one of them. Lin Xiao nodded and said, "I understand. I'll take on the position when the time comes." "Thank you, Director Lin, for your understanding," Wang Yi said with a sigh of relief. Regardless, this matter was a bit difficult to bring up. After all, Elder Yang had pointed out this problem several years ago, but they had still insisted on approving the construction plan, and there had been conflicts over it. As the project neared completion, they had to consider this situation again. In reality, this matter had been discussed many times within the Institute of High Energy Physics, and the ultimate conclusion was that Lin Xiao had to be appointed director of the academic committee. Only then would they have the confidence to truly control their collider. The only question was how to bring this up with Lin Xiao. What if Lin Xiao would offer some sarcastic remarks? Fortunately, he had seen Lin Xiao's easygoing side today, so he took the opportunity to bring it up. Lin Xiao didn't say anything offensive and simply accepted it. This also made Wang Yi feel relieved. A worry had been resolved, and he felt even more grateful to Lin Xiao. He wondered what he and the others had been thinking in the past, to have developed such a fear of Lin Xiao. However, he felt a wave of emotion again. So, a few years ago, they didn't want Lin Xiao to have any influence on their collider, and now, not only did they have to let him in, but they also had to let him take on the most crucial position of director of the academic committee. It truly was like everything was predestined. He shook his head, then stood up and said, "Director Lin, that's all for today. I won't bother you anymore." "Yes," Lin Xiao nodded. "I'll get in touch as soon as possible about the room temperature superconductor." "Okay, thank you for your help then," Wang Yi nodded, and then finally left without stopping. Chapter 414 CEPCS PPC completed. Time passed quickly. Over the next few months, Lin Xiao awaited the completion of preliminary preparations for the Golden Crow project and the completion of the Institute of High Energy Physics Super Proton Collider. Naturally, he later transferred the room temperature superconductors originally allocated to them for the Golden Crow project to the Institute of High Energy Physics, as promised. Transferring the quota to the Institute of High Energy Physics wouldn't affect them. After all, the Institute of High Energy Physics Collider would be completed early next year, and the preliminary work wouldn't be finished until then. Key experimental equipment needed to be ordered and purchased in advance, a process that would take a long time, perhaps even half a year. Furthermore, they would also need to build a supporting deuterium and tritium extraction plant, which would require extracting and purifying seawater, and thus constructing an undersea pipeline. Extracting deuterium and tritium from seawater naturally required a comprehensive industrial solution. While a complex undertaking, compared to the overall difficulty of controlled nuclear fusion, this was only a 1+1. Of course, while these 1+1 problems didn't require much attention, they still required just as much time, if not more. Therefore, during this period, Chief Engineer Lin Xiao largely disregarded the Golden Crow project, essentially delegating these trivial tasks to others, such as Song Tao, who headed the preliminary preparation team. He continued to attempt to mathematically identify the key to unifying the strong and electromagnetic forces. However, he evidently remained unsuccessful. This was, of course, normal. Not every physics problem could be solved mathematically. Perhaps the electroweak unification theory was the result of decades of mathematical derivation by physicists, who finally achieved a theoretical unification of the electromagnetic and weak forces. But perhaps the strong force required experimental observation? Lin Xiao couldn't say for sure, but he simply continued his research. Thus, the summer vacation passed, and a new semester began at Shengjing University. Since Lin Xiao was now a professor in the School of Physics, the school stopped scheduling him classes, as he had originally requested. At most, he was allowed to give an occasional open class, in both mathematics and physics. This was a bit of a shame for the mathematics students. They used to be able to take Lin Xiao's classes, but now they couldn't. And as for open classes, honestly, which of Lin Xiao's previous classes wasn't considered an open class? So, the mathematics students were generally upset. The physics students, on the other hand, were overjoyed. While it was a loss for the mathematics students, it was a gain for them, a leap from 0 to 1. Before, Lin Xiao had never taught physics. At most he'd touch on some mathematical concepts in his math classes. Now that he was a physics professor and had begun giving open physics classes, it was a boon for the physics students. So, in the words of Physics Dean Wang, their society was celebrating like it was Chinese New Year. Of course, for the School of Physics, Lin Xiao's arrival also led to a dramatic surge in enrollment this year. First, they caught up with the School of Mathematics, and second, they achieved a national lead in physics majors. Even the friends at Qinghua next door were so jealous they wanted to cry. It was rumored that Wang Changsheng drank 2 large cups of wine over this incident, repeatedly proclaiming it a worthwhile investment. The reason for this was, of course, the conflict he had with the dean of the School of Mathematics, Zhao Qi, over Lin Xiao. Although that conflict had long since been resolved, when Zhao Qi learned of this year's enrollment results, he roared, "You old bastard, I will never forgive you, of course. Even if Lin Xiao had heard of these things, he would have probably just laughed it off. With a new semester in the new academic year, he welcomed a new batch of graduate students. 3 in total, 2 in physics and 1 in mathematics. With no immediate work related to the Golden Crow project, Lin Xiao devoted himself to mentoring his students for the entire semester. And so, time passed in this temporary leisure, and 2024 also completely ended in Lin Xiao's leisure. March 1, 2025. The China High Energy Physics Research Organization, the Circular Electron-Positron Collider Superproton Collider, was officially inaugurated and the first academic committee meeting was held. This meeting was to celebrate the complete completion of CEPCS-PPC on February 15, and also to discuss future research directions. The China High Energy Physics Research Organization, CHEPRO, was established as an international collaborative research organization derived from the Institute of High Energy Physics. Its structure is naturally similar to that of CERN, the European Organization for Nuclear Research. Similarly, just as CERN relies on the Large Hadron Collider, LHC, CHEPRO relies on CEPCS-PPC, which was built entirely with Chinese funding, to conduct its research. As an international collaborative research organization, CHEPRO naturally has numerous member countries, and researchers from these countries can participate in the research. The member countries naturally encompass every country in the world, and each of these countries has researchers attending the conference. Therefore, this conference virtually brings together the world's highest energy physics talent. No high-energy physicist wants to miss such a grand event, and most importantly, no one wants to miss the terrifying Circular Electron-Positron Collider, CEPC, the Superproton Collider. Its collision energy can reach up to 118 TeV, which is the difference between a child and an adult compared to CERN's Large Hadron Collider 118 TeV, in essence, is equivalent to accelerating protons to less than 1 meter per second below the speed of light. This speed is achieved with human power, making it a true human miracle. It's important to note that while the LHC can accelerate protons to speeds only about 3 meters per second below the speed of light, which might seem insignificant, the mass-energy equation dictates that the closer the speed approaches the speed of light, the closer the energy approaches infinity. Therefore, when the speed falls within the range of the speed of light -1, the energy increases dramatically. Collisions at these energies mean the possibility of new particles, or even new physics. This means any paper could easily become a landmark achievement. Therefore, no high-energy physics researcher wants to miss out. Perhaps the next Nobel Prize-winning discovery will be born on their hands. After the meeting began and the initial congratulatory remarks, Wang Yi, director of the Institute of High Energy Physics and chairman of CHEPRO, smiled and said, "Now, please allow Mr. Lin Xiao, chairman of our academic committee, to deliver his speech." Applause erupted. The previous speeches had been dull and uninteresting, but Lin Xiao's speech captured everyone's attention. After all, it was Lin Xiao. Needless to say, the numerous honors were all known to those present. Lin Xiao also stood up with a smile and began his speech. First of all, welcome everyone. Chapter 415 starts. First of all, welcome everyone to come here and attend our first meeting. It took more than 10 years from the first time CEPCS-PPC was proposed to its successful construction. Such a feat is not only a cause for celebration in our scientific community, but also for all mankind, because it not only means that our human scientific and technological level has made further progress, but also means that we are one step closer to discovering new science. As the chairman of the academic committee, and as a person who was born and lives in this country, I am also very proud of this. Of course, I will not say more about other specific things, and I believe that I don't need to say more about these specific things, such as how powerful our collider is and what kind of status it has in our scientific community. Well, next I want to talk about the subsequent scientific research plan arrangements. The first phase of the plan, that is, the project, will begin in 2 weeks. This project is both a test run to test the stability of our CEPCS-CCP and, while ensuring stability, to explore a variety of scientific questions, including gravitons, Higgs bosons, neutrinos, and microscopic black holes. The collision energy of 118 TeV will reveal even more wondrous visions and true discoveries in the microscopic realm. I believe that both I and everyone here have been looking forward to this for a long time. Well, I won't go into other details. Let me wish you a complete success for this first run, And I also hope that our science will blossom with even more wonderful results after this first run. Thank you, Lin Xiao concluded his speech, and the audience applauded. Clearly, compared to his previous speeches, Lin Xiao's description of their future research plans for the collider was what most interested the scientists. After all, it shaped their understanding of the project. Fortunately, the scientific plans Lin Xiao outlined were largely consistent with what they had envisioned. The discovery of the graviton is clearly the most pressing issue in the high-energy physics community these days. After all, it concerns one of the most fundamental concepts in physics, gravitational interaction, one of the four fundamental forces. If electromagnetic, strong, and weak interactions constitute the various manifestations of the microscopic world, then gravity underlies all phenomena in the universe. Gravity is responsible for the magnificent wonders of celestial bodies, allowing planets to coalesce, the orbits between planets and stars, and the emergence of bizarre and wondrous objects like neutron stars and black holes. Therefore, every physicist is eager to discover this. Even Lin Xiao is eager. After all, he was the one who proved the existence of the graviton to the physics community. Besides the graviton, other research projects are also hot topics in the scientific community, such as further observations of the Higgs boson and neutrinos. As for the topic of micro-black holes, it was Lin Xiao's initial discovery of their existence at CERN after using a mathematical vaccine route checking method to thoroughly process experimental data. Therefore, in this experiment, these physicists were eager to further explore their existence. Studying micro-black holes will help them further understand the secrets of gravity, and the secrets of gravity naturally cannot be fully revealed by the discovery of just one graviton. Just like the question of whether the interior of a black hole contains a higher dimension or another world remains an unsolved mystery. It's possible that there are things within a black hole, but what exactly is within it remains a mystery to scientists. And so, amid the anticipation of thousands of high-energy physicists already present and tens of thousands of scholars worldwide, time slowly approached the 2 days before the CEPCS-CCP scheduled opening. In the underground tunnel where the CEPCS-CCP proton collider detector is located, Lin Xiao walked through it, accompanied by many people, including Wang Yi. "How is it going? Isn't this underground world of ours truly astonishing?" Wang Yi said with a smile as he noticed Lin Xiao pause and gaze at the detector. Perhaps because their feelings had been resolved, Wang Yi and Lin Xiao had become increasingly familiar with each other over time. This time, Lin Xiao had said he wanted to personally visit the 70-kilometer-long collider before its first run. Although he wasn't sure why Lin Xiao had suddenly become so interested, Wang Yi still found time to follow him and, along the way, explained the device like a treasure. "It's truly astonishing," Lin Xiao nodded and smiled. Unlike the main body of the pipeline, the detector's space is vast. Because it's where the collision takes place, it requires a vast array of sensors and processors to process the data, resulting in its enormous size. It's like a building built underground. Wang Yi smiled and said, "Although you're certainly much smarter than me, I'm not as good as you in scientific research. However, I do believe I have quite a bit of experience in building mega projects like this. The controlled nuclear fusion device you're responsible for is also a major project, but it's still not as big as mine." Hearing Wang Yi's growing complacency, Lin Xiao didn't take it seriously, casually remarking, yes, it's indeed bigger than mine." As he spoke, he looked up again, as if searching for something. Wang Yi also heard the perfunctory tone in Lin Xiao's words and was about to brag a few more words when he saw Lin Xiao walking towards the detector. Lin Xiao approached the worker performing final inspections and asked, "Excuse me, can I go inside this detector? I'd like to take a look at the internal pipes." The worker turned and saw that it was Lin Xiao speaking to him. He was immediately surprised. "Master Lin." Then, realizing Lin Xiao was asking him a question, he quickly replied, yes. "You'll need to go to the very top of the detector. There's a maintenance tunnel there. Once you enter, you can access the internal pipes." At this moment, Wang Yi approached and asked, puzzled, "Academician Lin, what's wrong?" Lin Xiao smiled, patted the worker on the shoulder, and said, "Thank you." He then smiled at Wang Yi and said, "This is the first time our tunnel has been operational, and I wanted to keep something to commemorate it." "Something to commemorate it?" Wang Yi asked, puzzled. Lin Xiao then pulled out the truth recorder from his pocket. He smiled and said, "I want to record the sound of the collision." This further confused Wang Yi. The sound of a collision? But this is a particle collision. Where does the sound come from? It doesn't vibrate to make a sound. Electromagnetic waves. Lin Xiao spread his hands. Just like those astronomical researchers record the sounds of the universe. My recorder can also record electromagnetic waves. Wang Yi was stunned, then couldn't help laughing. So that's how it is. I thought you wanted to record the sound of the collision, but if you're recording the sound of electromagnetic waves, there should be a lot of noise, right? Lin Xiao smiled. No, so what? I don't expect to record anything. Just a souvenir? That's what I said just now. Wang Yi nodded. Okay, since you're interested, then go ahead. But the maintenance passage inside seems a bit small. How about asking the staff here for help? Lin Xiao waved his hand. No, I can do it myself. Okay, Wang Yi nodded. No more questions. Lin Xiao climbed up the ladder to the top of the detector and, guided by other staff members, entered the maintenance passage. Passing through the extremely narrow maintenance tunnel, Lin Xiao finally reached the bottom. Seeing the pipe inside, a smile spread across his face. Finally, he'd made it here successfully. Months of waiting had finally reached the final moment. He took out the truth recorder again and pressed the recessed button on it. The system's voice rang out, the recorder is activated and begins operation. You can shut it down at any time. At the end, a clip will be captured and translated by the system. A satisfied look crossed Lin Xiao's face. Great. This way, all he had to do was wait until the collision was over and retrieve the recorder. The recorder seemed to have infinite power, capable of recording forever. Of course, he could only capture 2 clips for translation at most. Without giving it any more thought, he fixed the recorder to the pipe and left. He wasn't worried about anyone else discovering it, because to them, it would just be a recorder, not a truth recorder. Without further ado, he left the place and returned outside to continue exploring the area with Wang Yi. 2 days passed quickly, and the day of official operation arrived. In the ground-based monitoring laboratory, several working groups comprised of over 1,000 people began preparations. Meanwhile, in the central control room, Lin Xiao, Wang Yi, and other key figures from China's high-energy physics research organization were gathered. All departments and working groups are ready. The equipment and instruments have undergone final calibration. Everything is functioning properly and can now be officially activated, a staff member announced to Wang Yi. Wang Yi's face lit with excitement, and he declared, then, without further ado, we will begin activating our collider. Yes, the staff member responded immediately, relaying Wang Yi's instructions to all departments. Then, from the evacuated underground tunnel, a massive amount of energy began to flow out, accompanied by a massive influx of electrical energy. The 118 TeV collision energy required a considerable amount of power. Of course, since they had already prepared sufficient superconducting energy storage coils, there was little concern about a power shortage. Thus, an immense current circulated within the superconducting coils, generating a magnetic field as strong as 18 TeV. The equipment serving as the ammunition chamber also released a massive amount of particles. The collisions began. Powered by the powerful magnetic field, the charged particles were propelled upward, rapidly circling the tubes. Their speeds were accelerated from 0 to a level nearly equal to the speed of light. And then they collided at various locations within the collider. The number of collisions per second reached hundreds of millions. Of course, due to limitations in sensor and data processing technology, the amount of data that could be retained was extremely limited. Even so, it's important to note that a single collision generates several megabytes of data. This means that even if the data retained is small, the volume generated per second is still tens of terabytes. Therefore, during the construction of the CEPCS-PPC, building the database was a significant expense. Of course, cutting-edge science always requires significant investment. So, for these scientists, as long as they weren't using their own funds, money was truly just a figure. And so, as time passed, after the collisions began, various departments and working groups received processed data. The data was enormous, but this was the age of computers, and with them, they could more easily obtain various processing results. And so, as the data was processed one by one, the collider's operation came to an end just as all the spare superconducting energy storage coils were nearly depleted. It took about 3 hours in total. The data generated in 3 hours was enough for them to study for a while. Okay, it's over. In the central control room, Wang Yi looked at the monitor indicating that all power supplies had been disconnected and the collider had entered shutdown mode. He then sat back at his seat and breathed a sigh of relief. He was arguably the person under the most pressure. After all, as the primary person in charge, if anything went wrong during the operation, not only would his decades of hard work be wasted, but he would also be held responsible for the failure. Fortunately, the results were excellent. Everyone around him smiled and offered his blessings, including Lin Xiao. Of course, compared to their joy, Lin Xiao was more concerned about the condition of his recorder. He supposedly had captured the most intense collision, right? His eyes flickered slightly, and he was already feeling a bit impatient. Of course, due to the radiation inside the collider, entry was impossible for the time being. He had to wait for the radiation levels to drop to a level where he could enter wearing a safety suit, and that period would take at least a month. So, no matter how anxious he was, no one would agree to let him in, let alone just to retrieve a recorder. Even if it wasn't a recorder, but something incredibly important, China wouldn't allow its scientists to enter radiation to obtain experimental data. So, with nothing else to do, Lin Xiao joined the research team and began processing the experimental data. The data from the 118 TeV collision energy was quite spectacular, meaning it was even more chaotic, at least more chaotic than the data from the LHC next door in Europe. Of course, this chaos was a very good sign for scientists, as it suggested the possibility of new physics or new particles. All they had to do was mathematically process the data. However, when it came time to actually process the data, most people felt a sense of embarrassment, because the data was simply too difficult to process. Even though they had already used Lin Xiao's previously proposed mathematical vaccine to process the data, the resulting complexity still left them feeling overwhelmed. However, this was only the majority's opinion. There were still those who disagreed. This was naturally Lin Xiao. As the originator of the mathematical vaccine, his status in chaotic systems research had instantly elevated him to a top-tier position. So, even though he initially found the data somewhat daunting, he soon became fully acquainted. So, within a month, he completed 2 papers and uploaded them to their website. These papers, respectively, addressed the identification of gravitons and microscopic black holes. In each, they proved the existence of gravitons and, once again, identified microscopic black holes within a vast amount of data. Once uploaded, these 2 papers went viral within their research organization, and the outside world also received the news. This time, not only the high-energy physics community, but the entire physics community was shaken by the news. Although Lin Xiao had previously demonstrated the existence of the graviton in his paper, some physicists, particularly relativists, insisted that they would not acknowledge its existence unless it was experimentally discovered. However, Lin Xiao's paper now established irrefutable proof of the graviton's existence, a fact that could not be denied, no matter how much one tried. Direct observation through a microscope was out of the question. Modern microscopes couldn't even detect atomic nuclei, let alone gravitons. Consequently, shortly after Lin Xiao's paper was uploaded, the China High Energy Physics Research Organization held a press conference to officially announce the news. Even the government was taking the matter very seriously. In short, based on Professor Lin Xiao's paper, we can now confirm with near certainty that gravitons will be produced as predicted at the enormous collision energies of the CEPCS-PPC. Calculations indicate a margin of error of only plus or minus 0.15%, perfectly within our expectations. At the press conference, as Wang Yi made his announcement, reporters snapped photos, while the invited scientists applauded, celebrating this momentous event. Next, I'll give Professor Lin Xiao his speech. Wang Yi smiled and turned to Lin Xiao, who was standing beside him. He was deeply grateful to Lin Xiao. This paper clearly demonstrates the importance of their CEPC and its role in advancing global science. He believed that, with its influence, they would be able to attract even more top-tier physicists, further enhancing China's scientific influence. This was exactly what he had promised when he applied for the project, and at least so far, that goal had been achieved. At this moment, Lin Xiao smiled slightly, then stood up, picked up the microphone, and expressed his thoughts. Ever since I published my original paper, I've been convinced of the existence of the graviton, and now, my suspicions have indeed been confirmed. At this moment, I just want to say to everyone that we have taken another important step on the road to truth. The press conference was also live-streamed on their official website. Many people were watching, of course, all of them physicists. "Well, Maldacena, are you willing to acknowledge the existence of the graviton now?" Witten said to Maldacena with a smile at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton. He hadn't forgotten that Maldacena had always refused to acknowledge it. Maldacena curled his lips. "Just admit it, what's the big deal?" Witten laughed. It was fascinating to see his old friend, reluctant yet forced to concede in the face of truth, of course. This was also the power of truth. Watching Lin Xiao on the livestream, Witten felt a surge of emotion. This young man had proven himself once again. The press conference ended quickly. Just as Lin Xiao was about to leave, he suddenly received a message. "Your recorder has been retrieved and is now at the Research Institute." Lin Xiao was instantly excited upon hearing this news, and he immediately headed to the Research Institute. Over a month had passed, and the radiation levels inside the collider had dropped to safe levels, so they sent maintenance personnel inside to perform repairs and help Lin Xiao retrieve his recorder. Lin Xiao, already impatient for his recorder, naturally refused to wait even a moment. Arriving at the Research Institute, Lin Xiao approached the staff member who had brought him the recorder. "Academician Lin, your pen." He accepted the pen, which was actually enclosed in a radiation-proof box, presumably to prevent it from being exposed to radiation. Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Thank you, you're welcome," the staff member responded, but then asked curiously, "By the way, Academician Lin, what material is your recorder made of?" "After I took it out, I didn't detect any radiation value from it." Lin Xiao was stunned, then shook his head and said, "No radiation value can be detected?" "I don't know about this, but thank you anyway." The staff member didn't care too much. Compared with the gratitude of Lin Shen, these were not worth mentioning. He waved his hands repeatedly and said, "I've said it, no need to thank me." "Then Academician Lin, you go ahead and do your work. I have other things to do, so I'll leave first." "Okay," Lin Xiao nodded, and then left without staying. He wanted to see what truth was recorded in this pen. 2 chapters merged into one. Chapter 416. So, this is the strong interaction. He returned to his office with a recorder. As the chairman of the academic committee, he naturally had his own private office. Then, looking at the radiation-proof box, a hint of excitement crossed his face. Never before had he anticipated something so long. Even when solving world-class problems, he had never devoted so much time to it. It even made him lose interest in proving the existence of gravitons a while ago, treating it as just another ordinary task. However, the staff member's words piqued his curiosity. Why couldn't there be any detectable radiation on this thing? While the recorder itself was certainly not made of a material that would produce radiation, or in other words, it wasn't a radiation source itself, it was simply that after spending a long time in such a radiation area, any object would generally pick up some radiation, right? This is the phenomenon of neutron activation in physics. Some stable atomic nuclei can capture neutrons. When irradiated by neutrons, they react with the neutrons and combine to form new atomic nuclei. These new nuclei could be unstable, thus becoming new sources of radiation. Just like the atoms and molecules that make up the human body, when exposed to radiation, the nuclei within them can undergo similar changes, turning the person into a radiation source. This phenomenon is essentially unavoidable for anything with a nucleus. However, the fact that no radiation levels are being detected right now is because the material is so unique. Lin Xiao was quite curious. He had always been curious about the material of this pen and had even considered experimenting with it, but he abandoned the idea out of concern for its functionality. If it doesn't detect radiation, doesn't that mean its internal structure is extremely stable, that even in high radiation environments, the nuclei within won't undergo neutron activation? With this thought in mind, Lin Xiao's eyes widened. He actually had the material that could be used for the inner wall of a controlled nuclear fusion reactor? Lin Xiao slapped his head, speechless for a moment. Of course, knowing this didn't mean he could develop a device based on the material of this pen. After all, this was still reverse engineering, and even more so, the reverse engineering was of a completely futuristic technology. There was no theoretical guidance or relevant experience, so unless the system directly told him, there was basically no need to think. He rubbed his chin and decisively asked the system in his mind, "How many truth points are needed for the material of this recorder?" The system replied, "Considering the host's current level in the relevant disciplines, this material requires 10,000 truth points." Upon hearing the system's price quote, Lin Xiao's eyes widened. Wow, so expensive. 10,000 truth points is 10 times more expensive than controlled nuclear fusion materials. So, what exactly is this material? The legendary strong interaction material? Or is it composed of fundamental forces that humanity has yet to discover? After all, in current physics, no one can guarantee whether there are any new interactions yet to be discovered. Just as he was pondering this, the system's voice echoed in his mind again. Note, the host is advised not to consider this material. Based on the host civilization level and production level, it is not currently possible to manufacture it. Hearing this reminder, Lin Xiao's face immediately showed helplessness. That's true. After all, without theoretical support and the necessary production capacity, producing this material would be impossible, even if the preparation method were known. Forget it. Why overthink it? The level of civilization must be improved step by step. Becoming a giant in one bite is clearly impossible. Lin Xiao shook his head. Sometimes he felt as if the world was designed. The development of civilization relies on continuous upgrades and breakthroughs, and the tree of scientific and technological advancement has branched out into countless branches. For example, in energy utilization, fire was the only source of heat, and then steam engines were used to convert heat into mechanical energy. However, these methods were clearly inefficient, leading to the Second Industrial Revolution and the advent of electricity. However, even with the advent of electricity, it was still not the optimal solution. Thermal power generation led to increasing waste and environmental pollution, resulting in various fog city incidents. The heating of conductors and the impact of resistance on electrical efficiency also existed with the use of electricity. As luck would have it, the designers of this world have devised a superconductor material that avoids the efficiency and power loss issues of the latter two, while also offering the promise of controlled nuclear fusion, a completely clean energy source. However, just like in a game, obtaining the perfect equipment requires constant in-game spending, and developing controlled nuclear fusion is precisely that kind of in-game pursuit. Furthermore, even if this perfect equipment, called controlled nuclear fusion, is developed, it still needs to be upgraded. Therefore, controlled nuclear fusion can be iteratively upgraded, from the first generation of deuterium-tritium fusion, to the second generation of deuterium-helium triple fusion, and finally to the third generation of helium triple fusion, each requiring a step-by-step approach. However, helium triple is extremely scarce on Earth, making even its production extremely difficult. Coincidentally, at this very moment, Earth's neighboring moon is also abounding with helium triple. It's like Earth is the newbie village, and then you have to challenge the moon dungeon. Successful completion of this challenge puts helium triple fusion within reach. This feeling, like leveling up and getting equipment from monsters, gave Lin Xiao a feeling of coincidence. As he was talking, he felt a little terrified. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao shook his head. Forget it, he was thinking too far. No matter how terrified he was, how could it compare to the terrified feeling brought by the system? Let's take a look at the recorder first. Lin Xiao finally remembered the main topic at this time. He turned his eyes back to the anti-radiation box in front of him. Since the staff member just said that no radiation value was detected on the recorder, there is no need to worry, just take it out directly. As for why it is placed in this anti-radiation box, it is probably just in case. So Lin Xiao opened the box directly and took out the recorder inside. The recorder continued recording, and Lin Xiao pressed the recess area. The system's voice echoed again. We have received the recording from the truth recorder. Please capture the required fragment, which will be interpreted later. Pick the fragment where the protons collide violently, Lin Xiao said. Although the fragment he chose wasn't time-based, he was confident the system would understand him. And the system didn't disappoint him. The time interval has been selected, and interpretation is in progress. Please wait patiently. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Xiao quietly waited. The system's interpretation process also gave him a thought. If the system truly was backed by a civilization he couldn't yet imagine, then this truth recorder must also belong to that civilization. So, was the system's interpretation process like a computer on Earth running a decompression program, like Adobe, analyzing the audio? So, was this system, stored in the brain, the computer of that civilization? And that voice, it was the equivalent of artificial intelligence. This made perfect sense. After all, the system had called itself a system, and this wasn't some abstract system, like a social system or a personnel system, but rather a concrete, computer-like system. So, What kind of computer was this system? It couldn't possibly be a chip secretly implanted in his brain. If that were the case, this civilization would be quite underwhelming. Perhaps it was a purely consciousness-based computer? Would that mean this civilization had mastered the technology that allowed life to develop consciousness and how to equip it with a system, a disembodied computer? Lin Xiao raised his brows at this thought, feeling as if he had discovered a secret. Unfortunately, it was only a solace. Even if he knew the secret, he couldn't use it. Just then, the system's voice finally rang out. Ling. The audio recording from the truth recorder has been deciphered. Do you want to receive it? Hearing the system's voice, Lin Xiao came back to his senses. He then took a deep breath. According to the truth recorder's description, while the sounds it picked up would primarily be those of more intense reactions, it might also capture other reactions. It felt like drawing a card. Never mind, receiving it, Lin Xiao said without hesitation. Then, he felt a flood of strange symbols flood into his mind. However, these symbols eventually transformed into familiar letters and numbers. At the same time, a truly magical image emerged in his mind. In it, he saw countless particles zipping in from afar, as if transformed into light. Finally, these particles collided with another group of particles. A violent reaction ensued. He saw these particles shatter due to the high-energy collision, separating from them into more particles. He even saw a dark hole flash from time to time at the collision point, only to vanish in an instant, erupting with more particles, followed by a variety of other spectacular sights. But, finally, these wonders suddenly vanished, leaving only another pile of particles in the image. These particles were the very same particles that had originally shattered. Lin Xiao could clearly see something between them, trying to maintain the connection between the shattered particles. Are those gluons? Lin Xiao's face was filled with shock. Aren't gluons the particles that transmit the strong interaction force? At this moment, the image zoomed in again, and he was once again presented with an even more shocking sight. Time passed in a flash, as if an eternity had passed, like walking alongside light. But it was precisely because of light that one could realize that even if one traveled 300,000 miles with light, only half a second had actually passed. In an instant, Lin Xiao returned to reality. But what remained in his eyes was the shock of what had just happened. I actually saw the microscopic world. Then, his mind flooded with knowledge again. Although it wasn't a picture, as Lin Xiao read this knowledge, his eyes suddenly lit up. So, this is the strong interaction. Chapter 417 The Unification of the Three Fundamental Forces. So, this is the strong interaction, Lin Xiao exclaimed heartily. This was both due to his current understanding and what he had just witnessed. For physicists, studying particle physics requires only interparticle collisions, followed by analysis of momentum and energy, ultimately determining the properties of these particles indirectly. Clearly, for these physicists, being able to directly observe these microscopic phenomena is a dream come true. No matter how precise in direct calculations, they are far less straightforward, reliable, and accurate than direct observation. For them, being able to actually observe the phenomena they were watching would be a tremendous aid to their continued research in physics. Just like now, Lin Xiao's direct observation of the strong interaction had immensely enhanced his understanding of it. Just like now, he now fully understood the process, mode, and essential characteristics of the strong interaction. So, we can't just try to unify these two forces from the perspective of electromagnetic interaction. We should try to unify them from the perspective of the electroweak interaction. Lin Xiao's eyes flickered, as if illuminated by truth. His mind was absorbing this final bit of knowledge. Finally, he calmed his gaze, and a slight smile curled his lips. It's a pity I didn't capture the exchange process with a weak interaction. Of course, while he felt a little disappointed, the rest of the work could be accomplished through mathematical deduction. In that case, then, no more nonsense. Putting away the recorder, Lin Xiao smiled slightly. Now it was time to complete the final step, unifying the strong and electroweak interactions. He expertly took out a piece of scratch paper and pen, mentally organizing all the relevant knowledge. Then, he began writing down the first equation on the paper. According to quantum chromodynamics, the gauge invariant gluon field strength tensor is represented by the symbol GAV, which is expressed as GAV equals of Greek letter mu. The feeling of blockage that had previously lingered in his brain, completely lost in thought, now transformed into the exhilarating feeling of instantaneous freedom. His thoughts, like a wild horse unleashed, raced freely through this realm previously untouchable by mortals, and at this moment, Lin Xiao once again felt the exhilarating sensation of nearing truth. And so, time flew by. More than half a month passed. At the headquarters of the China High Energy Physics Research Organization, an important meeting was currently underway. Our beloved Chairman Lin, it's been a long time since we last saw him. Chairman, do you know where he's been? Otherwise, how should we decide on our next scientific plan? Asked Tejinder Vidhi, Vice Chairman of the Academic Committee. Tejinder Vidhi is a key scientist at CERN. He co-proposed the concept of the compact muon solenoid, CMS, one of the two large detectors at the LHC. Along with the other large detector, Atlas, it detected the Higgs boson, making it a significant force in physics. As the concept's originator and founder, Tejinder Vidhi is naturally a leading figure in this field, having provided numerous suggestions during the construction of the CEPC. Because of these contributions, he was appointed vice chairman of the academic committee, one of them, of course. There are many vice chairs, and they are generally honorary positions, but their contributions are still valued. This time, Tejinder Vidhi was unhappy with Lin Xiao's long absence. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xiao's presence wouldn't matter, but with the CEPC having just been completed in its first run a complete success, everyone was eagerly anticipating its future performance. After the first run, and after nearly 2 months of maintenance and inspections, it was confirmed that all components were functioning correctly, so it was time to discuss the next scientific plan. For such a valuable machine, every second of downtime was a loss for these physics researchers. Unfortunately, without Chairman Lin Xiao, no one else could have acted without his approval. After all, this was still China, on their territory, and the CEPC was built with their money. Of course, Wang Yi, as the chairman of the research organization, needed to respond to the vice chairman's questions. He smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Vidhi. We've indeed been trying to contact Chairman Lin Xiao recently. However, we understand that Chairman Lin Xiao may be working on a very important research project, so we may not be able to reach him for the time being. Of course, please don't worry. We've also been trying to contact Chairman Lin. As soon as he has any news, we'll be sure to let you know." Wang Yi's explanation piqued everyone's curiosity. Lin Xiao was working on a very important research project? What was that research? Could it be more important than the CEPC? In the eyes of these people, for now, nothing in academia is more important than this big toy of the CEPC. After all, for these high-energy physicists, their academic careers were practically tied to these particle colliders. The bigger and more powerful the collider, the happier they were. But now, Lin Xiao was different. He showed no concern for this project and was actually working on his own project, which left them all perplexed. So, Chairman, do you know what our Chairman Lin is researching? Tejinder Vidhi asked again. Well, I don't know, Wang Yi said with a wry smile. How could he know what Lin Xiao was researching? He was completely invisible. 2 weeks ago, after Lin Xiao attended the press conference confirming the existence of gravitons, he had been unable to contact him. Wang Yi almost thought Lin Xiao had been kidnapped. After all, with so many foreigners at CEPC these days, perhaps something bad had happened? After all, Lin Xiao had faced similar dangers before. Fortunately, after contacting people who knew Lin Xiao, he learned that he was actually fine, simply in seclusion. When Lin Xiao went into seclusion, it was usually because he was working on something extremely important, and during these times, he was usually unreachable. Wang Yi was left with no other options but to wait. Everyone present was also at a loss for words at Wang Yi's answer. If it weren't for Lin Xiao's incredible power, they would have been cursing him right now. Just as they thought the meeting was about to adjourn, someone suddenly walked in. It was one of Wang Yi's assistants. After the assistant spoke a few words to Wang Yi, his eyes lit up. He immediately turned to look at everyone present and said, "Everyone, our chairman Lin Xiao just called and is on his way to us." Also, he said, at this point, a hint of surprise crossed Wang Yi's face again. "He has a surprise for you all." A surprise? Everyone present looked puzzled, and then looked at each other. In this situation, what surprise could Lin Xiao possibly offer them? Right now, they just wanted one. Tomorrow, their big toy would start working. Of course, no matter what, since Lin Xiao had said he would give them a surprise, they would hear what it was. And so, everyone waited patiently until, After more than 10 minutes, there was a knock on the conference room door, and Lin Xiao walked in. "Sorry to have kept you waiting," Lin Xiao apologized, seeing the crowd inside. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, the people present didn't complain. Regardless, none of the physicists present were unimpressed by Lin Xiao's achievements. "Well, Chairman Lin, tell us what surprises you've brought us," said Tejin Vidi, the man from earlier. Lin Xiao smiled. "Of course not." Then, looking around, he said, "I need to use the blackboard now." Everyone present was stunned. Why the blackboard? Was Lin Xiao showing off his math again? Some of those present, who had witnessed Lin Xiao's mathematical derivations, immediately put on masks of anguish. They simply couldn't bear to endure such torture again. Regardless, the staff on site quickly helped Lin Xiao push the blackboard over. Then, Lin Xiao began writing on it, Lg equals -1/4w, of w or 1/4b Greek letter mu. Looking at these formulas, those who had already put on masks of anguish felt even more distressed. As expected, Lin Xiao began. However, to their surprise, Lin Xiao didn't write any lengthy essays, but only 2 sets of equations. After completing these 2 sets of equations, he turned around and said to everyone present, "This is the surprise I have for you all, and this is the unification of the 3 fundamental forces." Chapter 418, Restart, Experiment verified successfully. The unification of the 3 fundamental forces. When Lin Xiao uttered these words, the physicists present all stood up involuntarily. What? The unification of the 3 fundamental forces? Lin Xiao was implying that during his disconnection, he had been studying the unification of the 3 fundamental forces? Everyone present was momentarily stunned. This is insane. Of course, no one was particularly confused about which 3 fundamental forces Lin Xiao was referring to. Gravity had only just been proven to exist, and the graviton's specific properties still needed to be verified and confirmed in future collision experiments. So, they all knew that the 3 fundamental forces Lin Xiao was referring to were the strong force, the electromagnetic force, and the weak force. Of course, the latter 2 could already be called the electroweak force, and if Lin Xiao's conclusion proved correct, it would likely be renamed the electroweak strong force. The thought of this filled everyone with a wave of incredulity. Regardless, it was still a bit unbelievable. Lin Xiao had gone back to study for a while, and now he came out to tell them that the 3 fundamental forces had been unified, and only gravity remained to achieve the final theory of everything, and they had just made a huge breakthrough in gravity research. So, they were very close to this ultimate dream of physics. The physicists present had varying expressions, and their eyes finally turned to the 2 equations written by Lin Xiao. They quickly recognized the equations on the left as those from the electroweak unification theory. Although they had been rewritten, they were still easy to understand for these renowned high-energy physicists present. The equations on the right, however, were a little unfamiliar. Of course, they recognized the symbols, so they could still parse them. The physicists with better math skills quickly deciphered the general meaning of the equations. This new equation incorporated the specific workings of the strong interaction, as well as the relationship between the electromagnetic and weak interactions. This way, the equations encompassing the strong interaction could be linked to the previously mentioned equations for the electroweak interaction. Thus, the 3 fundamental forces were unified. A crucial milestone on the path to a universal theory of physics had been reached. Incredible, truly incredible. Professor Tejinder Vidi shook his head, staring at the object before him like a dazed man, filled with disbelief. At that moment, thoughts of restarting the CEPC and continuing the experiment had completely slipped away. He was completely captivated by the physical beauty of the 2 equations. Faced with this truth, scientists like them could temporarily forget even more important matters. After all, for them, the purpose of their work was to seek and discover the truth. Thus, the conference room fell into a brief silence, and Lin Xiao, likewise, smiled, giving the crowd time to absorb this new knowledge. After a long while, the physicists present finally began to regain their composure. Wang Yi looked at Lin Xiao with admiration in his eyes and gave him a thumbs up. Lin Xiao had come up with something like this in just half a month. It was truly incredible how he had done it. Could such an important theory have been developed so effortlessly? Wang Yi shook his head. He really couldn't figure it out, at least not himself. Of course, there weren't many people in the world who could figure it out. In the past, when he and Lin Xiao had a bad relationship, or a relationship that was neither good nor average. Whenever he heard about Lin Xiao's achievements, he would usually force himself to divert his attention and not pay attention to the matter. But now, he began to pay attention, and he watched this happen right before his eyes. He began to feel that this was simply not something a human could do. Of course, there was no need to dwell on whether Lin Xiao was human or not. He then said, "Chairman Lin, regardless, I must thank you on behalf of our physics community." Finally, another major challenge in physics has been conquered by our scientists. This is a great thing for our physics community. Upon hearing Wang Yi's words, the others came back to their senses and began to congratulate Lin Xiao. Although they hadn't yet seen Lin Xiao's derivation, the correctness of this result was essentially unquestionable. After all, the two systems of equations are completely relatable, and all the equations in the equations are valid. With just one simple step, they can completely combine the two systems, truly unifying the strong and electroweak forces. This is like the mass-energy equation E equals mc2. Even if you don't know how it was derived, you can still use it directly. Of course, congratulations are just that. While the two systems of equations can be combined, that's another matter. For the physicists present, rigor always comes first. So they were still very concerned about how Lin Xiao had derived these equations. Perhaps there were some fatal errors within them, turning out these seemingly correct equations to be wrong. So, someone asked, "Chairman Lin, have you posted your paper on Arxiv? Or are you planning to hold an academic conference first?" As soon as this question was posed, everyone in the room immediately turned their attention to Lin Xiao, eager to hear his answer. Either answer would be acceptable. At this moment, they all just wanted to know Lin Xiao's plan as soon as possible, so they could know it as soon as possible. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Xiao simply smiled and said, "No, before these two things, I have one more thing to verify." Then, he turned back and began writing on the blackboard, this time to combine the two equations into one. This step wasn't difficult, at least for Lin Xiao. After a few transformations that would have seemed dazzling to others, the two original equations were unified, and a unified system of equations for the electroweak and strong interactions appeared before everyone. At this point, Lin Xiao turned, smiled at the group, and said, "Now, everyone, guess what happens when the energy in the equation reaches 110 TeV?" Everyone present was stunned. Energy in the equation? They knew Lin Xiao was referring to the E in the equation. After all, E stood for energy. When E equals 110 TeV, they couldn't help but substitute 110. Soon, one of the physicists figured it out. The person who figured it out widened their eyes, exclaiming in disbelief, "The three fundamental forces will behave as the same force." The others, realizing belatedly, shared a similarly shocked expression. "Yes, that's right," Lin Xiao nodded with a smile. At energies of 110 TeV, the three fundamental forces will exhibit the same properties, which is the true electroweak and strong interaction. So, next, I need to use our CEPC to verify my hypothesis. Oh, by the way, speaking of this, is our CEPC ready for maintenance now? He suddenly remembered that when he started researching, the CEPC had already entered the initial operation maintenance phase, and he didn't know if it was complete yet. As soon as Lin Xiao said this, he felt the atmosphere in the conference room shift. The physicists present seemed to give him resentful looks. He touched his nose and whispered to Wang Yi, "What's going on? Did I say something wrong?" Wang Yi spread his hands and shrugged, a look of resignation on his face. He said, "Actually, the maintenance was completed a week ago. I've been trying to contact you during this time, but you can't be reached. You know, you're the chairman of our academic committee, and the next scientific plan requires your decision." Lin Xiao was stunned. He didn't expect such a thing. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at the physicists present, and finally, an embarrassed expression crossed his face. He said, Well, I apologize, everyone. This was my oversight. If we continue to research and develop scientific plans, I promise that this won't happen again. We'll try to discuss this in advance." Hearing Lin Xiao's apology, everyone present smiled and shook their heads. Their anger faded somewhat. After learning that Lin Xiao's recent absence was actually to study the unification of the three forces, they no longer had anything to be angry about. Tekken Vidi also smiled and said, "Alright, since you've researched this, Chairman Lin, we'll let this go for now, but, Chairman Lin, your mention of verifying it on a particle collider doesn't conflict with your paper and academic report, right?" Why wait until you've verified this, while using a particle collider would only be an experimental verification of Lin Xiao's results? Rigorous mathematical derivation would also be required, and these two clearly don't conflict. Why not do it together? Lin Xiao smiled and spread his hands, saying, as long as it passes experimental verification, I'll be more confident. Plus, it can create a sense of anticipation for everyone. Everyone present was stunned by Lin Xiao's reason, then shook their heads helplessly. What kind of reason was that? Seeing the expressions on their faces, Lin Xiao smiled, but said nothing. In reality, the reason for verifying this point remained the same as his original goal, to find a way to connect the electromagnetic force and the strong force, thereby creating an alternative new material. This still needed to be verified through this experiment. However, this point was kept secret from outsiders. So, let's discuss the next scientific plan, shall we? At this moment, Lin Xiao also found his seed and said, now that our collider has been repaired, let's not let it waste its life. Lin Xiao's words immediately brought everyone to their senses. Indeed, it was time to discuss the next scientific plan. They couldn't let their big toy continue to waste its life for no reason. The best way to use this type of collider is to keep it running continuously, thus maximizing its value. They even wanted to eliminate the need for maintenance. Thus, the following meeting turned into a discussion of scientific plans, aiming to quickly finalize the next research project. Naturally, Lin Xiao's proposal to find a way to unify the three forces at a collision energy of 110 TeV was the first to be approved. After all, not to mention Lin Xiao's position as chairman of the academic committee, his proposals often received approval. Most importantly, everyone present was incredibly curious about this experiment, which involved the unification of the three forces. So, after a quick meeting, the next scientific plan was finalized, and the results of the discussion were announced to all research groups within the organization. Naturally, this announcement also included Lin Xiao's unification of the three fundamental forces, the electro-weak, strong, and weak. This news, like Lin Xiao's initial proof of the existence of the graviton, caused a stir, unification of the three fundamental forces. These words are always buzzwords in physics, and now, all of them combined, ending with an exclamation mark instead of a question mark, was enough to capture their attention. Crucially, these buzzwords were also linked to the name Lin Xiao, which intensified their interest. It's become a common practice in the scientific community today. Upon seeing a headline claiming to be groundbreaking or profoundly innovative, they first check to see if the author is Lin Xiao. If not, it's a lie, and if so, they'll have to investigate thoroughly. And now, with another headline claiming to be groundbreaking and innovative, and Lin Xiao as the author, the scientific community erupted in excitement. Every scientist began to inquire about the truth, demanding to know if it was real. This time, it wasn't just physics, math, chemistry, and even social sciences were drawn in. In short, everyone was intrigued. The matter garnered widespread discussion on various forums. Isn't this Lin Xiao too inhuman? He just proved the existence of the graviton a while ago, and now he's unified the three forces? Is there anything Lin Xiao can't figure out? Don't forget the Golden Crow project. Lin Xiao is still the chief engineer of the Golden Crow project. He's still able to produce such a significant result while serving as chief engineer. He's simply unrivaled. Who knows, the Golden Crow project might even succeed by then. I can see people will be discussing whether Lin Xiao is an alien again. What a coincidence, you're downstairs, brothers. I've already told you, Lin Xiao is an alien. Strictly speaking, he's not an alien, but a being from a higher dimension. Otherwise, how could he have developed multidimensional field theory? This kind of subject is simply not something Earthlings can research, so everyone, trust me, let's work together. Work together what? That guy's probably been arrested again. Let's just discuss purely rationally. How powerful is Lin Xiao's theory? It's not a question of strength, it's just one of those rare, unrivaled theories. I don't know if you're familiar with the grand unified theory, but what Lin Xiao came up with is a precursor to it. Plus, he recently discovered the graviton. Sigh, why does it feel like he's playing a big game? Let's not even talk about the strength issue. I can only say that what Lin Xiao has come up with has advanced our physics community by decades. If it weren't for Lin Xiao, it would have been 100 years before we could even understand the strong interaction. Oh, and there's also the mass gap issue, which is also a major issue. Why all that talk? Just get straight to the point. The internet was filled with enthusiasm for this major physics event. After all, anyone who studied science in high school, as long as they'd studied physics, would have known about the four fundamental forces and how impressive their unification was. And even though Lin Xiao had only unified the first three, it still sounded impressive. Of course, the public reaction was definitely not as intense as the scientific community's. First, the graviton, then the unification of the three fundamental forces. These two events, like a chemical reaction, began attracting more and more top-tier high-energy physicists to the CEPC, including those at CERN. Initially, many physicists felt that China's culture and language were different. Most of these physicists were born in Europe and America and were naturally more accustomed to CERN. But now, seeing CEPC's frequent results, more and more of them have decided to move to the CEPC. As for the number of physicists working at CERN's LHC, the number is dwindling. If this continues, CERN may have to shut down the LHC sooner rather than later and seek collaboration with CHEPRO. But that's a story for another time. As time passed, CHEPRO became increasingly bustling, and finally, the day for the CEPC restart arrived. In the central control room, upon hearing that all preparations were complete, Wang Yi once again gave the command, "Start." With a massive current flowing, the behemoth barra deep underground began to operate once again. Particle collisions once again occurred in the pipes. This time, the operation lasted a month. Once a particle collider is officially operational, it typically requires extended periods of non-stop operation. The LHC, for example, requires liquid helium to achieve superconductivity in its niobium titanium alloy coils. If it were to shut down, this liquid helium would need to be drained out. This is obviously a waste of money, as each startup requires hundreds of tons of liquid helium to fill tens of kilometers of pipes, a significant expense. However, the CEPC's use of room temperature superconductors eliminates this problem. Of course, it would be best if CEPC could maintain long-term operation. After all, while a single startup doesn't require liquid helium, it still consumes a significant amount of power. After CEPC began operating, the laboratories where the various detectors were located quickly received the experimental data detected by the detectors. These experimental data were quickly uploaded to the server, and various research teams began to analyze them. This included Lin Xiao. Thus, after a period of research, Lin Xiao finally found data generated by a collision with an energy of 110 TeV. After substituting the approximate values of these data into his equations, both sides of the equations were perfectly equal. This means that the experiment has verified that the three fundamental forces have been unified, 2 chapters in 1. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419 Pure Theoretical Derivation. The results are in. Therein, everyone in the research team, led by Lin Xiao, erupted in excitement as the final calculations came in. After screening, we've found approximately 100 data sets with collision energies around 110 TeV. We plugged these data into the equations for verification, and the equations all hold true. So, based on this experimental result, it's practically proven that we succeeded, someone excitedly announced to everyone present, clutching a laptop. Everyone present beamed with excitement upon hearing this news. This is the unification of the three forces. And it's been verified through rigorous experimental procedures. How could this not excite everyone present? Physics is strictly an experimental science, and this experimental verification undoubtedly provides the strongest possible evidence for Lin Xiao's unified equations for the electroweak and strong interactions. Next, all that remains is Lin Xiao's paper and report, completing the final, rigorous theoretical proof. And everyone present will be a witness to this historic event. With this thought, everyone present once again turned their gazes to Lin Xiao, who was sitting nearby. The excitement in their eyes turned to admiration. The person who had announced the result earlier exclaimed, "Chairman Lin, you're right again, right again." The last time, it was when Lin Xiao had proved the graviton. A smile crossed Lin Xiao's face, and he nodded to everyone present. "Thank you all for your hard work these past few days. Hey, Chairman Lin, you're right. This is something everyone wants to do. We're all physics researchers, that's right. We should also thank Chairman Lin for inviting us to participate in this research. Chairman Lin, everyone present said with a smile. After another round of pleasantries, Lin Xiao finally ended the meaningless conversation and said, "All right, everyone, now you can get ready and announce this news. This joy should be shared with more people. Chairman Lin is right. Come on, let's go tell them the good news. Hey, this is the unification of the three fundamental forces. I'm sure everyone else must be waiting impatiently." Everyone present suddenly became excited and left to spread the good news. However, Lin Xiao did not share their excitement. Instead, he asked the person who had just announced the results to say, "Please send me the final calculation results and relevant data." As he said this, Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with anticipation. Confirming the unification of the three forces was only the first step. What came next was the real deal. However, the person didn't notice the anticipation in Lin Xiao's eyes. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's instructions, he immediately said, "Okay, I'll send it to you right away." Then, he took out his laptop and sent Lin Xiao all their calculation results and experimental data. "Okay, thank you very much." After receiving what he wanted, Lin Xiao smiled and thanked him. "You're welcome. If you have any further instructions, just ask me." The man smiled and nodded, but then, seeing Lin Xiao lost in thought while browsing the information he had just sent, he left without a second thought. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, looking at the data displayed on his computer, was once again immersed in his thoughts. Data from 100 collisions at 110 TeV is actually quite small compared to all the collision data they had collected. After all, tens of millions of collisions occur every second. Even if the final data collected is small, the total amount of data accumulated over so long a period of time is still quite large. However, there is a reason for the small amount of data collected. Although the maximum collision energy of CEPC is 118 TeV, the final collision energy obviously varies depending on the collision angle. Just like playing billiards, the intensity of the collision between two balls varies, and the energy generated by the collision naturally varies. The 100 data points they had found were just a few among a vast pile of data, with the collision energy produced by the collision angle being exactly 110 TeV. Although it's a bit small, it's still useful. Lin Xiao gradually found what he was looking for. A faint smile appeared on his face as he found a USB drive and copied all the data onto it. He then shut down his computer and walked out of the research institute. After completing his paper and report on the unification of the three forces, he would have to embark on another long period of research. However, that wasn't a big problem. Lin Xiao had basically finalized the upcoming scientific plans for CEPC, allowing him to conduct research until the end of the year. He had also achieved his goals for CEPC. So, for the time being, he would continue his efforts to elevate Earth civilization. He walked out of the CEPC Research Institute, occasionally greeted and congratulated by other researchers and renowned physicists. They all knew that they had verified the three-force unification equations based on experimental data. Of course, many people still inquired about Lin Xiao's paper and academic presentation. The experiment had already proven the results, but the crucial process was nearly universally awaited. This wasn't just a command from the leadership to prioritize the results over the process. In scientific research, both the process and the results are sometimes equally important. In fact, in proving mathematical conjectures, the result isn't necessarily as important as the process itself. This time, too, many noticed that Lin Xiao suddenly disappeared after the first CEPC run, entering a so-called closed-door research retreat. After the results came in, he claimed to have achieved the unification of the three forces. This led to the question of whether Lin Xiao had discovered some unique data in the first CEPC run that none of them had discovered, and based on this unique data, he had achieved the unification of the three forces. Almost everyone was curious about this, and they were practically waiting for Lin Xiao's paper. Perhaps, using Lin Xiao's methods, they could discover other significant results. Amidst this anticipation, Lin Xiao finally reposted his paper on the CHEPRO website and announced the date for the academic presentation, a week later. The publication of the paper on the unified theory of the three forces and the confirmed date for the academic presentation immediately stirred excitement in the physics community. They could discuss the academic presentation later. They had been waiting for this paper for a long time. Everyone wanted to know if Lin Xiao had truly discovered something in the data from the first CEPC run that no one else had. However, after reading the paper, these top physicists, as well as those on the cusp of becoming top physicists, fell silent. This is actually based on pure theoretical deduction? This hypothetical situation. Is it even possible to hypothesize it? In the director's office of the Kavli Institute for Theoretical Physics at the University of California, Santa Barbara, David Gross gazed at the paper in disbelief. As a Nobel Prize winner in physics and a theoretical physicist, David Gross is undoubtedly one of the greatest living physicists. After all, his status as one of the founders of quantum chromodynamics alone is worthy of being ranked among the greatest in physics. Furthermore, it was he who discovered the crucial result regarding asymptotic freedom in quantum chromodynamics. Of course, precisely because of this, he also conducted extensive research in high-energy physics. Of course, to some extent, there isn't a huge gap between theoretical physics and high-energy physics. The two are closely related. Therefore, David Gross has always been closely following the developments at CEPC. In particular, the recent news about Lin Xiao's unification of the three forces, along with their experimental verification, has led Gross to visit the CEPC website almost daily. Finally, he came across Lin Xiao's paper. Like others, he assumed Lin Xiao had found some unique data in the CEPC data, thereby unifying the three fundamental forces. However, after reading it, he was utterly amazed to discover that Lin Xiao had not done what they had thought, but had instead relied entirely on pure theory and mathematical derivation to achieve the unified theory of the electroweak and strong forces. Much like the electroweak unification theory achieved last century, the electroweak unification theory was also achieved entirely through theoretical deduction. But the difference is that the realization of the electroweak unification theory took decades to complete, a significant achievement that required the efforts of several generations of physicists, earning it the title of one of the most successful theories in physics. And what about the strong electroweak theory? While research on this topic has been ongoing for many years, including his own discovery of the asymptotic freedom of the strong interaction, Lin Xiao must admit that calculating the time taken to unify the three fundamental forces from before his discovery of asymptotic freedom would be unfair to him. Strictly speaking, Lin Xiao completed the unification of the three forces in exactly 1 year, or even less. And in that short time, Lin Xiao achieved the remarkable leap from proving the mass gap to proving the unification of the three forces. These achievements represent roughly 60% of the work involved in unifying the three forces, no, at least over 70%. Chapter 420, Complete Unification of Experiment and Theory. 70% of the work. Gross shook his head, recalling how the first few times he'd met Lin Xiao, he'd simply considered him a gifted physicist. But now, after reading this paper, he felt, for the first time, a sense of being crushed in terms of talent, intelligence, and practical skills. How terrifying! He shook his head, unable to help but sigh inwardly. He then reread the entire paper. Overall, this paper, based on pure theoretical derivations, demonstrated a comprehensive academic level comparable to Lin Xiao's original multidimensional field theory. If he were younger, he'd probably desperately want to be Lin Xiao's student. As he was sighing, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller, Frank Wilczek. This was his student, the physicist who had discovered the asymptotic freedom of the strong interaction with him and had shared the Nobel Prize in Physics with another person. He had a good idea of the purpose of his prized student's call, and when he answered the phone, Frank Wilczek's excited voice reached the other end. "Oh, my dear Professor Gross, I bet if you had read Lin's paper at CEPC just now, you would be absolutely astonished." Gross laughed and said, "Bingo, you won the bet, but there is no prize." Wilczek on the other end of the phone immediately laughed. "Sure enough, I knew you must be paying attention too." Gross scolded with a smile, "Aren't you talking nonsense? Who in the physics community is not paying attention to the unification of the three fundamental forces? If you call any of them now, I guess they are either reading the paper or have already read it." Wilczek said, Okay, I know. No matter what, Lin's paper is really amazing. He actually derived the final result entirely through mathematical procedures. At first, I thought he relied on experimental data from CEPC. Yes, it is indeed very amazing." Gross said that he found it difficult to disagree, and then he laughed and joked, "If you can be as amazing as Lin Xiao, as a teacher, I am afraid I can enjoy my retirement." Wilczek said helplessly, "My dear professor, your words are truly discouraging. Even if I'm not as talented as Lin Xiao, aren't you proud of me?" The entire physics community envies you for having a student like me. Ho ha ho ho. Gross laughed. But his laughter gradually died down, and after a while, the microphone could be heard sighing from this model mentor and student in the physics world. Even if they were truly exemplary mentors and students, after seeing Lin Xiao's achievements, these two Nobel Prize winners in physics seemed somewhat overshadowed. Of course, perhaps they could still boast that they at least had the Nobel Prize in physics, while Lin Xiao did not. But as to why Lin Xiao didn't have it, they had a better understanding. So even when they thought about their Nobel Prize and Lin Xiao's lack of it, they felt a sense of shame. And the same scene wasn't just happening in Gross and Wilczek's offices. Similarly, many people around the world were amazed by the power demonstrated in Lin Xiao's paper. The process of deriving the unified theory of the three forces purely theoretically must have been extremely difficult, just like the original electroweak unification theory. The former is even more difficult, especially since the strong interaction has been studied for many years, and until Lin Xiao began his research, no significant results had been achieved for a long time. However, the electroweak unification theory had been completed in the 1970s and experimentally verified by 1983. Consequently, anticipation for Lin Xiao's upcoming academic conference grew even greater. And so, the day of the conference arrived. For Lin Xiao, giving academic conferences was practically as commonplace as eating and drinking. Of course, for the attendees, it was a different story. Each of Lin Xiao's conferences always offered them some refreshing and important results, which often provided valuable insights for their future research. Therefore, these attendees were eager for Lin Xiao to give more conferences. Of course, it was precisely for this reason that the attendance at Lin Xiao's conferences was always very large. This time, there were over 2,000 people, a large number of whom were from CEPC, while others were not originally from China but flew in overnight after hearing the news. Because of this, even the venue for the conference was rented in a conference center. After all, 2,000 people was still too many. Besides the 2,000 or so in person, there were over 10,000 watching the academic conference live online. Of course, among these 10,000, many were simply there for the fun, or were students. Of course, there were also quite a few leading figures in physics, such as Nobel Prize winners in physics like Gross and Wilczek. So, nearly 20,000 people were waiting for the conference to begin. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, rather than staying backstage, was seated in the front row. Next to him was Wang Yi. Wang Yi took in the scale of the event. He had given conferences of this magnitude before, including his speech at the CEPC groundbreaking ceremony. But if he added the word academic to the title, turning it into an academic conference, then he'd never held one before. Just look at how many bigwigs were in the room. At that moment, he couldn't even imagine it. Finally, he looked at Lin Xiao beside him and asked, "Lin Xiao, I still can't figure out how you wrote that paper. You were clearly busy with CEPC before writing this paper. If you used experimental data related to CEPC in your paper, that would be understandable." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "But before I got busy with CEPC, I was researching this." Then he waved his hand and said, "Of course, I'll tell you where my inspiration came from later." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Wang Yi couldn't help but be curious. Where did the inspiration come from? He really needed to listen carefully. Maybe he could encounter such inspiration next time. And then, time had arrived for the presentation. After the lecture host took control, Lin Xiao took the stage. Looking at the audience's eager eyes, he smiled and said, "Thank you all for coming to my lecture again. Of course, there's no need to waste time on unnecessary rambling. With so many familiar faces here, I won't say too much, but before we get to the point, I'd like to discuss a question that may be of great interest to everyone. Where did the inspiration for this paper come from?" Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, many in the audience sat up straight. Indeed, they were all curious about where Lin Xiao's inspiration came from. Lin Xiao smiled again. "Of course, this inspiration is just a joke. Don't take it too seriously." His words immediately left the audience confused. What did he mean? Then, Lin Xiao pulled out his phone, opened an audio file, and played it. All that could be heard was a buzzing sound, remarkably like the sound of teammates blasting their microphones in a game. This further perplexed everyone. What the hell was this? Lin Xiao then stopped playing and said with a smile, "Before CEPC was turned on, I placed a recorder inside the detector. Once CEPC was running, The electromagnetic waves from the particle collisions were recorded, and that's what produced the sounds you just heard. And when I heard those sounds, it was like I was struck by inspiration, and I went back and came up with a theory of the unification of the three forces. So, that's where my inspiration came from. Lin Xiao finished his speech, his smile forming a stark contrast to the eye-rolling crowd in the audience. Clearly, the audience didn't believe what Lin Xiao was saying. They'd actually thought they'd hear something useful. Of course, some people felt that inspiration sometimes involved a certain kind of metaphysics, and that perhaps what Lin Xiao said was true. So, some people actually wanted to give it a try. But that's a story for another time. Lin Xiao stopped talking and said, "Okay, let's end these jokes and get down to business. That is, how exactly is the strong interaction unified with the electroweak force? Well, first, let's delve into gluons, the fundamental particles responsible for transmitting the strong interaction." According to the equation, Lin Xiao's presentation officially began, and everyone in the room put aside their jokes and listened attentively. Lin Xiao's personal presentation was clearly superior to the paper. As time passed, everyone, entranced, welcomed the conclusion of the presentation. The end of this presentation symbolized that, in physics, the strong and electroweak forces had finally been unified, both experimentally and theoretically. Chapter 421 The Road to Success, Experiment of a Four-Person Team. 2 chapters combined. Lin Xiao's presentation concluded, and it was time for questions. Many present had questions about the argumentation used in Lin Xiao's paper, including questions about his proof process. However, Lin Xiao naturally provided flawless answers to these questions. Whenever he wrote a paper, he was almost always completely certain of the entire proof process, a level of certainty that came from his ability to easily extend the paper further. Because of this, he never worried about being unable to answer questions during his presentations. And so, the presentation finally came to a close. Well, thank you all for your patience. This academic conference has come to an end. Having said that, Lin Xiao paused again, and then said with a hint of humor, "However, the academic conference is over, but our academic journey is not over yet. Although the three fundamental forces have been unified, the graviton, which has just been successfully incorporated into quantum mechanics, is still watching from a distance. The unification of the four fundamental forces is what we are currently pursuing in physics, and in the future, no one can guarantee whether other interaction forces will be discovered, just like the latest data obtained by our CEPC. Compared with the data we have obtained in the LHC, it is obviously more complicated, and this is most likely due to the disturbances caused by higher collision energies, but, among these disturbances, perhaps it hides something new in physics that's even more urgently awaiting discovery. Just like my multidimensional field theory, while it's considered a new physics, it ultimately concerns our general universe, that is, the universe from the lowest to the highest dimensions. But we live in our own universe, the narrow universe. Therefore, I think a deeper understanding of our own universe is perhaps even more crucial. So, let me wish all of you, my friends, to make our physics even more brilliant, and to discover the greater and more mysterious secrets of this universe. I believe that we humans will one day discover the ultimate truth of this universe, through the efforts of everyone present. Well, with that, goodbye everyone. Lin Xiao bowed deeply and gracefully stepped off the podium. After Lin Xiao's final words, the audience applauded enthusiastically, expressing their gratitude for his academic presentation. They thanked him for once again contributing to physics, and also for his concluding blessings for physics. As Lin Xiao walked down from the stage, everyone in the first row turned their attention to him. The first row was filled with renowned physicists who had interacted with Lin Xiao before. They all stood up, surrounded him, and began chatting. Of course, they mostly congratulated Lin Xiao. Naturally, Lin Xiao smiled and chatted with everyone. However, Professor Lin, there's one regret about your presentation. As everyone chatted, a voice rang out, sparking curiosity. This presentation was clearly perfect, wasn't it? The physicist who had spoken quickly offered an explanation. Professor Lin's presentation today is still missing a surprise. Upon hearing this explanation, everyone burst into laughter. It was true. It was indeed missing a surprise. Lin Xiao's previous presentations had always been full of surprises. Lin Xiao was suddenly at a loss for words, waving his hands repeatedly and saying, "Hey, what do you take me for? And since you said it was a surprise, how can it happen every time?" Everyone present laughed. "You're Lin Xiao, after all. Lin Xiao touched his nose, then waved his hand, saying, "Let's wait until next time. Maybe there'll be a surprise during my next presentation." "Okay," Professor Lin said, so let's all wait and see. Everyone present laughed. Lin Xiao gave an okay sign. Of course, who knows if he can pull off such a surprise next time? It's all up to chance. Besides, he didn't know when the next academic presentation would be. After all, he had to devote all his attention to the Golden Crow project. He then chatted with these physicists again. Some of them even invited him to collaborate on research related to gravitons and further research on the unification of the three forces. Naturally, Lin Xiao declined all of these offers. After taking care of some matters in Shangjing, he boarded a plane to Tianjin. The chief engineer of the Jinwu project was returning to his place. Back at the Jinwu project, after months of construction, several buildings had already been erected, including the research institute, which was crucial for scientists like them. Lin Xiao's first move upon arrival was to convene a meeting to review the progress of various projects. The specifications for the planned Jinwu reactor had been largely finalized, primarily regarding the minimum number of cities it would need to power. According to their current plan, the Jinwu project would initially target the Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei economic zone, and then, if capacity remained, would expand to serve several surrounding major cities. Beyond simply considering the number of cities to be supplied, this demand also needed to account for significant increases in electricity demand in the future. After all, once controlled nuclear fusion is truly realized, lower electricity prices will inevitably lead to a significant increase in electricity demand. This will spur the construction of even more power plants. Therefore, if the power of existing fusion power plants can only meet current demand, a power shortage will inevitably occur. Their plan is to generate at least 5 times the current peak demand. This isn't difficult, especially for controlled nuclear fusion. However, there's another factor, the method of generating electricity. This determines the ultimate efficiency. Even if controlled nuclear fusion can generate enormous amounts of energy, if the conversion efficiency isn't high, it's all for naught. This became the main point of discussion during the meeting after Lin Xiao returned. As for this issue, we can only boil water, Deputy Chief Engineer Li Gang said, spreading his hands. Well, I heard a while ago that a research institute in our country developed a 750 degrees Celsius water evaporation and pressure device. We could use it then. By then, our conversion rate would probably barely reach 1%, Song Tao, the leader of the preliminary preparation team, said. The others present nodded in agreement. For them, boiling water was the best way to generate electricity. In fact, boiling water was their ideal device. Even the East used a steam turbine engine for experimental power generation. Specifically, it boiled water continuously, using the steam to drive a turbine, which then generated electricity by cutting magnetic flux lines. This method of power generation has remained unchanged for hundreds of years. As for the so-called 750 degrees Celsius water evaporation and pressure device, it would pressurize their water heater, raising the evaporation temperature of the water from 100 degrees Celsius to 750 degrees Celsius. This would improve the turbine engine's conversion efficiency. Hey, maybe not even 1%, someone said, shaking their head helplessly. They didn't have much of a solution for such low conversion efficiency, so no matter how much they despised it, they had no choice but to accept it. However, at this moment, Li Gang turned to look at Lin Xiao, noticing a pensive expression on his face. He couldn't help but ask, Chief Engineer Lin, do you have any ideas? Everyone present also looked at Lin Xiao, though most people seemed to think he didn't have much of a solution. However, Lin Xiao spoke up, don't tell us, haven't you considered magnetohydrodynamic generators? Everyone in the room looked at each other for a moment, then asked in confusion, Chief Engineer Lin, are you sure? Magnetohydrodynamic generators. Everyone could see the advantages of magnetohydrodynamic generators for the energy conversion efficiency of controlled nuclear fusion, but given the lack of power for magnetohydrodynamic generators, they almost immediately dismissed the idea. Lin Xiao nodded, then said, I understand your concerns. If we use a magnetohydrodynamic generator, its positive and negative plates will need to directly withstand the extremely high temperature plasma flow. However, let's consider this. Can we inject some alkaline metals into the magnetohydrodynamic generator to cool the high temperature plasma flow? These alkaline metals will also become plasma beams at these high temperatures, providing more electrons for our magnetohydrodynamic generator, thereby increasing the power generation rate. In this way, we can make even greater use of the temperature. Besides that, these materials also have some waste heat. We can also continue to utilize this waste heat by connecting the magnetohydrodynamic generator's plates to a steam turbine generator, and then continue to use this waste heat to boil water. At this point, Lin Xiao suddenly stood up and began writing various formulas on the blackboard beside him. These formulas were simple enough for everyone present to understand. Of course, they didn't care about the simplicity of the formulas, but rather what they reflected. When they saw Lin Xiao write down, Greek letter eta equals 15.6%, they all sat up straight, their faces filled with surprise. Chief Engineer Lin, are you saying that, based on your method, the final total power output can reach 15.6%? 15.6%. This efficiency, in other contexts, wouldn't even be impressive. It could be considered completely useless. After all, current thermal power generation efficiencies exceed 40%, with efficiencies below 20% being unimportant compared to other common power generation methods. But the difference now is that their power generation method isn't just any ordinary one, it's controlled nuclear fusion. And the 15.6% conversion rate Lin Xiao cited is also 15.6% of the power generation capacity of nuclear fusion. 1 gram of deuterium and tritium fusion can generate 336 billion joules of energy. By comparison, 1 kilogram of standard coal only produces 29.26 million joules. The difference is 4 orders of magnitude, demonstrating the terrifying nature of nuclear fusion. Consider the energy conversion rates of both. Lin Xiao's 15.6% conversion rate compares favorably to thermal power's 40%, meaning the gap is still over 4,000 times greater. This is the energy of the sun. This is why nuclear fusion is said to solve humanity's energy problems. Even if the conversion rate is only 1%, it's still many times greater than thermal power, not to mention the environmental benefits of its clean energy. Everyone in the conference room seemed to be drawn into a fantasy by Lin Xiao's percentage. However, they quickly regained their composure. While the numbers were ideal, the reality they faced was stark. No, Chief Engineer Lin, even so, your suggestion of adding alkaline metals to cool the chamber is a very good one, but the final temperature will be at least tens of thousands of K, right? How will you address this situation? Lin Xiao smiled. You've overlooked one point. The material I'm originally planning to study is the inner wall material. If the inner wall material can ultimately withstand neutron bombardment, do we still need to worry about these issues? Hearing Lin Xiao's words, everyone suddenly realized something. That's right. They'd actually forgotten this. It couldn't be helped. Their mindset was stuck in the assumption that such a material doesn't exist, so they hadn't considered it for all this time. Lin Xiao, however, was dedicated to researching this very material, so of course he'd been considering the possibility that it existed. Li Gang immediately asked, by the way, Chief Engineer Lin, how's your research progressing on this issue? Everyone present turned their gazes to Lin Xiao. The people here were largely those who had heard Lin Xiao discuss his ideas about tokamak lining materials at the Institute of Plasma Physics. So, they weren't upset that Lin Xiao had abandoned the Golden Crow project to pursue research at the CEPC. They all knew that Lin Xiao's original purpose for moving to the CEPC was still with the Golden Crow project, to unify the strong interaction with the other two forces. Now that Lin Xiao had truly achieved this, they all wondered if his initial ideas could be realized. In response to these inquiries, Lin Xiao smiled faintly and said, I think my initial hypothesis is feasible. The entire audience erupted in excitement. According to Lin Xiao's idea, then, they all exchanged glances, their eyes almost brimming with excitement. This meant they had a chance of success. If Lin Xiao's initial assumptions were wrong, then their already visible path would be blocked. They would then have to find another path quickly, otherwise their Jinwu project would have to become a research project for a Jinwu superconducting tokamak-controlled nuclear fusion device. Now that this path wasn't blocked, they could continue. Chief Engineer Lin, I'll leave everything to you, Li Gang said to Lin Xiao, his face serious. The others followed suit. Regardless, as chief engineer, Lin Xiao's most crucial responsibility still fell on him. The rest of them could only place their hopes on him. Don't worry, I'll definitely live up to your expectations, Lin Xiao nodded, his expression growing serious. Next came the final sprint. He was fully prepared. At most, there were only a few hundred truth points to lose. With the truth points as a backup, he remained calm, and a sense of confidence shone in his gaze. His confidence resonated with the others. And the weight of the tens of billions of dollars in state investment and the heavy responsibility placed upon them seemed to lift considerably. While it was unclear where Lin Xiao's confidence came from, they simply trusted him. The meeting continued. Of course, the next matters weren't particularly important, they simply discussed the details. It quickly concluded. Then we won't bother Chief Engineer Lin. Chief Engineer, the Golden Crow project rests entirely on your shoulders. Lin Xiao smiled and said, that's good to be assured. Yes, soon. Everyone left, and Lin Xiao returned to his office. The office was brand new and a bit unfamiliar. Of course, whether new or old, finding a computer, pen, and scratch paper made it familiar to Lin Xiao. Quickly, he grabbed his scratch paper and resumed his research. After so many days of tackling this problem, he had already gained a solid understanding. With his intuitive understanding of mathematics and physics, he knew there must be a way to strengthen the relationship between the strong and electromagnetic forces. After all, the two forces are inherently unified, as their CEPC experiments had already confirmed. But the most crucial question is how to stimulate this state. Lin Xiao stroked his chin, a sudden idea coming to mind. Right, since the CEPC experiments have proven that the strong and weak electroweak forces can be unified at 110 TeV, what about neutrons at a temperature of 100 million degrees? Lin Xiao pondered for a moment. Of course, considering temperature for microscopic particles is inappropriate in physics. This is because temperature is a macroscopic quantity, ultimately reflected in microscopic conditions as the speed of these microscopic particles. The faster the particles move, the higher the temperature reflected on a macroscopic scale. Why does temperature only transfer from higher to lower, and not vice versa? This can be understood as the faster moving particles in the higher temperature region. When they collide with the slower moving particles in the lower temperature region, their speeds naturally equalize, much like billiard balls. Neutrons produced in nuclear fusion are extremely fast-moving particles, and because they carry no charge, they aren't restricted by magnetic fields. Therefore, they collide directly with particles on the inner walls of the device, knocking apart particles that were originally connected by the interaction force. In this case, wouldn't the energy from these neutron collisions be utilized to achieve the combined expression of the strong interaction and the electromagnetic interaction? Then, we can use special methods to stimulate the strong interaction force of the inner wall materials themselves. Lin Xiao's eyes flickered slightly. At this moment, he has found the real way to success, in a laboratory at Dingguang Research Institute. The 4 graduate interns who were lucky enough to get 400,000 yuan in funding from Lin Xiao are taking the most critical step in their project. Hurry up, record it with a recorder. This cost 200,000 yuan. Okay, it's ready, don't worry. An urgent voice sounded, and they had entered the final critical point. Until half a while later. Done, go and see the result. Well, this result. The 4 people fell into a moment of confusion. Isn't this result a bit wrong? For a moment, they all thought miserably, their 200,000 yuan was given in vain? Chapter 422 Science and Metaphysics. After receiving 400,000 yuan in funding from Lin Xiao and officially establishing the project, the 4-person team began their research in earnest. Many months have passed, almost a year now. Of course, for research of their kind, a year is quite common, and some projects taking several years are not uncommon. However, due to limited funding, they've managed to get this far by scrimping and saving. Of course, thrifty is just an adjective, referring to their extreme frugality with the 400,000 yuan. On a daily basis, the Dingguang Research Institute offers excellent benefits, with food and accommodation essentially free, unless they eat out. Even then, they have a stipend, so they don't have to worry. Otherwise, they'd either have to scrimp and save or ask their families for money. And today is the most crucial moment in their research. To complete this experiment, they spent half of their 400,000 yuan budget, a full 200,000 yuan, to rent a materials lab within the research institute for a few days. In a research institute, labs, both the space and the equipment within, are shared, so any experiment requires renting them, which is where the funds go. Of course, 200,000 yuan is only enough to rent a materials lab for a few days, so it's naturally a top-tier facility, and even that's still a bargain. When they initially approached the lab director, he, perhaps considering their young age and the fact that their funding had been personally approved by Lin Xiao, waived a few tens of thousands of yuan. This 200,000 yuan in rent was the largest expense for the four-person team and the last of their 400,000 yuan budget. However, something seemed to be amiss. Seeing the results, which differed somewhat from their expectations, they were all scratching their heads. Why do these electrons seem to be behaving strangely? Is there something wrong? Chen Gong asked. Li Xiao nodded, adjusting his glasses. In his left hand, he held a notepad filled with calculations and diagrams. He said, according to the ARP spectrum, the electron energies seem a bit high. And the electron structure, if calculated according to the electron topological bonding theory, it shouldn't be like this. Ma Bin's face was dejected. What do we do now? Is there something wrong with our experimental process? Did we choose this material wrong? The other two shook their heads. Neither of them had expected such a thing to happen. Of course, the experimental materials they used were indeed quite unique. Their experiment aimed to verify the topological bonding process in Lin Xiao's electron topological bonding theory. To do this, they used the ARPS, or angle-resolved photoelectron spectrometer, in the laboratory to observe the electrons inside the sample, thereby verifying the electron topological bonding theory. The sample they used had a rather unusual origin. It was a tungsten plate that they had purchased and had been retired from a controlled nuclear fusion reactor. Tungsten has the highest melting point of any metal, and its inherent strength makes it often used as the inner wall material for controlled nuclear fusion reactors. Of course, tungsten plates certainly can't withstand the high temperatures of controlled nuclear fusion. As for how they obtained this sample, it's quite a story. While the only well-known controlled nuclear fusion devices in China are the East China, Eastern Super Ring, at the Institute of Plasma Physics, and a few tokamaks like the tokamak IIM developed by the Nuclear Industry Corporation, some universities may have older experimental tokamaks. The tungsten plates they obtained were obtained from one of these older devices. Of course, obtaining this material took considerable effort, primarily because such materials can carry residual radiation from neutron irradiation during nuclear fusion reactions. Even if the radiation levels aren't very high, they're generally not allowed to be sold. Otherwise, if it accidentally fell into the hands of an ordinary person, they'd be unaware of the radiation exposure, and they could be charged with releasing hazardous materials. After all, this kind of radioactive substance could actually kill people without them even noticing, and radiation-induced murders have occurred before. While it's certainly deadly to ordinary people, for researchers like them, proper handling can avoid these problems. Even if they were to trade it, they could simply claim it was for experimental purposes, so trading it wasn't a problem. However, this required knowing the source thoroughly. After all, they wouldn't just sell it to someone they didn't know. So, Kang Chengning, the leader of the four-person team, leveraged his connections and, after 3 referrals, finally acquired the device. The cost was probably the second largest expense, after renting the laboratory. The reason they went to all this trouble to acquire this device was due to Lin Xiao's initial suggestion, to explore the relationship between the strong force and the electromagnetic force. However, they had no idea how to proceed in this direction. Even though they had spent a month trying to understand Lin Xiao's paper, and even though they had purchased books on quantum field theory and particle physics to try to teach themselves, it was ultimately to no avail. After all, Lin Xiao's paper was simply beyond their level of understanding. Since scientific methods couldn't explain it, they could only approach it from a metaphysical perspective. So, they thought, wouldn't something like fusion reactions, in some ways, perfectly suit their needs? Fusion reactions, for example, involve the destruction of the strong interaction. For example, the fusion of deuterium and tritium occurs when the nuclei of deuterium and tritium collide, disrupting the strong interaction that holds the protons and neutrons together, releasing the energy held by that interaction. This is like the breaking and forming of chemical bonds. Chemical bonds formed under electromagnetic interaction absorb energy when breaking and release energy when forming. This strong bond, which can be considered a strong bond, releases energy when breaking. Furthermore, since the strong interaction is 100 to 1000 times stronger than the electromagnetic interaction, the energy released is even greater. Of course, the external manifestation is still the loss of mass caused by fusion, which is converted into energy. Then, based on the mass-energy equation, the energy conversion rate of the lost mass can be determined. For this four-person team, since this was related to the strong interaction, perhaps a little bit of metaphysics could lead to something truly scientific? Unfortunately, in the end, the facts proved that their ideas were still too metaphysical. But just when the other three were feeling distressed, Kang Chengning, who had been thinking with his head down, suddenly said, "No, maybe we should think about it from another perspective. What's the matter? Old Kang, do you have any ideas?" The others couldn't help but look at Kang Chengning. They chose Kang Chengning to be the person in charge because they naturally believed in his ability. Maybe Kang Chengning also had some ideas? Kang Chengning said calmly, "I think we might as well think about it. Although the current experimental results are inconsistent with our goals, there are only three possibilities for this situation." The other three people immediately showed curiosity on their faces. "Which three? Tell me quickly, don't keep us in suspense." Kang Chengning smiled and said, "The first is that there's something wrong with our instrument." The other three were stunned for a moment, and then Ma Bin spoke up, "That's indeed a possibility." Chen Gong nodded and said, "That's good, if that's the case." But Li Xiao, standing next to him, said calmly, "No, that's not good at all." He adjusted his glasses and slowly raised his head. The lab light reflected a gleam of wisdom on his lenses, and then his tone turned sad. "Because this means we may have to work hard to pay off our debts for the rest of our lives." Chen Gong and Ma Bin were stunned, and immediately realized what Li Xiao meant. This meant that this expensive ARPS was most likely damaged by them. After all, when they applied for the lab, the ARPS was completely fine. Chen Gong immediately clutched his heart, his face full of indignation, and his eyes were filled with despair. Such a top-of-the-line ARPS cost hundreds of millions. "Old Kang, tell me some other possibilities. Otherwise, old Chen is about to collapse," Ma Bin hurriedly said to Kang Chengning. Kang Chengning shrugged, then said, "The second possibility is that the electron topological bonding theory is wrong." This statement instantly awakened Chen Gong. His expression immediately turned serious. He examined their experimental results, calmly analyzed them, and pondered them carefully. After a while, he clapped his hands and said, "It's indeed possible. After all, our experimental results are significantly different from the electron topological bonding theory." The more he spoke, the brighter his eyes became, until he even jumped for joy. "Hey, it's entirely possible. Even if this theory was developed by Einstein, I would still question it. Brothers, our success depends on this." Li Xiao, who was standing beside him, reminded him quietly, "But this was developed by Master Lin." Chen Gong was stunned, as if he had just remembered. "Yes, that was developed by Master Lin. How could it be wrong?" He clutched his heart again, his face ashen, and he fell into the despair of being saddled with millions in debt. This time, without Ma Bin's reminder, Kang Chengning brought up the final possibility. "The final possibility is that our metaphysics has succeeded. We have found a field that Lin Shen's electronic topological bonding theory has not touched upon." Chapter 423 Particle Bullet Anti-Structure Material Model. When Kang Chengning mentioned the third possibility, Chen Gong regained his composure. He certainly didn't get excited, but instead, he rubbed his chin and began to think seriously. Similarly, Li Xiao and Ma Bin also began to ponder. Because, compared to the previous two possibilities, this third scenario was the most likely. The sudden failure of the ARPS wasn't a big deal. They'd used it before in graduate school, so their operation must have been flawless. Otherwise, the director of this lab wouldn't have let them operate it here with confidence. The claim that the electron topological bonding theory was wrong was like denying the electroweak unification theory. It was completely unfounded. After all, the electron topological bonding theory had been unanimously recognized by the material science community and was considered a highly successful theory. Therefore, this point could be dismissed. This final scenario, however, was truly worth considering. Moreover, it was the most favorable scenario for everyone. Because the scientific community dislikes the denial of past theories and prefers to forge new paths. If a past theory is disproven, and if that theory has a large following, it can cause a major upheaval in the scientific community. For example, if a paper were to appear that overturned the theory of relativity, and its content was completely conclusive and verifiable by experiment, the entire world would likely be shaken. After all, relativity has become ubiquitous in almost every field of endeavor. Similarly, for the scientific community, it would be a disaster, as countless previous papers related to relativity would be deemed worthless, having been disproven. Therefore, The scientific community does not want such a thing to happen, except, of course, for some new generations of scientists, who would greatly appreciate it, as it means that a treasure trove of past discoveries has been restored, and they can once again cultivate it. Of course, the third possibility is a perfect one. Forging a new path means there are new discoveries to be made. This is clearly the best option. Kang Chengning smiled at the other three people, noticing they were all deeply considering the situation. Then he said, "It seems you agree with my idea, so I think we can conduct further research based on this result." Yeah, Chen Gong nodded, his face once again brimming with the same excitement as before. "Brothers, go, go, go. Now we're really going to be famous." But at this moment, the usually calm Li Xiao adjusted his glasses again and poured a bucket of cold water on them, but we're out of money. This cold water chilled Chen Gong to the core. No, he clutched his heart, a pained expression on his face once again. Ma Bin, standing next to him, also clutched his head. Where does this feeling of pinduoduo cutting down come from? They'd reached the crucial point, and they were out of money. It hurt so much? But Kang Chengning smiled and said, "Have you forgotten what Master Lin told us?" What Master Lin said? They immediately recalled what Lin Xiao had said when they'd gone to his office to get his signature. Although nearly a year had passed, their conversation with Lin Xiao was still fresh in their minds. Li Xiao, who had remained calm until then, was now a little excited. "Oh, right. Did Lin Xiao say that if our experiments revealed a phenomenon related to the formulas he'd written for us, we could contact him?" "Yes. That seems to be what he said." Ma Bin clapped his hands and said, "Yes." Kang Chengning nodded and smiled. "Even if there's no connection, we can still contact him to explain our findings. Maybe we can even ask Lin Xiao for more funding." Excitement lit up their faces at the thought of this possibility. "Well, let's first present the data from this experiment and compare it to the formula Lin Xiao had given us to see if there's any connection." "Okay." Several people nodded, their faces once again lit up with excitement. This time, they had a chance of success. "Then, old Li, I'll leave this to you." Kang Chengning then looked at Li Xiao. Li Xiao was the most mathematically gifted of the four, so it was naturally best to leave this task to him. He nodded, "Of course, no problem." Then, without further ado, they began to set off. Their first task was to find the formulas Lin Xiao had written down for them. They'd written them on a piece of scratch paper, which they hadn't lost. Even if they had, they'd saved them in the project's documentation, so there was no need to worry. Quickly finding the formula, Li Xiao compared their experimental data with the formula Lin Xiao had given them. After several hours of work, he had the ideal result. Li Xiao was amazed at the final result. While it's not exactly the same as the formula Lin Xiao gave us, some terms are almost identical. Seeing Li Xiao's result, Kang Chengning and the others were even more excited. Surely this level of similarity would attract Lin Xiao's attention? Would that save their project? Nice. Li Xiao, you've easily accomplished something none of us could. Chen Gong laughed heartily, patting Li Xiao on the shoulder. Li Xiao smiled and said, "You've done your job well." Kang Chengning shook his head, laughing. "I really don't know where you got that personality." He then said, "Okay, I'll write the report now and send it to Master Lin. You guys take a break for the next few days." "Okay," the others nodded, anticipating Lin's excitement when he saw their work. 2 weeks later, in Lin Xiao's office at the Jinwu Project Research Institute in Tianjin City. "Yes, if it's this model, we can harness the energy of neutron irradiation." Lin Xiao, who had been poring over his desk for days, looked up from his draft paper at the mathematical and physical model he had finally successfully constructed after so many days of calculations. He named it a microscopic particle projectile anti-structure material model. According to his original idea, the neutrons produced by deuterium-tritium fusion would carry extremely high energies and collide directly with the inner wall of the device. At this time, if the atomic nuclei in the material of the inner wall could cause the strong interaction and electromagnetic interaction to become consistent at this energy, the strong interaction would completely withstand this level of neutron bombardment. This is called repelling. But obviously, not all materials can achieve this. Ordinary materials, when bombarded by high-energy neutrons, can only undergo reactions such as transmutation, eventually becoming as brittle as paper. Therefore, a completely new material is required. This material, how can I make it? Lin Xiao felt a headache. Now that the model was complete, He could deduce the general composition of the material, but developing this new material was as difficult as developing the pure silicon crystal for RDX. And just then, the system's voice sounded. Congratulations, host, on completing the anti-structure material model for microscopic particle bombs. Considering your contribution to proving the unification of the three forces, this time, you will be rewarded with 25,000 mathematics experience points, 30,000 physics experience points, 10,000 material science experience points, and 500 truth points. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Xiao was stunned at first, then slightly surprised. I thought there were no rewards for proving the unification of the three forces last time. So, you've got them here. He hadn't heard the system's reward announcement after proving the unification of the three forces the last time, so he assumed he'd cheated too much by using that truth recorder, and the system hadn't awarded him a reward. It turned out they were just there. This time, the rewards were incredibly generous, totaling 65,000 experience points and 500 truth points, a real steal. Meanwhile, the 10,000 material science experience points successfully advanced his material science to level 5, along with a boost in brain development. The 0.6% brain development boost from reaching level 5 wasn't a significant improvement for him now, and he barely even felt it. He felt his brain become brighter again, shook his head, and then turned his attention to what he was researching. Could it be that this time I have to use the truth points? Just now, he had obtained 500 truth points at once, which made him feel that he could spend them lavishly. However, at this moment, he suddenly received a notification in his mailbox. New email. Chapter 424, Forest God? Looking at the new email, Lin Xiao felt a wave of doubt. Who could have sent him this email at this time? Of course, he didn't dwell on it and simply opened the email. He was stunned by the contents. Those 4 people, his memory was naturally full of them, so Kang Chengning and the other 3 quickly came to mind. Even though so much time had passed, these 4 had helped him back then, so he couldn't have forgotten them so quickly. It's been almost a year, so it seems they've finally finished their project. Thinking this, Lin Xiao wondered if the 4 wanted his feedback. As for whether they could find what he was looking for, Lin Xiao considered the possibility, but at least not yet. But as he continued to read, he was stunned. There actually is experimental data that's somewhat similar to the formulas I gave them. Seeing this, Lin Xiao's initial sense of difficulty vanished, giving way to a wave of excitement. These 4 people's project had actually found what he was looking for. It was truly incredible. The formula he had originally given to the 4 people was a formula he had initially developed, based on his own conjectures and deductions, to explain the interaction between the electromagnetic and strong forces in materials. Of course, the formula at that time wasn't perfect, as Lin Xiao hadn't yet completed the unification of the 3 forces. If it were based on his now completed theory of the 3-force unification, the formulas could be further refined. However, even with further refinement, some of the terms would undoubtedly show similarities or consistency. This meant that their project could truly bring significant value to Lin Xiao. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't wait any longer. He immediately flipped to the bottom of the email, found the attachment, and downloaded it. According to the email, the attachment contained their entire experimental report and process, basically everything they could possibly know. Of course, the most crucial part was the final derivation process, which involved substituting the experimental data into the current formula. The attachment was over 100 megabytes, probably because it contained so many images. The download was quick, and Lin Xiao browsed through all the files within, quickly finding the final derivation process. Although he hadn't reviewed their entire experimental procedure yet, Lin Xiao felt at first, going through their final derivation was enough to verify its accuracy. He could then simply revisit the entire process. Afterward, after opening the file, Lin Xiao saw the derivation. He narrowed his eyes and read through it carefully. The derivation ran to 6 pages, quite long, but what intrigued Lin Xiao was the remarkable mathematical prowess displayed within. Even Lin Xiao, a world-renowned mathematician, couldn't find many faults with it. The only problem is that some steps could have been omitted, making it rather redundant. At this thought, Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Perhaps he had a penchant for using words like obvious when writing his own papers. Thinking back to a few years ago, he'd always tried to be as detailed as possible when writing his papers. But now, he'd often skimped on details wherever possible. while not to the point of being as cryptic as Perelman's paper proving the Poincaré conjecture, leaving even the most prominent figures in academia baffled. The number of people struggling to understand his papers was growing. But I didn't expect one of those four was actually good at math, he thought with a slight admiration, then continued reading. After seeing the final results, his expression grew more serious. I can pretty much confirm there's no problem. It seems they've truly found the key. The mathematical derivation was flawless, meaning technical errors could be largely ruled out. He wasn't worried about the four fabricating data to deceive him. Fabricating data might be possible in nature or science to fool the editors or reviewers, but deceiving him was clearly out of the question. However, Lin Xiao was still curious about how these four people had obtained their experimental data. First, materials research, which always involves a certain amount of luck, and yet they'd managed to produce something that matched his initial description, was truly incredible. So he opened their experimental procedures and began to review them. Lin Xiao quickly schemed over the preliminary preparations, but it wasn't until he saw the sample they'd chosen that he was puzzled. What the hell is this? The tungsten plates from the tokamak? And they're the kind that's already scrapped. This was their experimental raw material? And they put it into the ARPs to measure electronic states, and they found this? Wasn't that a bit ridiculous? Honestly, he had never imagined such a thing could happen. It was simply outrageous, absurd to the extreme. Lin Xiao rubbed his chin, pondering. It was a bit unreasonable, but somehow they'd pulled it off. Is it luck, or something else? If it was luck, then he had to cite the incredible luck of these four people. The next time he saw these four people, he would definitely ask them how they came up with this idea. He continued reading until he reached the final analysis data graph, where he finally stopped. There was no point reading further. I never thought this kind of miraculous material would appear in nuclear fusion reactions. It felt like the idea of solitary yin and solitary yang, or the common fantasy fairy tale of poisonous substances always having an antidote nearby. After a moment of contemplation, he pulled out his phone and made a call. We're starting a nationwide search for something. It's the tungsten plates used as the inner walls of tokamaks, not tungsten plates, but the kind that can withstand neutron incineration and nuclear fusion reactions. Okay, take as many as you can. I'm going to use it for my experiments. The sooner the better. After hanging up, Lin Xiao returned his gaze to the email on his computer. He hadn't finished reading the email yet, having rushed to read the attachments. So he continued reading the rest of the email. He also knew the reason for their letter. So the funding is gone. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. It seemed that the 400,000 yuan they had originally given them was a bit too little. Of course, if they hadn't been given that initial funding, they might have gone for other, more expensive experimental samples, ultimately preventing them from achieving the results that had so pleasantly surprised Lin Xiao. But since they've been so helpful, I'll go meet them in a few days. Although the final results were still unknown, they had at least given Lin Xiao some inspiration. So, not only funding, but also personal guidance from Lin Xiao on their project wouldn't be a problem. And Lin Xiao's personal guidance was far more valuable than funding. After all, even if a project had a lot of funding, it didn't guarantee success. With Lin Xiao's personal guidance, it was basically a guarantee, and the final results might even exceed expectations. Then, Lin Xiao began to prepare for his return to Beijing in a few days. A few days passed quickly. A week had passed since Kang Chengming sent the email to Lin Xiao. That day, their group of four gathered again, their faces tinged with worry. Hasn't Lin Xiao replied yet? Ma Bin asked Kang Chengming. The other two looked at him, hoping for good news. But Kang Chengming shook his head. Disappointment suddenly crossed their faces. For all this time, they had waited with great anticipation for Lin Xiao's reply, secretly hoping for praise. After all, they had fulfilled Lin Xiao's original request. And yet, a week had passed, and Lin Xiao still hadn't replied. Be patient. Lin Xiao might not check his email every day. Just like when we published our journal, the editors had to wait a long time before responding, Kang Chengming reassured them. Chen Guang sighed. That's true, but, well, he looked up at the ceiling and said helplessly, I've been looking forward to seeing Lin Xian's surprise these past few days. The others sighed helplessly as well. How could they not have shared Chen Gong's sentiments? But just then, a voice rang out from beside them. Haha, you've already shocked me. To them, this voice was like the sound of nature. After all, they had been anticipating hearing this voice for days. All four of them wore expressions of disbelief, turning in the direction of the voice to see Lin Xiao suddenly appear behind them. Lin Xiao, Chen Gong and Ma Bin's eyes widened. Li Xiao quickly put on his glasses, which he had taken off, and cast a look of disbelief at the newcomer. Kang Chengning immediately approached. Lin Xiao, why are you here? Chapter 425 Experiment. Facing the excited four, Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Oh? My presence here doesn't meet your expectations, or do you expect me to read your emails, call you immediately, and then make some highly praised remarks about your achievements, as if something had hit home?" The four people present immediately showed signs of embarrassment. After all, it was like having achieved something remarkable and then wanting to tell an elder or someone they admire, hoping for a word of praise. That was their mentality. While this was quite normal, having it pointed out directly by Lin Xiao, someone they admired, they felt a bit embarrassed. But then Lin Xiao laughed and said, "Then tell me what you want me to do. I'll give you what you want." The four people were stunned and looked at Lin Xiao. Did he really plan to play along? Kang Chengning scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Director Lin, that's not necessary. Let's just forget it. We were just joking." Lin Xiao smiled heartily and said, "Okay, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. I understand. We are all young people after all. Of course, since you don't want it, then forget it." At this time, Chen Gong next to him touched his nose and said, "Master Lin, you can actually take it." The three people next to him were speechless. Isn't this kind of dramatic compliment awkward? Kang Chengning grabbed Chen Gong and said helplessly, "Old Chen, let's wait for Director Lin to get down to business." Seeing the other three people shaking their heads, Chen Gong had no choice but to say, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Looking at their expressions, Lin Xiao shook his head with a smile and then said, "Okay, then let's get down to business. But this is not the place to do that. Let's go to my office first, okay?" The four people nodded and followed Lin Xiao to his office. "So, our business, then, is related to the email you sent me." After arriving at the office, Lin Xiao greeted the four people and seated them, then began to speak. "Of course, before I get into the details, I still have to congratulate you. Your achievement is very important, very significant. I don't know if you know what it means, but what I can tell you right now is that it's related to our controlled nuclear fusion," Lin Xiao said. "In other words, your achievement may contribute to a realization of controlled nuclear fusion." The four people's mouths dropped open. Controlled nuclear fusion? This thing they had accidentally created was actually related to something so high-end? Something that cost a total of 400,000 yuan? Seeing their surprised expressions, Lin Xiao smiled slightly and said, "Don't be too surprised. You know I'm the chief engineer of the Golden Crow project. Although the Golden Crow project hadn't been established when I asked you to do this, I've certainly conducted research in this area before it was established. That's why I asked you to try to research this." At this point, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. "To be honest, I never thought you could actually pull it off. But I never expected you to actually do it." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Kang Chengning and the other three couldn't help but smile, and then smiled at each other. While this wasn't a compliment, it did convey Lin Xiao's surprise. This way, while it wasn't the kind of surprise they had imagined, where Lin Xiao would just call and express his surprise at their achievements, it was pretty much the same. At this point, Lin Xiao asked curiously, "By the way, how did you come up with the idea of using the tungsten plates in the tokamak?" Hearing Lin Xiao's question, the others' faces once again shifted to embarrassed expressions. This question. Then Kang Chengning scratched his head and explained it to Lin Xiao. "What? You don't know how to complete the requirements I gave you, so you just randomly picked this material that participates in nuclear fusion?" Hearing their explanation, Lin Xiao was immediately shocked. He used to be the one who shocked others, but this time, these four people really shocked him. Is there still room for metaphysics in science? Think about his past achievements. They were all scientifically proven through hardcore research, and yet these four people relied on metaphysics and spent 400,000 yuan to create this thing? System. I don't want a scientific system, I want a system with luck. He shouted inwardly, but before the system took him seriously, he added, "I'm kidding." After a moment of shock, he could only give them a thumbs up and say, "Impressive." All four of them chuckled. Luck. Lin Xiao shook his head and said, "Okay, let's talk about luck or not later. I hope your luck can continue to get better." In this way, Maybe we can complete the Golden Crow project faster." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Kang Chengning was stunned at first, then reacted and asked quickly, "Director Lin, what do you mean? The four of you will follow me to the Golden Crow project to do research?" "We will study this thing," Lin Xiao said. "I have arranged for people to purchase domestic tungsten plates, the kind used in your experiments. The first batch will probably arrive soon, about 10 kilograms. Next, I will assign a task for the four of you, which is to find more of this tungsten plates. Of course, if you don't want to go, I won't stop you. I will approve another 2 million yuan of funding for you. Your next projects should be basically completed, but you may not be able to carry out research on this tungsten plate. At the same time, you also need to sign a confidentiality agreement to ensure that the relevant content will not be leaked in the future. So, which one do you plan to choose?" After hearing the two choices given by Lin Xiao, the four people looked at each other. Regardless, 2 million in funding was certainly a great deal. Divided between the four of them, it came to 500,000 each, more than the previous 400,000. But when it came to this choice, they all naturally agreed, "We'll choose the Golden Crow project." Just kidding. The Golden Crow project is a key national project, with an initial investment of 50 billion. Crucially, it involves controlled nuclear fusion. Once they enter the Golden Crow project, they'll be researching this truly impressive feat. Besides, going to the Golden Crow project would also allow them to appear before Director Lin from time to time. Would that make them even more familiar with each other? They knew the choice without even realizing it. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Okay, I'm glad you made this choice. Then, prepare for the next few days. In 3 days, we'll go to the Golden Crow project together." "Is that okay?" "Sure," the four of them said excitedly. "Okay, that's it. Come meet me here in 3 days. Don't forget to pack your luggage. Just some clothes and daily necessities, of course. We've got blankets and sheets." "Okay," the four nodded. They didn't linger any longer, saying goodbye to Lin Xiao and leaving his office. On the way back, the four of them were incredibly excited. This time, they had leapt through several stages of their career as scientific researchers, moving directly into a national key project, even taking charge of one. Thinking back to what Lin Xiao had just said, they were even more excited, chatting non-stop the entire way. "But, Master Lin just said he had someone prepare 10 kilograms of those tungsten plates? Isn't that too much?" Ma Bin suddenly said. Chen Guang nodded. "Yes," everyone sighed in admiration. As expected of the chief engineer of the Golden Crow project, it had only been a week since they sent the email, and they'd already secured 10 kilograms. Consider how much effort they'd put in to get less than 50 grams, less than half a pound. Kang Chengning smiled and said, "Okay, after all, he's the god of forest. Let's put that aside for now. For the next 3 days, pack up and get ready to go to Jingmen City." "Yes," the other three nodded, and then, each carrying hope for the future, they parted ways. 3 days later, Lin Xiao brought the four young interns to the Jinwu Project Research Institute. After familiarizing them with the site, Lin Xiao had them begin their experiments. The goal was to find more tungsten plates with internal interactions between the strong and electromagnetic forces. Once these samples were found, Lin Xiao would use them for experiments, testing them under neutron irradiation to see if their maximum dPa values changed compared to those of ordinary tungsten plates. Of course, this was a very complex process. It meant they had to repeatedly analyze the tungsten plates using ARP's angle-resolved photoelectron spectroscopy, and they had to cut the original tungsten plates into many small pieces for measurement. While simple, the workload was enormous, but there was no other way. For ultimate success, they had no choice but to continue with this arduous process. And so, another month passed. In the end, they found about 1 kilogram of these tungsten plates from the first batch of 10 kilograms and the second batch of 20 kilograms. 1 kilogram was divided into 21 pieces. Of course, this amount was already quite a lot, so Lin Xiao took these tungsten pieces and began the irradiation test. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.